September 8th, 2023. Episode 152 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. True story. True story. And the football season has started.
Surprising football results last night.
It actually was. I only got a chance to watch the tail end of it. I was having a conversation, but I was kind of keeping an eye on the score on the side. I did catch the end, and it's like, all right, now it's like I didn't have the Lions 1-0 on my bingo card after week 1. That's a little bit surprising.
I don't think the Lions players did.
Yeah. So it's like, look, I'm okay with it as long as because to me, as long as it makes it interesting. Now, obviously, this upcoming weekend, now we're going to get into it. We're going to get the first Jets appearance of Aaron the Darkness Rodgers. That's going to be fun. And then I get to see my non-Hall of Fame quarterback version of the Packers. I'll see how that works out. We'll see. I don't know. I already made my prediction. I was actually trying to do the team like you can do the online gambling here as long as you follow certain sites and stuff. I have my account, and I went in and I was like, okay, let me do the team win over unders. Let me see what's going on there. I'm like, ooh, They have the Packers at 7.5, and I'm like, ooh. Even if I'm being generous, like I don't feel comfortable on either side of that line. I don't want to root for losses. I was kind of hoping they would go low so that I could optimistically go with the over and just hope for it. But at 7.5, I need 8 wins to hit the over. And I'm like, ooh, that's
short the Packers, man.
Yeah. But it's just no fun. It's no fun rooting for the negative, Bobby, on a win one. It's like I can live with betting.
End of the time when you've made the money. But other than that.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, you're not getting enough for your wager. The odds. You could pick a specific game and get odds just as good. And, you get the result right away. You don't have to drag it out over the whole season to see what happens.
Sure.
So, anyway. So, Paul was first out of the blocks tonight. He says, if I'm late for the start, hit the like button. The salvo on the right side of the screen pays for it. Thank you, Paul. All right, Hockey Cardboard. Now, I want to make sure I read this correctly. It says, the joy of 24 or so in attendance, maybe. The Boston Bruins' next disappointing season is only weeks away. The next Hindenburg-like disaster. Soon, we will rejoice in the excitement of Eric's weeps, tears, and terror screams. He may douse himself in mayo yet.
Oh,
yet.
I'm just saying. Here's Ziggy rooting for Mayo. I would too. Timeless Cardboard says, good evening. Do you have your Super Bowl picks in the winner? Ooh. Let's get through week 1. Then we'll do an overreaction Super Bowl pick. I'm actually up for it.
I'm all ready to do an overreaction Super Bowl pick.
You're ready to do the overreaction Super Bowl pick after the one game? I was going to give him the first week.
Lions.
Obviously. No, let's actually do that. I actually want to do the silly overreaction week 1 Super Bowl pick, but let's get through week 1. Yeah, we'll give it through week 1, and then we'll do a silly way too early Super Bowl pick. I have no problem doing that.
Okay.
Way too early.
Yeah, way too But here's the thing: you can actually. I hate week 1. Like Bobby, whenever I go and try to do any wagering, I hate week 1 because picking the underdogs is maybe the only thing I feel kind of comfortable with. Because it's like you just don't know what these teams are actually going to be. I need to actually see some real. The preseason does nothing for me. You're barely seeing the starters. I need to actually see the teams. And by the way, the teams are going to play terrible in week 1. Just to be clear, the offenses are not going to be in full steam for a couple weeks.
No.
So we're not even going to see what the real teams look like yet. It's not time. So we'll find out. But it's a good question, Time Like Cardboard. I appreciate it. Will here, good evening. It's hard to win when your receivers don't catch the ball. And 2, the tip setters for the D and the pick 6. Fair enough. That's true, Will. Philly Joe, good evening. Good evening, Philly Joe. Spurs 21, good evening. Good evening to you. Stove Sports making an appearance. Good evening. How do you feel about the Bears at -1.5 facing the Packers at home to open season? So I was looking at that specific game. I may still make a call. I get it. So the thing is, I listened. I'm trying to, in the preseason, I don't care. I'm barely paying attention. Once we're about to approach the season, I start listening to the Packer podcast and everything. Start listening to the local coverage, the local media. Most of them are pretty good about it being semi-objective. And then I'll listen to some other contrast just to get a little bit of the contrast of it. I'm really low on it because I think you're going to get regression. I expect regression, but it's the Bears. So I'm always like, And then week 1, weird stuff happens. If you're going to have something, even if you don't think a team is particularly good, week 1 is the one where you're going to get some wonkiness. So I'm like, 1.5 points. That's pretty close to a pick 'em. I'm not feeling... Yeah. It's literally like, who do you think is going to win? Effectively, you're not far off from a pick 'em right there. Pittsburgh, what's up? Absolutely. What's up to you? Speaking of which, actually, I got my first dentist PC actual card in hand. So I got the first one. I got the Planet Metal. So I got that in the mail today. So I hadn't done a mail week in a couple of weeks, but now I have a small stack of cards, including the Triple Auto with Brett.
Yeah, that thing's nice.
Yep. That one is basically your, if you're gonna do the, if you're gonna bother with Leaf, this is stuff that Leaf does well. So there is value in that. Bubbles, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Yeah, I saw him. I just want to make sure I finished reading a couple of these comments. But good evening, Bubbles. How are you?
How are you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good.
Doing well. Yannick Classic Collectibles. He's rebranding. I like it. Good evening, Yannick.
Hey, buddy.
It's Paul here. Eric's self-immolation. All right, Paul. I like it. Both Pauls are already off to a good start. Lions going 16-0 with one tie. If they have a tie, will they still be considered undefeated? Well, they didn't lose.
Yeah, true.
Professor Oaks with the cheers. Cheers to you. Cheers to you, sir. Two Fix of Life. New York Jets / Brett. Damn right. Damn right.
Takes a hell of a photo in New York.
True story. Thomas Cardporn says, do you like the new SGC app? I have started playing with it. I actually was chatting with Bobbles about that a little bit yesterday. I did get a chance to play with it a little bit. For the record, I completely forgot about this. This is not really, well, it is an SGC problem, but it's something they can figure out. I need barcodes on these things. I actually don't like having to punch in the number myself. That's actually really stupid. But it worked. I tried it with this card and I punched in the number and it has the picture and everything. I was able to add it. Yeah. Well, listen, a new app. You never know, Bobby.
Hey,
a brand new app. You just released it. You never know. You never know. So it did do what it's supposed to do. It looks all right so far. Jury's still out, but so far so good. Again, I always give credit where it's due. So far so good. Looks solid. But I need a barcode, man. I want to be able to scan the damn thing. It's stupid. And the numbers are tiny, man. The numbers are super tiny on this. It's really annoying to have to. Now, I will say the information you're getting is actually pretty cool. You get the breakdown of all the grades. You get the specific. You actually get the timeline it was graded at. So you do get the time period for that as well. So good on them. It's a good start. They know it's an app. You're going to get improvements. So what's that?
How far back do they go?
I don't know. I have no idea. But right now, I tried this one and it told me this one was graded in 20.
Old school ones. Is it going to be in there, or is it?
You have to give it a try. The app is free. You can download it. Just give it a try and let us know. But I know that for this one, since this was with the new label, they did have a picture of it. It confirmed the grade and it showed me what else was graded with it. It worked. It did what it's supposed to do. Looks decent. It's on brand. It's a black and white, color scheme because that's their colors. So my initial review is that I haven't encountered any major bugs with it. Again, it's a brand new app, so I expect there will be bugs, but I haven't encountered any so far. It runs pretty smooth, which is all you ask for. But I'll put it through its proper paces in the next week or two, and I'll get back to you with a fuller review.
Beyond that, it does have a really nice for your order features and everything. It has all of that on there. It shows all the order statuses if you have open orders. If you submit yourself when your cards are done, it automatically populates your cards in your collection part.
Yeah.
I told them for a step one, it actually was pretty good. It was better than
I've seen worse first attempts. So it looks like at least they did. It feels like they did do some beta testing before they actually released the app out to the public. So I think they got past some of the initial hurdles. Obviously, now that people are going to start using it, we'll have a chance to really find the bugs. I can guarantee you, there's going to be bugs. Guaranteed. It's a brand new app. There's always bugs. But good start so far. I do need to see some more, and we'll see what happens with it going forward. But it's a good step. I want to talk. I'll do a weekend recap thing where I'll talk about the SGC price announcement. I just didn't think the price announcement was like a big announcement. I thought the app though was a good move, and I'll break that down a little bit more along with now that I finally got some cards in. I'll do it with the pickup video as well. I'll combine the two. Let's see. Carlisle, good evening. Says, I guess I should surrender my Baubles coupon. I know. To me, the big news of the week, the scandalously scandalous news, is SGC Pete off in the distance. Baubles, why have you forsaken me? Perhaps more to come on that, but it was shocking, scandalous.
No.
Average Joe card collector. Good evening, fellows. And the guy from Worcestershire. Facts. Good evening.
In Peabody.
Sure.
Michael Ham says, good evening. What's up, guys? How about AH getting his dream call from Golden? It seemed like a dream come true. I have never seen more excitement.
Well, out of him because he's monotone, but
I'm trying to be nice, Eric. I'm trying to be
was-
nice. I am a man of peace. I'm trying to be nice.
He did seem giddy.
I simply acknowledge the excitement. That's all I did. That's literally all I said.
He was like this.
Bobby, you see, he's trying to ruin the man of peace thing. He's trying to ruin it. Like I'm sitting here, Bubbles. Am I not being a man of peace right now? I've simply stated something, and then we moved on. We're done.
I don't want
Jeez.
to change the subject.
Go
I
ahead.
do have a question to jump in real quick.
Go ahead.
Where's the Lambo, Bobby?
Lambo is had a flat tire.
Wow. This is
Oh,
sad.
that sucks. I
Well,
was
actually, we
like,
got
wait,
the,
there's something
the
different in
driveway
Bobby's
redone,
background.
and then parked somewhere else, got a flat tire, and so it's not parked inside today.
Gotcha.
I noticed.
You did.
That's true.
You did.
Yeah, we
and
got
actually, my positioning is a little bit.
Yeah,
more
we got a
forward,
different
so-
angle. Yeah, we had a different angle of the garage of knowledge.
Well, that's the
Josh
front,
here.
the garage door right there.
Nice.
So-
I can go click and it'll go up.
So first, shut up, Josh. You got to get that out of the way.
I didn't even get to read the comment. We already
Doesn't
skipped to it.
matter. Don't read the comment. Shut up, Josh. Now,
You see,
Second,
it's Eric Bobbles. It's Eric instigating problems. It's Eric
Second.
instigating problems.
You
It's
get
very
2
clear
minutes
where
for
this is happening.
instigating. You know that, right?
Like, it's
In
clearly.
hockey.
as requested, I downloaded the app that very quickly, and I punched in this older card, and it has all the information here. It was graded in February 2015.
Okay.
It's a 7.5. There's a population of 1. There's only one higher. So
Do you
that's pretty
feel
cool.
warm and fuzzy now?
No,
I think it changed their lives. Listen, I saw at least one influencer, one SGC influencer whose life was changed by this. Like having an app. Whoa.
my question was, were the older, green labeled cards going to be in this app? And the answer is yes, for those who were also curious.
Mhm.
I love
That's
the
right.
preemptive answer. That's good.
That's right.
Oh,
So,
and shut up, Josh.
You already did that. So good
It's
evening,
important-
gentlemen, and Eric.
It's important to do it as many times as possible.
Mhm. All right, Carl says, way back in the day, SGC had a barcode. I had an old slab with one. Not sure why
Yeah.
you didn't keep it. I don't think
Yeah.
the barcode actually worked. I don't think it did what it was supposed to do, but we'll have to look into it more. I feel like Bobbles would have the #1 collection on the SGC app registry. Back before there were some issues.
Mm-hmm.
Scandalousness.
I don't know. I have a lot. I do have a lot.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna read. I'm just gonna pass through the comments. That is true. We said a lot of things, but we've also made peace. Did I not say man of peace? People, man of peace. Terrible, terrible. I'm not trying to anger people.
No.
It's like no. I would. I'm just settling for night. Like, did you not see the video this week? I'm saying nothing but nice things.
Nothing.
Nothing but
Oh,
nice
no.
things about everyone.
Video.
About everyone. About everyone. But yes. Yes. So I'm going to leave it open. We've got a couple of different places we can go. I did the video on the chasing cardboard thing. That's the one I'm referring to. Some people loved it. Some people less so.
I just looked at insult up. That wasn't very nice.
I was going to say, terrible. Just terrible.
I Googled it, and now I know what that means, and that wasn't very nice.
It's awful. It's awful. And I felt terrible about it. But like I said, I quashed that already a while ago. Like, people, you guys have seen, like, we're trying to be men of peace out here.
Then a piece.
Yeah. Listen, I'm here just enjoying my beer on my lovely coaster.
Mhm.
Just trying to be nice to everyone. And appreciating, rock autos and wonderful Ty Cobb autos. Not real ones. But, again, being nice. We're being nice. Being nice. Nice. Trying to instigate things. Terrible.
I'm just saying, he got I actually think I heard a heartbeat when he talked about Kenny calling him. I was
Terrible.
Him.
Just
Kenny
terrible.
would've called me.
Dunkachino, I cannot believe the Seahawks didn't even try to run the ball. I know. It's true. Dr. Exclusive, good evening. Will Bobbles ever consider signing with Tag? They have to grade cards first. Bobbles, do you need some coasters?
No, I don't.
What happened to Man of Peace?
I'm not even.
I merely asked a
technically
question.
Free agent. I mean,
I asked the question.
So.
The owner will let him come within 10 feet of the booth at the show. So
I
after that interview, you know.
So. No.
Yep. All right,
I don't remember. Did I might have already said this, so if I repeat myself, I'm sorry. But I had recorded a video, but I forgot to put myself into the screen thing. I was sharing my other screen, and I forgot to actually put myself as part of the video.
Okay.
And so I recorded the whole damn thing, but there was no audio. So, yeah, it had my other screen, but it didn't actually have me there talking because I didn't have the audio portion. And yeah, so I never got around to redoing it. I felt like an idiot at that point. But I had a video about Tag, and they have nearly perfected the AI portion. I don't know if others have noticed, but we've seen a lot of it recently, and they are well on their way to actually probably exceeding perfection of AI, because they have to be using AI bots.
Oh no, 100% for the comment section. Yeah. Look, if I again, in the spirit of what I just said a moment ago, if I really wanted to be incendiary, in general, I'm talking about some of my favorites, my favorite coaster makers. There was a whole blowout thread where people are looking at an advertisement they did for record sales of a couple of, I want to say, Pokemon cards. I did look into that a little bit.
Wes shared that or something.
Yeah, exactly. So and then I went through the blowout thread to scan through it, and allegedly, we'll always use the allegedly. Allegedly, those sales are not real, but they were happy to advertise them.
Well, I'll say what isn't alleged.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it's kind of both. Allegedly, they had 35 to 40,000 cards nearly a year ago in house.
To this very day.
The top report
To
still isn't there.
Is this tag porn?
Look, I'm assuming, seriously, that my coaster actually probably came from that stash, because no one would grade this shit. No one would actually pay. I paid $2.25 for this, legit.
Really?
Like nobody would actually know, but just think of the cost of grading. It would not be worth, and this is in a 10. Just to be clear, it's a 10. You know, and the 1,000 thing is 962 for all that means. The point is that this, you would not spend the $15 or whatever it is to grade this. It would make, in a 10, if you're getting $2.25, it makes no sense.
A 962 is a 9.10.
I guess so.
9.10.
But the point is that, but the point here is that I'm guessing that was a giveaway card that somebody at least got the 225 for, so good on them, and I get a coaster. Win-win. But otherwise, it wouldn't be worth. So to that point, it wasn't even a real graded. I can't even call that a real graded card. Yeah, exactly. So it's like
I look at them more of a meme now than.
I'd say yeah. I think that's fair.
Really.
That's fair.
I mean,
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So let me touch on a couple of these comments here. Paul does indeed know the drill. All right, let me quickly read through here. Orlando, good evening. Okay, Carlisle's first question. Has Chasing Cardboard reached out to join your show during the Vic 2 tour? They have not, but obviously Mike has been here before. He can contact me whenever he wants. I would have no issue bringing Ty on if he wanted to do it, but he was already on state-sponsored television. He was already on Retro Hoops, and Retro was nice enough to have the Chasing Cardboard hat on while he asked him tough questions. What more does the man need to say? So no, they have not reached out for that. However, if they wanted to, they certainly could. I'm not hard to find. And the other piece of the puzzle is I'm not sure what we would talk about though, because I think like I said in my video I covered it. I got a chance to go back after they did their live, so I'll reiterate this piece. After they went back to their live, I went to go watch the first video I did. I wanted to see like, okay, is there anything that I need? Because it had been already like over a month and change. I don't remember everything that I covered. So I said, let me go watch it all the way through. Let me make sure. Is there anything I need to fix? Is there anything I need to add? Is there anything that I need to add or remove? So I said, okay, let me go and listen through it all the way through. So I did. And I didn't have to change a syllable. I'm like, okay, great. That's a good start. I don't know. Everything that I said there, I stand by, because at no point did I make any judgment on whether the Rock Auto was good or not. So for me, it didn't matter. And I wasn't in the folks that were calling him a scammer and all that stuff. So I guess I have nothing that I need to change. My entire focus and statement was how it was handled, which was horrifically. So that was the discussion point. So for me, boom, check mark, I get to move on. Then I go do the live and I do a reaction to the live, where again, I'm focusing on the important piece, which to me was the response. Because it didn't matter to me whether the Rock Auto was good or not. It made no difference whatsoever. The general concept still stuck with me. Now I'm going to get to a comment here in a second, because one of the key, now here, this is a point of contention. And again, I left the door open. I said, I'll leave the caveat where if somebody can show me the answer to the question, because one of the things that Mike has said on some of the comments and stuff is that he said that Ty has acknowledged that the relisting was the mistake. Remember, I'm focusing on the relisting piece. I'm focusing on the actual action, not the card itself. I don't care about the card. And by the way, the Ty Cobb Auto was deemed no good by the authentication. That wasn't included in the live. And one of the responses was, well, it wasn't relevant to the original story, to which I reply, well, only one Rock Auto was relevant to the original story, and you included the information about the second one. So I was like, so it was okay to include because it worked out, and you referenced 3 autographs in the original reply that I have archived. So if you're mentioning to me 3 and you're sending in 3, then give me the results on all 3 in your live. You may as well. So, give me 3 for 3 then. Give me the full answer, not part of the answer that works.
And there was 3 Rock Autos, but they never mentioned that.
No, it's for sure. But I'm just sticking with what's in the. I'm just sticking with what's in the video bubble. I'm just going from one to the other. The live is a direct follow up to the original response, which comments got taken down. I showed you guys the description that was not professional, and then the video was taken down. So again, how you responded to it. So I took umbrage to a couple of things on live. One was the statement that in the live, Ty said that relisting was a mistake. That is the first time I heard those words come out of his mouth. Because in the original video, part of me going back to the original, the previous response I did was I get to see the video because I responded to it in its entirety. I went through the whole video. He didn't say any of that in that video. And I haven't seen or heard him say it anywhere else before this week. This week, on the live, he said it, and on the Retro Hoops thing, he said it. Those are the first 2 times I've ever heard Ty actually acknowledge that the relisting was a mistake. If he did it somewhere else, on a Facebook post, on an Instagram post, or whatever, I didn't see it. So I say I leave open the caveat. If it's somewhere else that I didn't see, no problem. Please direct me to it. But as far as I'm aware, prior to this week, those words were not uttered out of his mouth. You know who did say it? Mike.
Oh yeah.
Mike said that here. So I can pull up that tape for you if you like. I have that information. I can bring that and share you the video, and we can go back to the tape. But outside of that, Ty was never the one. And in the live, he also said, they decided to move slowly. I'm like, you mean like move slowly, like the video you submitted with all the little jokes and the fun editing and everything? And it's like, that wasn't moving slowly. That wasn't staying quiet. That's the opposite of that. You don't get to retroactively pretend that you didn't respond the first time. That isn't how that works. Again, in my opinion. So that's it. For me, it was fun.
My biggest issue at the time, and still kind of remains, is we all make mistakes.
This is what I was told. Yes.
Yeah. We're owning them and moving on is the important part. I believe, if I remember correctly, because I don't live and breathe this stuff by any means, that I believe I remember commenting on the fact that he kind of lashed out at people and there was some name calling.
There was, yeah.
And that is the part where if you, and I remember making some kind of joke here, like, there's only one show on the internet that can get away with insulting its viewership, and that's this one.
Well, that's mainly because of you trying to be incendiary bubbles. Mainly because of this guy right here trying to be causing problems, while I'm standing here trying to be the innocent man of peace that I am.
Man of peace. And
terrible.
If you want to have a business and you want a viewership and you want a YouTube channel, blaming your, the people who are taking time out of their day to watch you and support you and calling them names is not the way to be successful. So that's the kind of the hill I'm going to die on when it comes to all this.
There you go. Let me read a couple of these comments just to get fully caught up here. I included Will's comments on here, so I want to make sure you guys can see those. So I'll read through this one here. From Chasing Cardboard, I've learned a valuable life lesson. You can't please everyone, especially when you lie and fight back to point fingers and avoiding responsibility for your actions. Notes taken. And again, part of the reason that I think some people disagreed. Now, what made me laugh, speaking of bots, not, and by the way, there weren't bots, but I'm just having some fun with it. But part of the reason I knew that there was an audience that, and it was funny that both Mike and Ty acknowledged mob mentality and all that. And by the way, there were people from the sports car radio thing that went in and harassed them. That is 100% true. So let us make sure we acknowledge that, correctly so. But there were people that were just blindly defended Chasing Cardboard as well, just in general. And they also went overboard in their defense. And part of the reason I saw that is I laughed because in my comment section of my video this week, most of the people are like, yeah, I agree with you, or yeah, I think it was kind of questionable this. But very few of them were like, oh, these guys suck, their channel should be deleted or whatever. They were basically like expressing various levels of disappointment with it, and also reemphasizing like, hey, whatever. But the handful of guys that were like being very defensive about it went back to the same, they literally were copying and pasting it from replies on other videos, because I check comment sections of other videos and I see the exact same write-up. And I'm like, and I laugh because some of them are like, effectively saying almost like, you should apologize. I'm like, for what? Most of my video is my opinion, and the part that isn't opinion is fact based on video that I play in the video. I never made any decision on whether the Rock Auto was good or not. So it doesn't matter whether it is or isn't. It changed nothing about what I said. Second part, I talked about his response to it, which was terrible. And it was still terrible. Nothing has changed retroactively in the time since. It is, the original response was the original response. And whether you think it's good or bad, that is your decision. You can choose that. But I didn't think the response made no sense for somebody who is operating a business that requires a certain amount of customer service. Yes, people got you. Guess what? It's the internet. People suck. Just accept it. So you're going to get a bit of that. Then how you respond to it is really important, because it's going to show people. Now, there are some people who would have forgiven you just about anything. All three could have come out bad. But in the grand scheme of things, remember one important thing. Because one person was complaining about it and saying like, well, the Rock Auto was thing, so they were vindicated. I go, but you realize that because of all of this, the 3 autos were sent in. 3, not just the one we originally were talking about, 3. And Ty invoked the 3, including the Ty Cobb. The 2 Rock ones came back authentic, right? Based on the live. The Ty Cobb did not. So it means, and in the video that I have archived, Ty said he was originally going to list all 3 raw. So it means somebody could have, so while it's true that somebody, if none of this had happened, somebody had the opportunity to get potentially a Rock Auto that PSA was willing to authenticate for $66, would have been a great bargain, right? Somebody else would have gotten the great opportunity to get an amazing bargain on a fake Ty Cobb auto.
There you go.
Because you weren't willing to do the extra step. And then Mike in the bench clear one talked about the business model, and Mike get a little snippy. Again, I love it when they sass. Did I mention I love sass? Did I let any of y'all know I love sass? A little bit. I like sass.
King of sass.
So Mike got into his sassy mode. He got into his sassy era a little bit. And what was fun about that is he was talking about, he basically parroted the same thing that Ty said. He goes, well, we can't authenticate them all. I go, no, authenticating them all would be stupid. If a card is worth $5 unauthenticated and worth $10 authenticated, it's stupid to spend any money getting it. I agree. That would be stupid. Oh, we buy collections of volume. I agree. It's like, so it's not worth our time. Yes, it is when it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. You can submit those in, and while those are off, you can still be processing the rest of the card. Nobody told you to stop processing the rest of the cards while you're waiting for these to come back. There's more money. There's so much more money in it for you if it comes back good, that it is totally worth it to do that one additional step.
It is.
If anybody buys a Ty Cobb auto randomly off of eBay, they deserve what they get. A raw Ty Cobb auto with the promise that it's real. You deserve what you get.
Yeah, it was a terrible argument to make given the cards we were talking about. The value was there. The value was 100% there. Yes, just do the extra step. So Jason here says, I will say that they admit they were wrong to relist around the 830 mark. I agree 100%. In my recap, I specifically paused and I acknowledged that. But I also said, you didn't say that before. You waited until the live where we had the results now, and now you say it. All I asked is say, okay, no problem. And I said it in the video. Okay, can any of you share with me when he said it in July? I don't care about him saying it in September. I'm asking if he said it in July. And if he did, no problem. Please direct me. Show me the post, show me whatever. Maybe it's an Instagram post. Maybe it's a Facebook post. I don't know, because I didn't see it. So if it's out there, please just direct me to it. Happy to acknowledge it if it's there, but I hadn't seen it. And that's it. That's all I'm saying about that. James here. Good evening. Paul says, I stand with Rick. Damn right. Rick was vindicated. The only person vindicated in all this was Rick. Hello, gents. If it wasn't for Eddie Shore, there wouldn't be any NHL All-Star games. There you go.
That's
Oh,
it.
that is true.
Defects of Life says, the measure of a man's character is not determined by how he handles his wins, but how he handles his failures. Profound. Thank you, Defects.
Yes.
Maybe Rick got Cobb to sign it. It would be legit. Probably true.
That's possible.
Yeah, listen. Rick is legit. We know this. Timeless says, how fun is the Colorado football team to watch? Don't know. Will they win the national championship in the next 4 years? I think that's the one that Deion Sanders is coaching, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. I haven't checked out the game yet, so I don't know. I don't know. Will they win the national championship in the next 4 years? Maybe. I don't know.
We will see Saturday if it was a fluke or whether or not Deion has really created something special.
I will say that Deion Sanders is a winner. So,
they don't have to go undefeated, but if they put a good game together for a second week in a row, and they're competitive and they're doing all the right things, I think he deserves all the credit. A lot of times a bad team can get hyped up over the first game and a good team can play down to their competition, and it comes out flip-flopped. That doesn't mean you're going to continue doing that all season long.
Makes sense. And like I said, I will say one thing with Deion Sanders is he's a winner. So he's got the right attitude. If some of that gets instilled in the players, that could pay huge dividends. So let me get to these comments. I'll get caught up on them. And Andy, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Good evening, Andy. And very important question before we get going. I want to ask how you're doing. But before we ask anything else, I need to ask you an important question.
I'm doing good.
Do you stand with Rick?
Yeah, I stand with Rick.
As you should. I'm just making sure. Andy, this is important. Rick was vindicated. Rick was vindicated this week. We all learned that we should trust Rick. For goodness sake, everyone, trust Rick. Purple GT22, good evening, sir. How's it going, fellas? Hope all is well. All is going well with me. And I did see your comment on this week's video, and happy to chat some wrestling, but you got to reach out to me. Just use the About tab on the channel, and you can find me. There's a couple of spots. Or you can reach out to Andy. You can reach out to anybody here on the screen. They can reach me. Just access me one of those ways, and I'll get back to you. Good evening, Jeff. Good evening, John. John may be enjoying this a little bit as well. I got a subtle hint of that. He kind of enjoys taking a couple of shots at Jason Cardporn. Andy, could you believe that before you came on, that over here, this guy in the middle, he's trying to instigate problems with people. I'm over here being a man of peace, and this guy right here, just trying to be a troublemaker all around.
So I haven't watched any of the first 30 minutes or so. I've been on the phone, but so I don't know what's been said so far.
Oh, it's okay. Listen, it'd be the better you stayed out of it. If there's any issues with anyone, I want it directed that the person in the middle is responsible. I take no responsibilities for the words of Bougie Eric and his mayonnaise-loving ways.
Oh, that's
not a single thing.
We're just trashing wrestling cards, that's all.
I wish. I wish. The wrestling cards just fight back. With his broken hip, he's not winning anything. John here says he'll have to start kicking.
Broken hip? Who got that?
RX broken everywhere, including the hip.
I do need my other hip done. So
see, told you.
What hospital did you go to? Did you get the work done at the Mayo?
The Mayo Clinic?
I was waiting.
There's more Mayo puns coming. Don't worry, they're coming.
You got all day.
Yep. John here says he left a snarky comment on the videos where I covered the scandal. Perhaps his supporters emailed me and told me to apologize as well. They can go pound salt, sand, pound whatever you need to.
Either way, it's very comfortable.
Mayonnaise guys, I mean hello guys. Stupid Mayo, correct? Told you. Didn't take long. Good evening, hobby champs. One person did get a third rock auto that he listed. I think it was for $40 or $50. Sold on June 21st to 23rd. I saw that there were multiple. So Bobble's 100% right. I did see a little bit of that. So I don't know. Look, I know it's hard to believe. I enjoy the drama and all that stuff. I do. Like, let's not lie about it. I do. But and this is I was having a little fun with Andy earlier when I was messaging him. I said I think my invite to Hobby Palooza is being rescinded. I'm very saddened by this. I don't think I'm going to be getting an invite. I think it's very unfortunate. But the thing is, it's like the people that were complaining about it. I'm sitting there like, dude, everything I said was either completely factually correct, backed up with video, or my opinion. You don't like my opinion? That's too bad for you. But the rest of it is either backed up with video that I literally play right after I say it. So it's like, oh, he didn't say that. I'm literally playing the video for you. I am playing the video.
I haven't gotten confirmation, but yeah, I think you're out.
This Bobbles, this is a true tragedy. All my efforts to be a man of peace, and it's just not working out for me right now.
So it did turn out a little bit differently than what I think a lot of people had speculated as far as the autos being authentic.
Yeah.
I was surprised about that myself.
I actually look. Can I be 100% honest with you? I actually still think the autos are bad, but I also have no issue. That's why in both videos, by the way, y'all can go back and fact check me on this. Go back and watch the video. I make emphasis about how hard it is. And Bobbles and I had a conversation with this just yesterday, and one of the things we were talking about, autographs are so hard to authenticate. It is not a science. Bobby knows this from the other side of it. Remember the conversations we had about authenticating unopened boxes? Not a science. There's so many things that can go wrong. Now imagine autographs. It's worse. Autographs are worse. Variations are to be expected. Legitimate autographs will have legitimate variations for legitimate reasons. All you're doing is trying to compare something and looking for certain telltale signs. You could totally get it wrong. Totally. And be a professional and still get it completely wrong.
We have to talk about experts too.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I'm saying somebody doing their absolute legitimate best with as much knowledge as they've been able to gather and learn and do all these things could still totally get it wrong. Could still 100% get it wrong, because a variation is the only thing that would be suspicious, 100% no good, is a perfect copy. A perfect copy is the only time, actually, no, there's no chance. It's not possible for a person to do a perfect replica of their autograph. It's not possible. That's the only time 100% it's no good.
I mean, everything you said is true, but I will say that with them having the cards in hand and them being, that's what they do for a living as far as authenticating autographs, they're probably better at it than we are.
I have no problem with that, but it's still a low bar. That still makes it like it's like saying a AAA baseball player is better at hitting than I am. Congratulations. You're still not in the major leagues.
I mean, Andy, so, and this isn't throwing shade at PSA, because this is all of the autograph authenticators, just factual.
Sure.
They're not going to ever be 100% right.
No.
And I can guarantee you for a fact right now, there's autographs on eBay that are authenticated in a PSA slab that are not authentic autographs. I know for a fact of one of them because I actually wanted the card, but it's a player I heavily collect, and the autograph was something I had never seen the way he signed, and I actually have ability to contact him and his wife on Instagram, and I sent them photos, and they confirmed he never signed that way. Yeah. So they're good at what they do, but it's never going to be 100%. I mean,
I don't think it is either. And I mean, like,
or 962.
I mean, you could go even further into this as far as like the pack pulled autos that are supposedly guaranteed to be authentic. A lot of those are not real either.
That's exactly it. So the only point that I made is that you're taking, a lot of people worry about the human element of grading and the subjectivity and everything. Take that piece of it and then add the subjectivity of an actual person trying to sign. Because you could have a scenario, they were in a hurry. So the person signed it right in front of your face. You could have video, you could have affidavits, you could have anything you want. But the person was in a hurry. So one of the letters looks a little off compared to normal. So, but they did sign it for you. They were just in a rush. Or they're getting older, the hand's getting a little shaky. That happens all the time, and that's legit. That is 100% legitimate. So you as the person who is the expert, again, Andy's right. They have more experience than we do, a lot of us. But if you know your player pretty well, you're going to know certain telltale signs of some stuff that's going to look off. So you might be more of an expert on that one individual player. This other expert has to be an expert on so many things potentially, or categories, that it's really hard not to miss something. Because like I said, I would bet you if we went and took those rock autos they got, cracked them out of the slab right now, it's 50-50 they come back authenticated the second time. I would take a wager on 50-50. Because they could totally come back 1 out of 2 or 0 out of 2.
I mean, that could be true, but at the same time, like, I like what Hobby Champs said in the comments here.
The mayonnaise comment? I thought it was good.
No.
I'm going to get caught up in the comments. Give me a second. Let me get caught up here in the comments, and I'll grab it. Yeah,
Okay.
let me get caught up on it, and I'll touch on it. All right, Philly Joe here says, I was disappointed in you putting out so late. I was getting rumble for some crumble, but it was after 12. Damn, my man. Sorry, buddy. My apologies, Philly Joe. Process the autos, damn it. I know. What's everyone's thought on the Babe Ruth getting an official Bowman first and David Adams 200K bounty on the Superfractor? It's Bobbles who actually has the bounty, but I agree. I think it's a lot of money, but I understand for David Adams, it's good. It's good PR. They like those bounties. It's good PR for them. But a lot of times, I believe that somebody else is providing the funds behind the scenes, but it also is good business. By the way, David Adams sells wax. So it's good business to give like you've guaranteed a monster hit if somebody pulls the big card from wherever you pull it. And by the way, they happen to sell the wax too. So I'm not going to blame them for it. I agree with it.
If you had
I'm more impressed it
$200,000, wouldn't you want to just go buy a real playing day era Babe Ruth card in incredible shape?
If you have $200,000, Eric, and you can literally throw it around willy nilly, you will buy a goddamn golden bike so that you can cyclocross. Just because you can.
I did some cyclocross yesterday.
Because you're a bastard.
Yeah.
To take it a step further, Eric, I would rather have a really incredible Babe Ruth card in terrible shape.
I mean, nothing about a modern day Babe Ruth card on shiny cardboard excites me.
No.
At all. Like zero amount.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't spend the $200,000 on either one of those things. I would spend the $200,000 as part of my program to clone Babe Ruth so he can sign rock autos for me. That's what I would do.
There you go.
That's the proper thing. All right, Will,
there are like Bobby Orr cards out there from modern day that, are low serial numbered, or, the PMG Reds or something I think I've seen. And I don't want those.
Don't lie to me. You totally want them. Eric totally wants them. He's a liar.
I do not want them.
He's a liar. And he wants them autographed Booby Orr. The man's a liar.
I think.
All right. Go ahead.
I think you could have fun collecting modern, Eric, if you just stuck with the players that you enjoyed. But you're right, there is so much of it, and I get your reason for where you stay in your lane. But I think you would still enjoy it with your team and your players that you like.
I buy modern, here's a modern Bobby Orr autograph card. Here's another Bobby Orr autograph card. Here's a Martin Brodeur patch card. Yeah, I mean, I grab some of that stuff every once in a while, but to spend $200,000 on something that isn't autographed, that doesn't have his bat or his uniform or his cleats in it, that is so stupid.
Would you pay $100,000 if it had the uniform?
Would you pay $100,000 if the uniform was photo matched?
Probably.
Moving on. All right. So real quick, Will says Ty's Meal Copa comes after months of nothing. When he saw the public sentiments wasn't shifting, there you go. He capitulated. Nothing genuine there. Just being a politician. All right. So let me quickly read through. I want to get caught up and get the Hobby Champs comment. Hold on. Hang on 1 second here. So Spurs Cars 21 says people always find a reason to say someone was wrong. That is true. Doesn't matter if Ty said he was wrong in July or not. No, it does to me. The fact that he has like a visual look, his repulsion to just acknowledging that he screwed up is like Eric and mayonnaise. Like he convulses, like he can't do it. He goes, nope, I can't. Whoa. It's like, dude, literally, I don't care if you believe it or not. Just say like, yeah, I screwed up. Sorry, guys. We'll get it resolved. That's it. That's all you had to do back in July. Sorry. Yeah, fake it. Pretend. Who cares?
I can't get the sorry.
I can't speak for anyone else in the entire hobby or in the entire YouTube space. But if he had done that in July, there is no reason for me to make a video. As much entertainment as I got for it. Because there's nothing, because I don't have the material. But the fact he was so pathologically averse to just saying it actually made it more entertaining for me. That's why I did it. I won't speak for anybody else. That's why I did it. So the answer is like, no, I would totally not have made the video if he had just done it in July.
So he actually helped you.
100%. And I told Mike when he came on here, I said, he's like, y'all just gave me a free video with some great material. And then you gave me a second free video of material. I was like, I appreciate y'all. Is there anything else that Rick authenticated? Can we get anything else in here?
There's a third one to come.
That's right.
This is simple. He made a mistake. No big deal. He took the thing down. Problem solved, over and done with. Nobody's going to have another thing to say about this. He puts it back on. Now people are like, what the hell are you doing? Right? Takes it down again. People give him crap. And then he calls out the people who are giving him crap. Well, that's the issue. It isn't the initial, I put this on eBay and then when I shouldn't have. And then I went, maybe I should take this down.
No, that
Right.
happens 100 times. That happens 1,000 times a day, and it will happen 1,000 times a day going forward.
This isn't an issue. I would be screaming at you people for even having a discussion about it. If that's
Would Eric scream at people?
I'd be like, why are we wasting our time? The guy made a mistake. He realized it. He took it down. Problem solved. But that's not the issue. The issue is putting it back up, taking it back down, and then attacking people for saying, hey, you shouldn't have done that. That's the issue.
Outrageous. All right,
I
let's go
think
through
it-
here.
I'll-
All right, hang on.
Just
I do want to get caught up right now. I'm
Okay,
about 10 minutes
go
behind.
ahead.
Hang on. All right, so Dufex said thoughts on the bounty. We did talk about that, but thank you, Dufex. All right, this was the Hobby Champs comment here. Oh yeah, I thought those were just were fake as fuck. Still could be, I guess, but PSA is pretty strict in their authentication. Like I said, I'm simply stating an opinion. At the end of the day, it's authenticated. It's in the slab. Now the person who's buying it will be more comfortable, and they'll get more money for it. And in this case, they're selling one of them for charity. So great. I have no issue with any of the above. None.
Would
So
it be
that's
called
fine.
charity at this point, though?
Well, there is an actual charity. It's like what Samaritan
I
something.
can think of
Andy,
other
help me out here.
words.
It's like Samaritan something or other. There is like a charity involved.
Other words I would have thought of, but yes.
Sure. Regardless, I'm fine with it. I'm not familiar with that charity, but I have no issue with them auctioning off the card with the proceeds to charity. That's fine. No issue with that. Again, in my opinion, I do think from what I have seen of Rock Autos in the past, it would surprise me if that one's a good one, but they put it in the holder. I have no issue with that. I wouldn't buy it because I look at it and go like, seems off to me. But if the buyer's comfortable with it, we're done. At least you have a backstop. You can blame PSA. So now you can blame PSA if it turns out to be wrong after the fact. You've got somebody. At least you've got a backstop there. Do people not realize the original guy getting the wrestler's auto got these when The Rock was wrestling when it was many years ago? That information came out later. So no, they didn't realize it when the original controversy happened. You didn't share any information. You just said, got it. Hey, Rick got it from a good source. That's why I said I went back to the original video and I watched Ty's response, and he left like all the information out. I go, well, you could have just said that he. By the way, I don't know this dude who got autographs from. Here's the thing: got wrestler autos of these when he was wrestling many years ago. Raw autographs changed over many years. That is 100% true. And I believe, I could be mistaken, I think it was a guy who either worked with WWE or was a wrestler or some combination therein. I forget the exact. Just so we're clear, though, one important piece I want to make it clear as a wrestling fan: wrestlers lie about everything. But he got it from wrestlers. Like, are you sure that's it actually makes me more suspicious, not less. It's like, well, I met The Rock and he signed these for me. He's like, oh, sure you did. There was actually a Joe Rogan interview with Hulk Hogan where he literally made up and fabricated an entire show that he claimed he attended. Like, he fabricated an entire thing, a whole elaborate story about him helping a Make-A-Wish kid and all this stuff. It was this whole long, drawn-out story, and none of it is true. And you could tell because the first part of the story, he put himself in a show that he was never anywhere near. Every single part of his story you could validate is false. And Joe Rogan was like, oh man, that's crazy, yeah. And he just kept nodding. And I'm like, dude, you were not at that show. It wasn't possible. You literally weren't at the company at that time. And by the way, Hulk Hogan brought Simon Cowell to America, just so you all know. By the way.
Too many chair shots.
I think that was banned for life from Hobby Palooza as well for the Hall of Fame since I blasted Ty and Mike. Did John get thrown out too? Is that part of the ban list there, Andy? I need to get on the sly. I need the ban list. I know my name starts with A, so I'm probably right near the top. John's got to be somewhere in there alphabetically.
Well, okay. I mean, there's. Okay, yeah, let's leave that at that.
I love it.
Andy, I know I'm not big time enough yet, and I don't have my own show.
Could we ban Eric for no reason, Andy? Could we get Eric banned?
On a banned list?
Even if the ban list doesn't exist, can we create one just so we can put Eric on it?
I'd be the first name on the list to be banned.
You want to be banned?
Oh, please,
yes.
More than anything.
I don't even have authority, but I'll ban you.
I think as you should. That's right. No doubt.
I need to be banned from ever getting into the YouTube Hall of Fame.
Listen,
okay.
Listen. Very important. I know Mike watches the show sometimes, and he was in the comment section for my video. So I know Mike watches sometimes. Mike, listen, whether you ban me or not, I totally understand. No problem. But if I'm banned, in solidarity, Eric wants to be banned. Like it's just the right thing to do. So ban him.
I want to be banned first.
Me too.
Yeah, ban Bobby too.
I think
Banned.
like the Hall of Fame, I don't know that you can get banned for that. But the Hobby
Well, Bob
Palooza-
Lewis is in it, so I just assumed there were no standards.
the Hobby Palooza, you can probably get banned from.
I think. Well, I just assume I'm shadow banned at this point.
There's probably a lot
Is
of people that are banned from the Hobby Palooza.
It's like it is verboten. It is verboten. All right, so real quick, there's so much variability in auto, yes, whether both on purpose or not. I won't buy an auto unless it's witnessed standardized auto, which is fair. That's completely fine. And Mike has made a lot of hay about he likes to buy unauthenticated autos because he can get a good deal, which is true. That is 100%. Like I'm not all the way in Dustin's camp where like, oh my god, unauthenticated autos are dirty. You can weigh your risks. Like if it's like a $20 thing and you're just taking a shot in the dark, you know what happens, so be it. Whatever happens. If you are at least familiar with the auto, you're looking at it and go, it seems all right to me. $20 or $15, I'll take a stab at it. But like I said, the Ty Cobb auto would be something like, I don't know, even taking a risk in the dark. What's a Ty Cobb auto? Like Ty Cobb, he's not signing anymore, allegedly. So that auto is a lot. Look, we have a better chance of getting The Rock to come on here and signing something for me on camera. At least there's an outside chance, remote as it is, that could happen, as opposed to Ty Cobb, who we will not be able to get on the show. Ty Cobb is banned from the show.
Probably,
The Rock
probably
has
at
a
least a couple
facility
grand,
close to here.
I would say. For
Yeah.
call.
I'm just saying, I don't think we can get Ty Cobb on the show no matter how much stroke we have. I don't think it's going to happen.
So okay, so here's what I'll say about this.
Go ahead.
Like,
Yeah.
Is regarding to like the last couple of days with people, people have put out different videos, and so like my stance on this has kind of always been the same as far as like I wouldn't have handled this the way that Ty did, but at the same time, he didn't ask me how he should handle it, and he doesn't have to answer to any of us really as far as like how he handles it either. Like there's been a lot of videos where people, they kind of seem entitled as far as like, oh, well, he should let us know like all of this information. Why should he have to let any of these people know? He doesn't have to. Like it's just a transaction between two people, really, is how this whole thing started. Like I don't know how everybody else got involved as far as like they need to know all the information. Why? They don't need to know.
Oh well, so let me touch on that one, Andy. Look, the commenters are always demanding answers at all times.
People making videos too, though.
No, fair enough. No, fair. But the thing is, that's still an extension of the commenters. So there is. So okay, let's Bubbles, help me out here. There is a legitimate conversation to be had here. There is the element of clout. There is the element of this will get clicks and views.
Yes.
That's one major thing. Now, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. Each one, so I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I am not going to speak for Bobbles, Bobby, anybody else, just strictly myself. Everybody has to figure out what their editorial standard is. And you don't have to take it that seriously, but you have to consider what the editorial standard is. And that's why I said a little earlier. One of the questions Spurs cards asked was, why do so many people care about this? Was like, people clearly do, though. Like people watching the videos and commenting. Like I can tell you firsthand, people engage with it. It was one of the best performing videos in a very long time on this channel. It's probably one of the best ones outside of like my Blu-ray stuff back in the day. Relating to cards, it was one of the strongest videos. Why? Because people did have a strong reaction to it. Now, why they had a strong reaction to it, again, we're going to have two different opinions on this. Ty and Mike argue that it's like, oh, well, all these people wanted to call us scammers. And here's the thing. There is an element of that. That is 100% true. But the people that I had in my comment section weren't worried about calling him a scammer. They were looking at the portion that I was focused on. I was focused on the reaction. You're right. He doesn't have to answer to me. I had somebody who said, hey, have Ty on your show, to defend himself. I'm like, but my kind of thought was like, why? I am commenting on what you put out. So remember an important thing. I didn't make a video without Ty making a response video. I responded to Ty's video. So Ty created the video, and in turn, I responded to said video. So you created, then I respond. If you had said nothing, I don't have a video to make because I'm not interested in just starting the chain of videos on this. It's not my place to do so. When Ty did it, though, I listened to how he chose to respond to it. And I said, okay, I think there is a lesson to be learned here. And if you go back to my original video, I spend the last section on it not even worrying about Ty. I talk about autographs, authentication, and how difficult it is. And it's like, I'm going to use you as an example of how difficult this is, and there was an opportunity to approach this a different way, this is my opinion that you approached it in a bad way. Here's why. So that's the angle I took. I'll only speak for my video and my video alone.
Well,
Other people decided to take it a different direction.
But the angles that you always take, like you actually do research and
Yes.
look into things. Like a lot of these people, they're just making like the same video that someone else made, and they're just repeating what they said. They haven't looked into any of this stuff
Tube.
at all.
Look, I'm still mad. I'm still mad that Dustin took one of my favorite clips in my video. I was like, just put a link to my goddamn video in it. It takes you 4 seconds. Copy paste.
And
It was a
then,
good
like,
clip
That
too.
is YouTube.
It was a good clip too.
And like I don't necessarily think that people have to apologize to Ty, but everybody that made one of those videos, I think, should apologize to Rick because he didn't do anything at all wrong.
Sure. No, I think that I agree with that. I think that's completely
He
fair.
basically became a meme.
Absolutely. I think that is 100% fair. I agree with that. But that was so, Andy, that was specifically the reason that I went back to the original video, because I wanted to make sure I didn't cast aspersions. I had some fun with it, but I didn't pick on Rick or whatever. It was kind of fun to have a little fun with it, but I don't know the dude from Adam. I also don't know Ty from Adam. And
I don't know Ty either.
yeah, absolutely.
Never met
But
Ty.
But what I kind of said back to the person who was asking is, I said, well, Mike is in this pretty deep as well. He's part of the whole Chasing Cardboard production family. Mike was on my live stream. You were there too. We talked about it. So it's not like they were not allowed to say. It's not like, oh, I banned them from being able to speak. At least give a different perspective. So and if Ty had reached out through Mike or through anybody else, he would have been welcome to come on and say his piece. He didn't want to, no problem. But I wasn't going to go and I'm not actually investigative reporting here. I don't need to reach out to you for comment. I am commenting on what you produced. Since I'm focusing on this and only inside of the scope of this, I can talk about this as much as I like. It's called fair use.
Did you see the one video that the guy made? I don't know if he made it today or yesterday. He made a video about Mike, and in Dave's basement collection, there was this satchel page. It was like a signed Perez steel, right? And after they looked at it, they were like, yeah, obviously this is a fake. Like the name is spelled wrong, right?
Yeah.
And this guy,
I think it was 2 L's in satchel. 2 L's in satchel.
2 L's in satchel.
Yeah.
This guy made a video about Mike, and he was giving him a hard time because Mike said he was going to keep that card in his collection.
I think I know who you're talking about. The name escapes me, but I think he also did a video on the original one. And Mike was in the comment section and went off. So Andy already knows this, and I've talked to everybody else. Guys, I don't comment on many videos ever. Good, bad, or indifferent. I very rarely will. I think Andy is one of the few people that I've ever commented on a video ever. Like, I rarely will do it. I'll usually leave maybe a one-liner or something. I'll have a little fun with it, but that's about it. But 99% of the time, I just watch and I listen, and I will go to the comment section because I am morbidly curious of how people respond to stuff, especially when something, catches fire a little bit.
Right.
I went to that video and I watched Mike have a whole back and forth engagement on him. So they're like, you need to cool down too, buddy. You need to chill out.
Well,
I understood what he was getting at. Like, I understood, but I was like, you're literally feeding the engagement beast. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably cool it as far as the back and forth goes. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, who is this guy to tell Mike what card he can keep?
Sure. No, that's fair.
He's not going to sell it or anything. Why can't he have it?
Andy, you know this to be a fact. I try to be very fair with a lot of these folks, and I laugh because Dave and Mike have their complicated relationship. My relationship is like, no, I literally told Mike the last time he was on, I go, you're welcome to come on anytime you like. You can shoot me a message and I will invite you on. I have zero issue bringing you on, but we will debate and we will discuss, and I will push back when I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair. I don't think that's unfair.
No, of course.
So, despite my shadow ban of Happapalooza, how dare you?
I just think that, and I think Mike would openly admit this too, like he does plenty of things where he's going to get some kind of negative reaction.
Oh, yes.
Rightly so. But at a certain point, it's like people just start piling on. I mean, when you make a video about like this fake autograph and you're saying that he can't have it in his collection, he should just destroy it.
Right.
I mean, why?
No, I agree. I did see the video you're talking about. It was a really short video, right? It was like 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, it was. I agree. I don't agree with someone telling other people what to do with their collection one way or the other. Now, if he went to try to sell it to somebody or whatever, and you catch that, well, by all means, call it out because you already know it's not legit. We've got it. We've got then documented. You know it's no good. What are you doing? But if you leave it in your house in your closet or whatever, it doesn't belong to me. You do whatever you want. That's your business.
Yeah, and some people like to keep there's plenty of people that keep fake cards just kind of as a reference tool, even or fake autographs.
No, that's completely fair. So I'm mostly caught up on the comments and just making sure we're going through a little bit. I want to be close to caught up. I'm close. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these. You're basically weighing the odds someone faked it. Gambling is fine, but if you're doing it on stuff that's faked a lot, you better have real good information or high risk tolerance. Andy, actually, let me ask you a question while I'm quickly going through these. I did take a little bit of pushback on. So on Bench Clear Media, Mike did part of the Victory Tour. They got banners. I think they're getting the Mission Accomplished banner brought in from the government so they can do it. I think it's gonna be spectacular. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have eagles flying. It's gonna be very patriotic.
An awesome one, the Mission Accomplished one. That was good.
Yeah, but they're gonna bring it out. It's gonna be part of the next Chasing Cardboard episode. It's gonna be awesome. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great. But one thing I did take umbrage with, and it's kind of the extreme, it's all or nothing all the time, which is but it's not all or nothing. There is nuance to this conversation a little bit here. And Mike got very snippy, which I loved. I love when Mike gets snippy. Snippy Mike is my favorite Mike.
It can be pretty entertaining.
Yeah, but basically he went into the whole thing about how they buy big collections and they're processing a lot of cards. Totally true. Fully acknowledge that. But then he talked about how Ty made the judgment call not to process those cards because, they would take so much time and all this stuff. And I go, I agree. But my counter to that was, okay, look, you buy a collection of a bunch of unauthenticated autos, a whole stack of them. If it's a $5 card unauthenticated and $8 authenticated, yes, it's not worth the effort to let somebody take their chances, put it for $2.99 with, let it fly. And if somebody wants to buy it for $3, let them, and they can take their chances. It's not worth it. But a Ty Cobb autograph or one of the most famous movie stars in the world, it's if you've got 5,000 autographs in here, you got these 3 autographs in here. These are worth getting authenticated. The extra effort is worth the additional. But the way Mike presented it, and I'm not putting words in his mouth, that's the way he presented it. He goes, well, if we do this, then, we've got all these other cards to process. I go, dude, send those 3 cards in, and while they're being processed, it's going to take a little time. Process the rest of the collection. Nobody told you to stop while you're waiting for PSA to come back with you. Yeah, I just disagreed with the premise, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I didn't see the video that you're talking about.
Sure.
But, I can just say for me, if it would have been me, yeah, I would have sent all the Rock autos and the Ty Cobb in to get them authenticated. That would have been the first thing I did. But once again, they didn't ask me. So, that's if they would have asked me, I would have said, yeah, you should definitely send those in. It makes total sense. And I still don't understand why they didn't do that in the beginning. But like I said, I don't know Ty, so.
I can't get in there real quick.
Go ahead, Bones.
Because you would know better than I would. They have such a presence in the hobby. They have many connections, even on a corporate level and authentication level, I'm sure. Even if they didn't send them to PSA or Beckett, you can't tell me they don't have anyone that is in the professional level that they could have reached out to have gotten, even if it was a written statement or of opinion on it. It may not have been official authentication, but they had to have had somebody outside of, and I don't know the guy, this isn't to make fun of him, but they had to have somebody within the hobby space further than Rick to give some sort of statement that could have told them a feeling on the autograph.
Probably, yeah, that's probably true. But at the same time, I don't know. Even if you had a hobby friend or somebody knowledgeable, at the end of the day, I don't know that would have held a lot of weight with people.
I'm not talking, I'm talking they don't know anybody at JSA.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would just feel as big of a level in the production quality of Chasing Cardboard, they have ends with SGC and everything. I just can't believe that they don't have somebody on a professional authentication level, a contact. I even have somebody that I could shoot a picture to right now within JSA and say, hey, what is your feeling on this? Now, is that giving me the certification? No, but it's given me, you know, and believe it or not, folks may not realize this, but if you take an autograph to a show and have JSA authenticate it, it's actually not done right there in person. It's actually photographs emailed back to the office where they have multiple people then review the images and everything, and they score it on a confidence level.
Yeah.
And it's multiple people, and the scoring has to be at a certain level for it to be considered authentic. Not every autograph is authenticated in person, so
Yeah.
that's why it just blows my mind they wouldn't have somebody to be
Well,
like, you know.
So like you mentioned like SGC, like they know some people at SGC. That's true, but SGC is a different kind of company. Like they're much more accessible to people than like the PSAs and Beckett's. It's hard to know, like even like at Beckett, like who knows who even is working there at this point, but the
You're sitting there
PSA
talking
is
to Eric
like-
right now.
yeah,
The new president of Beckett is right here. He's right here.
yeah.
Well, I
See?
Oh well, there you go. But yeah, I don't know, Bobbles, if they do know some people at JSA or not. I really don't. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that would just like surprise me if they didn't. And if they don't, maybe it would be a good idea for them to make that connection, you know.
yeah.
But especially if they're going in blind on buying autographs and stuff like that, or dealing
I'm,
with
I'm just
them.
gonna say. So I'm just gonna say two quick things. I think Bobbles' points are fair, but I want to say two quick things about it. First is I don't know what their processes are, and I'm not going to pretend to know. And I'm also not in the business of trying to tell them how to run their business. At the end of the day, you can run your business however you want. It's yours. But what I will say, and I don't think I'm being unfair about this, is I'm going to say that what you do control, and this is something that maybe gets lost in the translation, you do control how you decide to present yourself out. Once something happens or whatever, a lot of the judgment. So Andy is correct in that some of the critique and thing they're going to get is not even critique. It's just, attacking for the sake of attacking. It's totally unfair. We can 100% agree on that. 100%. Unfortunately, and it is sad to say, that is the internet. So, but there is also legitimate critique that gets lost with the bathwater, because I watched some of the response, and even some of the knee-jerk reaction the guys had where they were mad went to people that actually were taking it from like, hey, do you guys think this they were not trying to be in attack mode. They were like, hey guys, this is a bad look or whatever. But they said, hey, there's some questions about this. But they always came off very defensive. And even after the fact, that's why I had fun with my last video. I just said, like, even in a victory lap, you still came off defensive because you were still kind of justifying yourself after the fact. You're saying you don't really want an apology. You don't expect apologies from people. Here's the truth. You're right. You're probably not going to get a lot of apologies. I can almost guarantee that. But if somebody was criticizing the way you handled it in the first place, that didn't change. The initial response that you took to it and the process that you went through once things started to go sideways, that you still could have handled it differently. You chose not to reach out to some people that maybe you knew, that maybe could have offered some opposite opinion of, hey, like, by the way, this is how you're coming off. Maybe that's not what you're intending, but this is how you're coming off, just so you know. That's what the conversation I had with Mike. I poked some fun at him. I got him a little bit on one where he says he gives some advice to Ty, and sometimes Ty just goes his own way and does it anyway. Well, that's fine. Like, Ty's his own man. Like, Mike can't force. He's not Mike's employee. Mike cannot force him to do anything. Yeah. However, if your friends are giving you what is well-meaning advice, and they are your friends, and they want to help you, you should at least give some consideration to what they're saying. Because the very same time this was happening, in real time, that's why I say I can go back to the video that we got. In real time, Mike acknowledged out loud, for anybody that wanted to listen, that, yep, the relisting was probably a mistake.
Yeah, and, so my initial thoughts on this whole thing, was that I did not think the autographs were authentic, right?
Sure.
So I looked at the way that he was, being so defensive. I looked at it way differently then than what I do now, since they were authentic. It makes more sense to be defensive when they were real.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And now I think though one thing that is, and this would be a question that I would have to direct to Ty, because I can't answer for him, and I don't think Mike can't answer for him, and nobody else can. One of the pieces that was brought out was part of the response Whoever was responsible for the Chasing Cardboard eBay page, whoever was responsible for it at that time, included that they didn't, as part of the explanation for why it was taken down, they said they didn't feel they had the warm and fuzzies about it. But
That was
on the live, Ty said he had confidence.
Right.
If I have confidence in contemporary, in real time, if I have confidence, then I do have the warm and fuzzies. I'm still, my answer is different. My answer is, I'm confident it's good. I'm confident in the source, but I'm going to get it looked at. Or I'm confident in the source, but there are some questions, so I'm going to look into it. I don't say that I don't have the warm and fuzzy. That sounds like less confidence than the confidence that's being portrayed now.
So I think in the beginning, this is just me. This is my take on it.
Yeah. We're just speculating now because I don't know. That's why I said it's a tie question.
I think they were ultra confident that they were real in the beginning.
Sure.
And then once like 90% of the people that were talking about it were saying they were fake, I think they started to question it, They're like, hey, are we wrong? So they started to have doubt about it. So I think that's, at that point, there was absolutely some doubt about it
Sure.
at certain points in this process.
For that one, though, we'd have to establish a timetable, though, because at the time that it was posted, presumably the message was after the second pull down and other people were putting into question. You had already relisted it, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So, which again, we acknowledge that the relisting was probably the mistake. Now, I do want to mention this comment here. It's US Sports Card. Just imagine the person who missed out on what could have been a super cheap rock auto. I agree. But what about the person who missed out on the chance to buy what potentially could be a fake Ty Cobb auto?
That was never for sale, though.
He was going to list it for sale, though. When he made the response video, he was planning on listing all three. That's what he said in his video.
Oh,
He was going to. Yeah, that's why I say, like, part of the fun for me, Andy, is that unfortunately the video was pulled down, but I still have it. I responded to it. And in that piece, that's where he brought in the Ty Cobb into the conversation. He said that his plan was to, and I'll see if I can cue up the clip, and I'll literally play it for you guys. I can literally play it from the thing. But his intention originally was to list them all unauthenticated. Just list them raw.
Yeah.
Including the Ty Cobb one. So that's where the Ty Cobb came into this conversation. So his original plan was to list all three. The two rock ones presumably came back all good. Great. Awesome. But the Ty Cobb did not. So the Ty Cobb would have been somebody buying a raw Ty Cobb, however much they paid for it, that didn't pass authentication when the chance was given.
Here's another question that I don't know if it's ever been asked. Why, if originally he was very confident in the actions of the authenticity of the rock, why didn't he just tell the buyer, the original buyer, the one that I guess stirred it all up to begin with, hey, look, I don't trust in the quick opinion. If you want, send it in. If it comes back, I will refund all your money plus the grading fee.
Well,
And just
if you did that, Baubles, you would have everybody in the world would be like just going on eBay and buying like any autograph that's not authenticated if you have that kind of policy in place, because there's no risk at that point.
no, I'm talking about the original buyer that messaged him
Yeah.
directly and said, before anything got out there in the outer worlds of YouTube, and instead of him relisting it, because even after the guy contacted him, he relisted it, right? Instead of going that route, why didn't he just say, look, if you want, send it in, and if it comes back, I will happily refund the money for the card and cover the authenticity or the authentication fees. Because I think that would have been a better look, and actually said, hey, I'm pretty confident that I have some reliable sources here I trust in. You're likely wanted to get it authenticated anyway. Shoot it in, and if it comes back, I'll take care of you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would have been a good way to handle it.
For sure.
Like I said, I never would have handled it the way that they did, but I mean, like, it's their thing. Like, it's
For sure. Like, again, we're trying to be, look, contrary to popular belief, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. But I'm focusing on very specific things, because that way, if there is a problem or there is a discussion point that want to be made, I don't get all the rest of the garbage thrown into it. It's like, I never called anybody a scammer, and I never made any proclamation on whether I think the autos are good or not.
Yeah.
That was not my job, and it's not my position, and I didn't have the information to make that judgment call. Not my call. So, you want to complain about any of the videos I make sure you're actually talking about what's in the video. The facts that I'm presenting or the points that I'm making, by all means. Argue with me till the cows come home about those. You want to cry to me about the other stuff? That's not my video. I can't help you.
Yeah.
So that's why I want to be very clear about that. So Stove here makes the point. It's good luck from Ty to never mention the name of any of his detractors. He came off a stake in the high road. Thank you for mentioning this, Stove. This gives me a perfect cue to play the video. So let's play the video, which, by the way, got pulled down from their channel, so no other copies exist that I'm aware of. So
you have the old video, huh?
I have the original response video from my response.
Yeah.
So whenever it's like, oh, but Ty said this. No. Do not tell me what Ty said in the original response, because I have the video and I can play it all for you. But I'm only going to play a little bit of it for you. Just I want to play a couple of clips here. So hang on.
Scammer Ty, how could you do this to the hobby? You're out to get everybody. And those negative clicks started rolling in on a particular YouTube channel.
I'm not here to roast anyone, but
So Stove said he didn't call out his detractor. Yes, he did. He's right there. That's the Sports Car Radio guy. He's right there. So yes, we know who he was talking about, even if he didn't say the name. So that's what I mean. Like, I want to make sure I clarify that. No, he did. He called him out in the video with some amazing editing. There was some fun editing in there. All right, let me play a little bit more though. I'll show you another
that they called out. I don't remember.
That was the main one. Dustin got in there, and there were a bunch of little snippets from comments and such. So there were a couple of those. But I want to play another piece, though, because there is the piece that talks about the autos and mentions the Ty Cobb one. So I'll let it play a little bit more here. Hang tight.
Okay.
believe it or not.
What?
Do one of your rants.
Do I rant, Jiminy?
I think you're always these things are hard to open.
But see, here's where the story takes a little twist. You see, we're okay with admitting our mistakes. I have made my fair share of mistakes in life.
So far, 4 minutes and a half in the video, he has not admitted a single mistake. But I'm glad he is good with admitting his mistakes. Hasn't admitted to a single one yet. Wait, I'm wearing the same shirt. I should change it up like
his
this.
mistakes, people.
No, yeah, you're wearing the same thing.
Whether it's from family, from business, from buying collections, even from selling on eBay, I have made my fair share of mistakes. Anyone that's had an actual conversation with me, you know, the type where you don't hide behind a Twitter handle or a YouTube screen name and you actually have a conversation with somebody, will know that I will always go above and beyond to make things right with people. If I sense something's wrong, I'll just do what I need to do to make it right. So that leaves me with a very interesting decision to make. What do I do with these?
Unless it involves not relisting something that's already been put into question once. But yes, go on.
Autos from Rick's collection. I have two, in particular, Dwayne Johnson autos and a Ty Cobb auto, all three that I just decided not to authenticate and sell them as raw. Are they real?
Stop! So that's why I said, happy to discuss this at length if anybody wants to say it, but please do not quote me. Do not quote the video that I have watched and already responded to, and it's on my channel. I can play it back for you. He did not admit that relisting was a mistake in the first response, did not do that at any point during that entire video, was nice enough to include a Chasing Cardboard promo, and was going to list the Ty Cobb raw unauthenticated before any of this happened. After the fact, the two rock autos came back authenticated. Congrats to you. But the Ty Cobb did not, which means somebody could have bought a really cheap fake Ty Cobb auto. Bad!
But to be clear, the Ty Cobb was never for sale, actually.
It didn't get a chance. But Andy, the point is, I am not putting words in his mouth. I am simply restating what the man said.
Oh, I agree.
So that's my editorial standard, is that I'm not going to put words in your mouth. However, if you make a video where you say the thing, then I'm allowed to say you said the thing because I can play the video for you.
Yeah. I mean, you have the receipts.
I literally have the receipts. Yes.
So it's like, I mean, yeah, if somebody says, oh, you said this, you can be like, well, no, this is actually what was said.
Yeah, that's why it was very important to make sure that as soon as the video got taken down, I'm like, well, I'm glad I did this reaction video style because I actually have the video. And I did play the whole thing in that entire video. I'll include a link to it if folks want to watch it later. But I included the whole video except for like the last couple of seconds of the outro. I literally gave you the whole video from the beginning to the end. So, and that's the only copy that exists on YouTube right now because the original got pulled down from the channel. But if the statement is that in that response, he said that he was wrong for relisting it, he did not say that at any point in that video. If he said it somewhere else, no problem, direct me to it. But in that video, he didn't say it. So real quick, I'm just going to scroll through. I read that one. Paul, somebody you could lead a horse to water. Yes, thank you, Paul and Paul. Was Ty also said the last card issue with PSA would not sign a non-disclosure agreement? Yes, that is also Ty. Ty has a complicated relationship with PSA. Mike thought the Ty Cobb was more real than the Rock Autos. That is true. Yep, Mike did say that. but never mentored victory lap. No, it's completely fine, Stove. But I'm glad you brought it up because it allowed me to put it queued up my clip perfectly, so it allowed me to show it. The buyer didn't pay. Easier just cancel, move on, trying to talk a guy into paying $60. Yeah, that's fair. Look, the buyer has the right if they suddenly don't feel comfortable with it. Again, in this case, they came back authenticated, so it would have gotten a great deal. That is 100% true. But it could just as easily have gone the other way. Again, the Ty Cobb never made it to market, but what if it had? We'd be having a different conversation, right? If somebody had bought the Ty Cobb auto and it turned out it was no good, I have no doubt. So I want to be clear about this. I have no doubt that Ty would have made it right. I have no reason to believe he wouldn't have. But why even put yourself in that position?
See, I guess
There's so much value.
So I have a different point of view on that whole thing than probably a lot of people do,
Go
because
ahead.
when there is something like, let's say if the Ty Cobb auto had been listed, right? Now I'm going to look at that and I'm going to take a calculated risk myself, because I can just tell you in the past, I've bought plenty of things that are similar to that where it turned out to be fake. And then I bought other things where maybe people were afraid of it because it wasn't authenticated and it turned out to be real. So I benefit on that. There's going to be some, when you're playing that kind of game, you're going to have some wins and losses, but there's a lot of people out there. They're just like, they just want to win every time. They're not, they're not going to take the loss.
I just think though, that's why I asked the question earlier though, when you're factoring the risk, how much you pay for the Ty Cobb auto? What is the price point of the risk factor? How much is it? Because the Rock Auto, the Rock Auto with the original chance being taken was $66. With authentication, it's hundreds of dollars.
I mean, I wouldn't have paid $66 for the
Okay, fair enough. So with the Ty Cobb auto, how much would you be willing to go to take a chance, knowing you're taking a chance?
No, that's what I'm saying. On the Ty Cobb, I wouldn't have paid even $66 because I never thought that was real.
So that's but I'm now I put my business hat on and go like the delta between the value of these two so much is such a big difference that I'm like, no, that's totally worth it. Like, go take the extra step because you would gain so much more by getting it in that little piece of plastic. You gain so much more, even if you send in 3 and one out of the 3 is good. You get your money back and then some. Like you won.
No, I agree totally with what you're saying, but I'm just saying from a buyer's perspective, I'm sure you've probably done this too before, where you bought something that maybe other people were too afraid to buy it. They were too afraid to buy it because it hadn't been graded.
Yeah.
Like not
on autos, I don't, but on cards, I'll take a flyer.
Yeah,
like, on cards, I'll take a flyer.
Like an ungraded card where people were just too afraid because it wasn't graded and you bought it. And it turned out great, right? And then you probably had some where it was, a big loss. I mean, I've done that.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just part of it for me. I mean, I guess people can do it however they want, but I just kind of like assume risk in those type of things.
I agree. Stove here had. Can we get a third Carlos on the screen? 2 isn't enough. As Spurs Girl says, 1 Carlos is too much. It's my show. I think Spurs saying 1 is too much, 2 is too much, but 3 is just right.
It worked out awesome too, how you had the exact same outfit on.
I know. That's why I had to pull out that's Bubbles. That's why I had to pull out the chain. I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm already coordinated. I'll pull out the chain. The chain is usually underneath the collar, but we're gonna pull out the chain. We'll do it all.
You made that video on a Friday. That must just be your Friday.
That's actually, I think it was. I actually think it was. It was on the night I was going to record. Ty says, if I spanish these covers to screen him, that's fair enough, Paul. It's fair enough. To each their own. 3 people could have gotten the 3 real rock autos. Well, right now we only know there's 2 real rock autos, so we don't know about the fate of the potential third one. We don't know.
I would just assume if they all came from the same place, they were probably
could be.
If 2 of them were real.
I'll say this: the probability is high. But remember what I said about the murkiness of the authentication process. It wouldn't shock me if the third one came back no good. It would not shock me at all.
Well, I mean, but I don't ask me because I thought all of them were fake.
That's fair. That's always fair. Why is nobody attacking the buyer? We should attack the buyer. Crucify them. They shouldn't have sent the auto into BGS. They didn't send the auto in BGS. They sent them an image. Before bidding and winning, chose not to. They purposely waited until after winning. Sounds almost like shady buyers. It's all about the shady buyers. Bobby says only 25% of the price is worth the risk on an auto. Oh, by the way, Bobby's working on some stuff. He did message me after he came off. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you for joining in.
Sure he is. Yep. Sure.
No, look, I'm trying to protect you. He just said like I'm sick with Eric. I can't stand him anymore. But I was trying to be nice.
No.
Man of peace.
That I believe.
Yeah.
Him working on something, i.e., his app, I do not believe.
Oh, I didn't say he was working on his app. Don't be
Being
silly.
Being
This comment
sick of
right
me,
here.
being sick of me, completely understand, respect that, no problem. But don't tell me that he had to go off somewhere and work on something, i.e., the app. I mean, I call bullshit.
Josh is not entirely wrong.
I agree
Just
with
saying.
Will S's comment, that last one.
This one here,
Oh,
possibly.
yeah.
Okay, can I ask a legit question though? Like a legit question. Like I said, Stove gave me the perfect excuse to play. But you notice, I don't know if you guys caught the second one. There was that interview where you had the one sports card radio brother, but then you also had. Did you notice he like appeared over the back of in the background over in the corner? Did you guys see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So like I said, the editing was on point. I got a kick out of it. See,
Oh, you're talking about the video that you just showed? Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, like that was a very cute little editing trick. I enjoyed it. I got a kick out of it. But it's one of those things where, so maybe this is the other thing. And I think in the Retro Hoop State sponsored interview, I think Ty actually acknowledged that was like a reactionary video. I go, you literally got editing to do all that crazy shit. Like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was very funny. But at the same time, okay, let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm going to be very charitable about this. You feel like Sports Card Radio is bullying you. You disagree with their assessment and you feel like they're bullying you. Fine. So your response is to swipe back and think that that's going to somehow work. That you're going to win the battle in that one. If it's about swinging with people that don't mind swinging. Are you going to win that battle? When your brand is about being above the fray. Because you just went straight into the muck. First opportunity you got, you went right into the muck.
If you go into the muck, you best be prepared to stay in the muck.
Correct. That's all I'm saying. Andy, that is all I am saying. That's it.
Good point.
All I'm saying is, like, look, you want to play that game.
Yeah.
You want to play that game. You'd better be very comfortable than staying in the pocket. Then you'd better stand behind the courage of your conviction. Then at that point, you already doubled down. You leave the video up and accept the consequences of it.
Yeah.
You can't run away from it.
I've never been a big fan of pulling videos down, like when that happens.
But I don't know if you caught it. I don't remember if you were on that one. But before they pulled it down, they had turned off the comment section, which obviously the comment section had turned toxic, which I understand. I get it. I mean, I'm being clear about this. I understand. But I also shared, because I had the screenshot. Again, I have receipts. So I was like, but on the screenshot, they had a very snippy response in the description section right before they ended up pulling it down. And I was sitting there like, aren't you guys the guys who are supposed to be taking the high ground? Isn't that your deal? Isn't that the thing that you're doing? And then, like, your first response is to do it. I was like, are you sure that that's the game you want to be playing? I'm just asking.
I mean,
And for those,
if you play in the mud, you're going to get dirty.
yeah. Just a quick reminder for those that forget. This was the description section before it got pulled. We have turned off comments. It's a shame that so many minions chasing their tails trying to pin us into a corner. It simply won't work. If we needed to expose the absolute disgust on the other side of the discussion, we would. But we won't, because we have more respect for the hobby and for our amazing audience that is here to watch the content that breathes life and enjoyment into their lives. # keep chasing.
I mean, that sounds like something that a politician would have.
Sorry, Eric?
Do we bring enjoyment to people's lives?
Literally every time people send me Mayo memes, Eric, they go out into the internets and find them. It breathes life and joy into that and increases Miracle Whip stock price. Bubbles. These are the things
Miracle
that we've
Whip,
accomplished.
though, I mean, that's degrading Miracle Whip. That's some good stuff.
The other ones
But
are
it's
getting
not
boosted
technically
too,
mayonnaise.
Bobbles. The other ones get boosted too, okay? The other one's Heineman's and what's the other one? There's a couple.
Are you a Dukes fan, Eric?
So I just got a text message from Mike.
Sure.
He said, I'm behind on the live stream, but I will tell you that we don't have any contacts at JSA or PSA DNA.
Fair enough. That's fine. Bubbles just asked the question, but that's fine. That's fair.
Yeah, and I didn't think they did. I mean, but
It just surprises me because, like I said, even I have somebody I could reach out to, like, right now.
well, you're the
But
owner.
that's why I made that. But that's why I made clear in my response. Look, number one, I don't control their business model. They can do whatever they need to do. That's fine. I'm not criticizing their business. They do. You do what you need to do. That's fine. I can still pose the question. I can still say like, hey, look, there's some opportunities here. I'm just looking at it this way. I'll just put it in this way. I think their biggest failing in this entire thing was whoever's in charge of their PR department. Whoever's in charge of their PR department let them down because they could have played this completely differently.
I don't think they have a PR department.
Well, they need to get one. They need to literally hire a guy because yeah, it's like they just need someone, anyone who would be like, yeah, that thing you're about to do, don't do that. Just don't. That's not respond in any other way. That was not the way to do it. Do something else.
Didn't Mike say he's tried that though?
about being a PR department or having a PR department?
Well, he said on your live that he tried telling him things before and he just went ahead and did it anyway.
Well, that's why I had some fun at Mike's expense. I was like, psh, Ty, so you're saying Ty doesn't listen to people? Are you saying Ty doesn't even listen to good advice from his friends? That's why I had some fun with that. But I was like, dude, you guys do whatever you need to do. It's working for you as a partnership. That's fine. But just understand that it's like, well, okay, this could have been played completely differently. You would have got a different result. Yeah.
You know.
But to put it another way though, Bubbles, and like it's what Andy and I were talking about as well a little bit earlier tonight. I'm not doing my reaction videos the same way that other folks are doing them. I'm not taking the same angle that other folks are taking them. I will only peddle here in receipts that I have. I will only talk about, I will only start if you give me something to base it off of. I won't initiate the chain. You started the chain. I'll respond to that. And then I'll stick to the issues that I can back up based on the video and things that you said. I'm not venturing outside of it. And then I'll ask questions based off of that. And then at the end of it, I'll kind of sit back and go, you do realize that and I'm not complaining. I got not one, but 2 videos and a live stream out of you guys botching a $66 sale. It is the smallest, dumbest, littlest thing that led to all of this. It was so unnecessary. All of it was unnecessary. So that's why I'm making clear. This was all unnecessary. It would never have even hit the radar. I guarantee you, it would never have even, not for me anyway. Like I would never have even bothered. I wouldn't have wasted my time. I'm not wasting my time on $66.
I know that I've personally paid way more than $66 for a fake card before, and I never even told anyone about it.
Yeah.
That's how little of a
Andy, we're live.
It was.
It was a mistake. It was a mistake to buy a Boston Bruins card. You know they're not a real hockey team, right? Yeah. They're not real.
Putting the onus up if you want, Andy. I can send.
He's got the tuxedo honus. That's important. Yeah,
you know, that's sweet.
Yeah. Spurs Crush here's. I realize I'm disgruntled just because of Eric. Facts.
Me too.
I know.
I'm disgruntled because of me also.
There you go. Like, you know what helps Miracle Whip flavor? Cut up 66 Booby or rookies. Facts. Oh, God. It's okay, Yannick. Miracle Whip pictures still make Eric convulse. It works. Don't even worry about it.
Yannick, you're not helping. You're not.
Would Eric eat a donut stick dipped in mayo? Will says, Carlos does it more like a real journalist. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Fair balance, unlike some of the U.S. media outlets. Well, that's probably true. Bob Jackson, good evening. I'm disgruntled as well.
That's one of the problems with like YouTube sports community now is it's more like the news.
Yeah. Well,
I stopped watching the news a couple of years ago for this exact same reason, and now
I stopped many years ago. I never bothered with it. No, but I think commentary is fair play. That's part of the reason that I always argue that I'm closer to punditry, but I want to base it on something. If it's like a flat out opinion and we're just literally just spitballing and speculating completely in speculation land, let's call it that. If it's pure speculation land, it's pure speculation land. Like when Brian Gray left Leaf, we don't know what the hell he's doing. Can we come up with some fun scenarios and guess and do? Yeah, but we're basing it on nothing. Zero. We're basing it on zero. With this stuff, all I'm doing is taking a reaction to what I took a reaction to the original video, and then I did a reaction to the live that was the bookend on the thing. But all I'm doing is playing for you what they said, and then I'm giving my opinion on what they said, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah,
that's it.
Like the people that took the really hard stance that these autographs were definitely fake, though, and they made tons of videos about it. How much investigating do you think they did? As far as like, do you think they ever reached out to Rick? Did they ever talk to him?
Infamous Rick. I don't know if any of us have the clout to be able to reach Rick. Rick is amongst the hobby deities now.
I mean, that's the guy. I just feel bad for him because he never asks for any of this stuff. It's like
That is true. That is true. Average Joe Card Collector said, I've done deals for more than $66 and told myself if it comes in the mail, it's still the right play. Nothing's not shown up. Fair enough. Fair enough. I actually had a from my mail. I got 3 pieces of mail the last couple of weeks. One of them was from England. One of them was from Australia, and one of them was from here in Canada. All of them came in, but I also had somebody buy from me in Australia. Now, when it comes to the international shipping, you're always taking your chances. They reached out to me about a month later, said they didn't get it. No questions asked. I just responded and go, oh, it's been about a month. That's fair. I'll process your refund. Their response was like, no, thanks. Appreciate the quick response. Done. No questions asked. I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, wait. It was about a month already. It had been over a month. I'm like,
your fault. This is what drives me nuts at work. The thing hasn't shown up in a month. This is between you and the United States Post Office. Okay? We sent it. It has tracking on it. It disappeared in California somewhere. I'm not. Why should I give you the money back?
sorry, Eric, you can't keep the money. It doesn't work that way. The customer didn't get the product. And this person did not have a history of like backtracking on things. It was like, no, I sent it to the location. I had the item on there. It got lost somewhere along the way. And like I said, I got something from Australia and it took about 2 weeks. So if I can get it from Australia in 2 weeks, they can get it in a month and a half.
It drives me nuts. It's like the post office lost it. That or give it some more time and see if it shows up at your door. No, they want money. I say no, and then they go to eBay. eBay immediately goes into the company's bank account and takes the money out.
Yeah, Eric, they didn't ask me for anything. I literally just said that they just told me they hadn't gotten it yet. Yeah. I looked at the time I shipped it, and I said it had been enough time. I made the call to be like, I'll just refund you.
So you're out the card and the money.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great business plan. You'll make $1 million that way.
In the same time period that card was out there, I sold $500 worth of cards, and no issues. It was a $15 card. It was a $15 card.
What if it was a $200 card?
If it's a $200 card, I would have paid for the extra tracking. I had the tracking on it, but I would have paid for insurance and tracking. Then I would have gotten reimbursed for if it disappeared in the mail.
It drives me out.
On a $15 card, I'm not paying for full tracking on that.
Don't worry, Eric, because if that guy ever gets his card, he's going to reach out to Carlos to give him the money back.
Absolutely. 100% of the time that happens. Yep.
The key, though, is that you have to pick your spots when you're going to take the extra effort to put into it. Because on a $15 card, when I'm doing my shipping, especially international costs me so much more. So I have to be like, okay, this is like a $15 card. Unless I'm going to charge the shipping with full tracking and everything, would have been almost $25, $30.
Yeah.
On a $15 card. It makes no sense. Now, I've also sent stuff internationally that way that has gotten there no problem. So unfortunately, you're kind of taking your chances. So I don't have a recourse. The tracking doesn't show anything. It does have tracking. eBay generated it, but it doesn't actually show anything. So I can't prove it arrived. So it's like, so we're done. So they never asked me for the refund.
All I want to see is it officially on there that it got picked up and scanned into the hands of UPS, FedEx, United States Postal Service.
The kangaroo never picked it up, Eric. The kangaroo didn't get it.
My problem.
Can't help you there. The kangaroo didn't get it. I prefer to think I'm RT. A real news source.
Yo, CNN, Eric. Carlos News Network.
They wish they had that kind of cred.
They don't have that kind of credibility, huh?
I'm not bringing my credibility down that way.
That's right. That's right.
Eric, is that maybe in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? I think that's a valid question.
It is neither.
Elon should have named Twitter as Pounce! I like it. And he goes, absolutely. It's human behavior and technology manipulating us in our patterns. I think it's fair. Brian Gray is shopping for his beautiful new orange shirts. Maybe. Took me 2.5 months to get a package from Italy before. Normal is 4 and 5 weeks. I think, what's the, Eric, help me out on this. What's the statute of limitations on requesting a refund if you're a buyer? There's from the time, so eBay will do the estimated ship, and then there is a certain period of time after that, at which point you can no longer request a refund whether you want one or not. It's the statute of limitations. I don't remember what it is.
I at this moment,
I feel like 2.5 months is past that point. So I think at that point you're literally taking your shot in the dark because you couldn't get a refund at that point even if you wanted to. Am I off on this, Bobbles? I think I want to say it's like 60 days.
30.
It's 30? Okay. I thought so. So yeah, so you get about a month. So what happens is, so a month after the end of the dates that eBay estimates, you get another 30 days after that. After that, as the buyer, you can't get a refund no matter what you do. You can call anybody you want. You're not getting a refund. So if they're the buyer, if you're on the buying side and you haven't gotten your stuff, you want to be kind of tracking it as you're approaching that month.
I thought, never mind. I misunderstood the question. I was speaking on once it's been delivered, you have 30. I'm not sure on the undelivered stuff what the actual time frame is.
Okay. I know there is some kind of a limit. I just don't remember what it is. I just feel like 2.5 months though exceeds it. Great that it still arrived. That's good. But I actually think you would have been out of luck if it hadn't. If you had said, "Hey, can you refund me?" It's like, actually, I don't have to. At that point, even eBay won't back you at that point. Rick is in Bora Bora. He dumped his cell phone in the trash as he hopped in the plane. I hope so. Justice for Rick. Josh says, I've sent a buyer repayment 3 months later after refund. Weird things happen with mail sometimes. All right. I know they changed some policies, so that's why I'm curious about the timeline. I don't know what it is now. I see Eric pointed agree to an extent. Hey, Bob Jackson's agreeing with you.
Then I changed my entire opinion.
As you should. Plus factor time it takes to deal with this crap. Facts. That's fair. I saw the new crumble cookie today. First one in my area. Never had it. Thought of Eric and went straight and bought a cookie. Damn right, Zach.
Zach is hooked now.
Did you use the code?
It's
There you go.
It's like a $20 cookie, but they're good.
Yeah.
All right.
I still have the one near here. Bobby and I got to get together and talk about this. Bobby and I got to do an excursion out to Crumble Cookie. Like if he we'll go and we'll give back a review. We'll get some information. Received email 3 days ago. Tracking number still in transit. Yeah, the tracking number is slow and updating. You're right about that. Sometimes doing a passage search request causes the package to show up. All right. Every time is ridiculous, like 180 days. I knew it was some time limit. We'll have to see. PayPal is 180 days.
That's just stupid.
Yeah, it's really long.
So
With PayPal,
I have something fun, real quick, to ask
Go
you
for it.
guys' opinion on
Yeah,
and
go
get to swerve to another topic.
No, right now we're open, so go for it.
tie. So I've always thought this was absolutely stupid or silly, I should say, in my own personal opinion. But now I'm
So this is the one I was looking
intrigued
for the money back guarantee, just for the record. That's the one I was looking for.
Yeah, that's the delivery date. Yeah. So I always thought VHS grading was silly, but I actually accidentally stumbled upon a couple today that I picked up at a yard sale that I might actually consider sending them in and getting it done, because it is stupid what people are paying for graded VHS tapes.
Yeah.
One of them I got is CBS Fox Predator, and apparently it's like $250 ungraded, and I seen an 8.5 that did $1,700.
Wow.
So I'm like, is this like, should I go against what I thought was silly all along and actually give this a shot?
How long ago did they get that price? Because during the quote card boom, these other collectibles also had a boom.
The the ungraded price was like August.
What about that graded for 1,700 though?
I don't remember the date on that, but there's not a ton of them out there, so you're not going to have like cards where there's comps constantly. No, it was a sale I stopped at. The lady had a box, like she had 2 boxes. There was probably 30 or 40 sealed VHS in there.
So here's the question, Bobbles. If you go to the dark side and you grade the VHS, here's the question: who are you grading the BGS? I mean VHS with.
I'm sitting here looking. So obviously I am an authorized dealer for CGC, and I thought like I could get a discount, but I can't get their website to work. Like when I go to do a submission, it gives me an error. So I don't even know what their prices are. Beckett, it says starting at $65, but 5 business day turnaround. That seems like a freaking steal. If I could turn a $200 VHS tape into $1,500 plus for $65.
Yeah, I mean, if you honestly, and you're good at this stuff. You really hit some dingers out of the park in the last 6 months or more. If you, with all your homework, if you are very, very, strongly, that's not guaranteed is not the word I'm looking for, but if you really believe you're going to make that kind of a jump, then yeah, do it. But I think
it's just silly to me to even think that. I got Terminator, Predator,
so ridiculous.
Bloodsport, a Jean-Claude Van Damme Bloodsport, and it was a Sylvester Stallone movie, not Rambo. It was I can't remember what the other one was, but I just
Cobra?
picked 4 out.
Cobra?
Yeah, that one. Yep, $4. Paid.
You can tell because on Cobra, Sylvester Stallone has Carlos hair when it poofs up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
And there were a couple. Look, there are a couple. My hair when the hair grows up like that, especially pre-COVID, when the hair goes up like that, and I get my hair cut, I could do Cobra for Halloween. I just get the shirt. And it's like the hair is on point.
Well,
I had that poster in my childhood bedroom for a decade
till last Thursday. Go on.
I wish
I
I
was
still
just gonna
had
say,
it.
I'm the first to admit that this sounds silly as hell to even have this conversation. I bought them thinking they were like $10 to $15 a piece, popular good movies that were sealed, $1 a piece into $10, $15. I get home and start looking at them on Terapeak and I'm like, holy shit. Ungraded, it's $250 for the Predator, and I'm like, maybe I should give this a try.
Did you go back and buy the rest of them?
No, because it was across the mountain, and it was like it's about an hour drive over there. And I actually did really good today. I wasn't even gone that long today, but I got home and that shocked the hell out of me. So yeah, I might try freaking VHS.
Come on, Bobbles, just go to the
guys.
dark side. You know what you want to do. Go to the
I would
dark side and
totally
make it
do it.
happen.
I would totally do it. I would totally grade.
Yeah, well,
You're gonna see. You're gonna send it in. You're gonna send it in, get it graded, and when it comes back, you're gonna sit there and read the label. I go, authenticated rock auto. What the? God damn it! It's like y'all just handed this out like candy. What are we doing here?
It's gonna be
What are we doing?
witnessed. Beckett witnessed.
That's right, Beckett witnessed. That's right. It's like Beckett witnessed. Ty, you should send it to Beckett, and it can be a Beckett witness Ty Cobb auto.
Yeah.
Bro. Andy,
I'll
we
let
fixed
you
it.
guys know
I fixed
what
it.
I decide, but it almost it's stupid to even say, but
Babos, what we need from you is we need graded Betamax. Let's
I haven't found
go.
those yet. I found
It's
Laserdisc.
the
I
same
have
thing
a
like
lot.
video games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have Happy Gilmore on Laserdisc and Encino Man on Laserdisc.
Look,
I have no way to play them, but
Look, we've talked about this before. I actually like Laserdisc because at least you're getting the big art.
oh, man,
Like
the
if you like the thing, like as a
huge.
display piece, forget everything else. Like as a display piece, it's like an album cover. Like it literally is. It's
Yep.
an album cover. So if you like the movie or whatever, that's a cool way to have it. And for the like hardcore of hardcores, the Star Wars one is the way that you get the original without all the George Lucas updates, without him messing about with the original cuts. You actually can get the Laserdisc guys that are hardcore about it. If they have the Star Wars one, they can actually get the one before George Lucas started mucking about it with the special editions and everything. So there is actually a difference.
Believe me, they're getting sold, so this would not be me grading them for a collection.
Not really.
That shit, it was just, like it sounds stupid, but
He's got to
might
follow
have
the
to
money.
give it a shot.
Yeah, look, this comment right here is factual. It's the same conversation we all had about grading cards back in the day. Make that money, Bobbles. Make that money.
Should I use? I mean, I know the opinion here. Should I use Beckett? The turnaround time sounds too good to be true at 5.
Eric would be offended if you did not use Beckett. Look, he is El Presidente Beckett.
I encourage you to do it only for content purposes. Because when
He's saying follow your heart, Bobbles. He's saying follow your conscience. Follow your conscience.
It'll just give me more content. So I encourage you.
Let me look into a little bit more and see what the turnarounds and prices. I looked at another company that I've seen, IGS, but it says their turnaround's like 100 days, and yeah, if I can get it 65 at 5 days, that's a little better. So.
And I just want to back up for a second and point out Bobbles. laziness. So Hannibal can get 37 elephants over the Himalaya mountains, but this jerk won't drive his brand new car over down the road a ways to get some VHS tapes and make some money. That is some lazy.
No. It was too late in the day, and I figured they were. Once I realized the
That's what
value
Hannibal
of the
said about
four
the
I
elephants.
bought.
Yeah, 37
But, yeah.
elephants over the Himalayas, and you're like, yeah, it's like a 10-minute drive over there. I don't know.
And if you appreciate Eric invoking Hannibal, I just want to let you know that we do charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make worse as pain, depending on your preference. And as always, we thank you for your consideration.
You can all go screw. If any of you hit the like button, I will find out and I will hunt you down.
He's got broken hips. He can't let you down. Or if he does, it'll be really slow, and you'll have days and days and days to get away.
There's nothing to like about this garbage, and nobody should be hitting the like button.
So, Will, just to explain, I am an hour south. I am between the mountains. Yes, banjo playing children likely in the area, and the same distance away from DC, the city. I'm like smack between the two. The first sale I stopped at today was literally a small Toyota RAV4 with some woman sitting in the back seat. I didn't even notice her there. The back window was busted out, and then some dude walks out of a mobile home. I don't even know where the hell he came from, with jean shorts, no shirt, nothing.
He came out of a mobile home, Bubbles. You already told us.
That's it.
But I realized that afterwards. I didn't know where he came from at first. No shirt, cut off jean shorts, yeah. So there's probably banjo playing children.
So I want to. So now is a good time. Let me take a moment. If you enjoyed wherever the hell that conversation just went, and Lord knows why wouldn't you? I was having a conversation with Bobbles, and now that he has forsaken SGC, at least for now. Now Bobbles and I were chatting, and there might be a new piece of content coming up on the channel in which you will get to hear Bobbles at greater length talking with me and probably this idiot. I'm just letting you know in advance. I'm warning you. There will be more.
And I apologize, beforehand.
You should apologize for everything in your life.
It's probably going to suck.
Well, you're in it, so of course it sucks.
What is this are you guys teasing a big release here?
We're going to be doing a podcast, like an actual podcast. This is a live stream. This is me hanging out with a beer sitting here. This is going to be a podcast that's going to have a little bit more structure, like 5% less Mayo jokes, like 5% less. But the rest of it will be us just BSing, but it'll be recorded so that while I do enjoy dealing with the chat, Andy, it'll be a little easier to get through a couple of topics if we're actually just talking at each other.
And it'll actually, a little more structure, maybe.
That'll be a little more. That's exactly what it is.
Probably have like a little bit more of like a duration in mind.
Oh, like this, it won't be short like this. It'll be like legitimate length.
Oh.
This is us being succinct on Fridays. On Fridays, we're very succinct and to the point.
I had mentioned, I don't know, probably a few months
Also, a
ago.
valid question from Bob Jackson. Maybe we'll have to deep dive into that on one of these episodes and figure it out. There's some questions that need to be answered.
Yeah.
But I had mentioned I really enjoyed doing the podcast with Refractor
Screw you,
Jones. Unfortunately, he had some stuff that he had to, that was more important. Family matters that were way more important that he had to take care of. So, we weren't able to continue it. But I don't do as many content videos anymore, but I do still enjoy talking about the hobby and stuff. And so I thought it would be a way to do that. So
yeah, that sounds good. Like I think it'll be entertaining with you three for sure.
Wow. It won't just, the key is it won't just be us all the time. I will invite some people on, but no, like I'm being serious, and I'll explain more when we get a chance. We're figuring out the schedule. The scheduling is the thing, but I want to be able to do. I just got annoyed that unfortunately, like the news cycle slowed down. I like doing the videos when stuff comes up, and I'm still going to do that. Pickups have slowed down because now they kind of consolidate and ship my cards. I'll get something maybe once a month now, as opposed to before where it was almost every week I would get something in the mail. So those videos aren't being done as much. The Friday Live's the flagship. That's the main thing I do on the channel. That's always going to be there. And music. And there'll be other videos coming up as stuff happens. You know, if Ty finally denounces, you know, whatever lord he was going with and decides to go strictly into rock autos, maybe I'll do a video about that. But until that happens, no, Bubbles wanted to do something related to a podcast. I was like, yeah, I wanted to have one more actual piece of content on it. I actually like making videos and content. So it annoyed me that it's like, oh, these other stories are so lame. I just don't care. So I said, all right, let's just do a podcast where we'll just bullshit for the majority of it. And then we'll have a hobby topic. But yeah, we'll talk about whatever the hell we want.
Is it going to be like weekly or?
Yep. That's my intention. It's to be weekly. But the key though is that there will be a segment that'll be literally whatever is on our mind, whatever we come up. It doesn't have to be cards. So we could just Bobbles' trailer story where the guy comes from the trailer would be 100% within bounds. But it also means that while I like the chat, it is a little bit, I have to also pay attention to chat.
Yeah.
As opposed to when you're having a conversation, if you're having a conversation, it's like, actually, we can have that conversation because sometimes I have to stop and start.
And I assure you, Andy, there will be nothing on my mind.
Yes, it's
Well,
empty.
you're
It's a
part of
desolate
it.
wasteland.
It'll be short and sweet.
Yeah, we will speculate on the desolate wasteland that is that place.
I like listening to podcasts like that where, you know, there is a like a topic or, you know, something like that you're going to talk about for the majority of the time. But I like, you know, just a little bit of, you know, banter about whatever too.
That's literally Bubbles. You can testify. That's literally what I pitched. I said,
Yeah.
let's have some bantering BS, and then we'll have something topic. Sometimes the hobby talk will be short because maybe it's not that deep. Maybe they'll talk about it for a couple of minutes, and the rest of the time we'll be talking about Bubbles figuring out people in trailers and figuring out the origins of those people. Who knows? Maybe Bubbles becomes a VHS tycoon. Who knows?
There will be a large chunk of the show dedicated to my hatred for name.
I agree. And I may even let some of the audio go through. Like, you'll be pantomiming and Bobbles and I just talk, and it'll be great.
Yeah. So, you know, they will discuss hobby things and important topics. And when I do get a turn, it'll basically just be name slander for the
Well, I was going to give you like at least 30 seconds to like talk up your
and I will
Bruins
use all of that
to slander name.
for slander name, yes.
Oh, we do appreciate some slander. That's good.
So
That's
when will the first podcast be?
We're working out the scheduling. That's going to be the thing. Bobbles and I have to kind of work that out, and then basically we'll force Eric to do whatever we want.
Right. Of course.
That's basically the plan.
I'm married, so I'm used to doing that.
That's basically so that's what I mean. Like, Andy, this is easy. I literally Bobbles and I basically just have to figure out. So when do you want to record this thing, and then when are we uploading it, and then Eric, here's where you need to be.
Right.
Well, since the question was brought up, she actually asked me if Mondays work.
Fine with me.
Commit to Mondays.
Fine with me. Yeah.
'Cause
So
I
it'll
know
be.
that
So I
Dave's
will say, Andy, it will be video, but but we're not going to necessarily put something on. We'll put some stuff on the screen here and there, but you could just listen to audio. It's going to be fine.
Right. And you're going to put it on other platforms too? Okay.
I have set up so I can put the same thing that I do with the BIC stuff, for the one that I already do. I'm just going to use the same feed. So I'll literally put it in there, and people can check it out on Spotify, and some of the other podcast apps will pick it up.
That's
So people
why
can
you
hear it.
listen to
We're
my
going to put it on
podcast.
all the platforms. We're going to be putting it on desks, kitchen tables, chairs.
Eric will be personally delivering 8-track tapes.
Yep. We're going to put it on all the platforms.
Outstanding.
And VHS and beta.
I like it. I've always dreamed. Dare I live the dream? Carlos Sr. still has a Betamax player, Bobbles. We can make this happen. Just saying. Just saying. Your hate is how I know you care, Eric. Facts, Bob Jackson. Facts. 4-leaf cards, good evening. Hope you're all having a great night. I am having a great night.
I am not.
Michael Ham, I'll choose you some Big Slater, the Predator. I believe the second best watermark / release. Exciting. Went to somebody's house to pick up some toddler toys in COVID. I was trying to be green and get something used. Guy came out in his underwear, coughing. Don't worry, I'm not sick. It's just the weed. Seems legit. Seems legit.
I think
The
I
age is
know
the next
that.
big thing. Is he out in Peabody?
No. That's slander. But
Now he's Andy. Now he's refraining from slander.
it's just-
The edge is the best thing. So start buying DVDs then. Jay here. I volunteered to perform a 5-minute segment. Kind of let's talk the sideline report with the idea of non-sports things that make you go, I have no objection. Like when Bobbles and I were chatting first, but then we also were kind of hashing that out because we've been talking about it off and on. And I said, I'm happy to do it. No problem with me. Monday, perfectly fine. I'm good with that. So I'll relay the details once we have it all solidified. But I will say this: I want to do it for a while because I love the idea of having another consistent piece of content on the channel. I love that, and I am going to invite people, like 100%. We're gonna sit there and chat about BS stuff. But yeah, like I'll totally invite. If Jay wants to come on and do a thing, he's more than welcome. Andy, you are more than welcome if you want to pop on for an episode and chat about whatever. But the key is it's going to be us just chatting about whatever. So it could go in a million different. That's the part I'm hoping for. That's the fun part. That's why I say it's not going to be just a pre-recorded version of the live stream. That's the key. It's not just a pre-recorded version of the live stream. You want to watch the live stream? Watch that. You want to watch this one on your own time? Watch it on your own time.
Yeah. Like
It's going to be its own deal. I've listened to Mike and Andy podcasts and long road trips. It's nice. I'm hoping that some people will get some enjoyment out of it, just having something in the background just for kicks.
I've had to carry Mike on a few of those, but yeah.
Well, Mike is a very busy man. He's got some very, very deep things he's got to think about. Like the big list of banned people from Hobbipalooza that grows by the second.
It's probably a pretty decent list by now.
It's getting pretty deep, man. It's getting pretty deep. He goes, I don't even know who that guy is, and I'm banning him.
Pick me, pick me.
Derek, the sponsor podcast as well, no doubt, 100%. Eric, what's going to happen is we're going to start doing it, and that'll be the one that actually gets sponsored. That would be amazing.
That's all.
That's all I want. That's all I want. Bobbles, nothing would give me greater joy in life than if I somehow figured out a way to get us sponsored by Beckett. And just watch Eric burst into flames.
Oh God, yeah.
For that episode, y'all want to see the video. For that episode, when he bursts into flames, y'all want to see the video for that one. Just letting you know. Is it going to be a fan-second question in the podcast? I hope so. Bubbles, isn't it like I literally mentioned this? My hope is that if people in the comment section actually have to, I am completely open to having a thing. If, like I said, I'll filter through it and we'll pick something. But if there's something that's actually a good question or an interesting question, I would love to have it on there. Yes, I would.
But it's not going to be the 300 questions like a lot.
Like I said, I love the live. I enjoy this.
Yeah, it's just different.
But it's a totally different thing. The thing is, I have to. The chat may not realize it, but you are all part of the live too, like literally part of it. Like I'm watching what's going on over in the side screen all the time. So like, as you guys have comments, as you guys have questions, you're right now you're the fifth man in the room, and if we got five, you're the sixth man in the room. However you want to add it up, just add one more. You're the extra. But that's why I say like, in the podcast format, it lets me be like, all right, we're just going to touch on these topics and then we'll get through it, and it actually lets us have the full discussion. And then we get to the conclusion, and we can move on to the next thing. Lets us go from one to the other.
I've always thought it was crazy how there's a lot of people that do live streams, and they don't pay any attention to their comments at all. And I just thought that's just a bad way to do it, you know?
I treat it, though, like a different format. Like, to me, it's a different... That's why I say... I've joked with this with sometimes folks on Instagram. They're like, Carlos, when you do your own videos... It's almost like a different tone. I go, yeah, man, because it's me doing the video. I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm going to grab some research. I'm going to do that. Over here, we'll talk about mayonnaise. I'll make fun of Eric. We'll pimp the like button. We'll do because it's interact. That's why I say like the chat is the fifth man in the room right now.
Yeah.
You folks are participating in it too. You're going to help direct which direction we're going here. But on a podcast, I get to direct because we'll at least have some ideas what we're going to talk about.
The chat, and for a serious moment, the chat is what makes this fun.
Yes.
There's no way I could sit here for 4 hours with just you guys. I'd do, maybe an hour and then go, okay, I'm going to bed. Is the interaction with the people who show up every week. I think they're just as important as we are in this. Without them, there's no way I'd spend 4 hours every Friday because it wouldn't be as entertaining. So it's definitely, I think they're the most important part of this on Fridays.
Real quick, I want to answer this question. Do you dare release your episodes on Tuesday nights at 8:35 p.m.-ish? Well, they're going to be pre-recorded. So technically I could release them whenever. So they'll be recorded. They'll be recorded on one night. And then I'll kind of kick around the idea of when I want to actually publish them. But they're already going to be recorded. One thing I'll tell you, you will not need to see the video to enjoy it. You can play it in the background. You can listen to one of the audio. That's my intention. I want to make sure it's a predominantly audio first experience. That does not mean if we're talking about something specific, I won't put it on the screen. I get a chance to go back and do some editing. In this case, it's live. It is what it is. But with that one, I get to do a little bit of editing in the sense that if there's something that, just needs to be cut out because Eric needed to step aside for 2 seconds, or there's an audio issue or something, I can cut it out. Or I can show you, we're talking about the VHS thing. If I have a good picture I can show you, I can actually put it on the screen. And if you're watching it on the YouTube, you get that. But if you're not, don't worry about it. I'll describe it to you. It's still going to be focused on the audio thing first, but if you're watching it on the screen, you'll still get something out of it if you want. I'll just put a big mayonnaise jar over Eric's head the entire time.
We got to get his logo thing. Just a damn mayonnaise jar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it'll probably be whatever it is. We'll have a night that we record. I'll get a chance to go through and process it and make sure it's good to go. I'll upload it, and then I'll set it to basically go live, and that'll be how I'll do it. And whatever it is that makes sense, it'll probably be earlier in the day. Give people the chance to check it out any time of the day they want. It'll be sometime in the morning of one of the days, and there you go. Watch it whenever the hell you want, and it'll be on those platforms. Depends on live. I've seen lives where it makes sense to chat with the audience, and other times you're basically trying to do a long form video in live form. Doesn't make sense there. I get it. But there are some lives where the interactivity is more fun. I hate typing in a really good comment that is perfect, either funny or pertinent or whatever, and you're sitting there waiting for finally somebody to get to, and the entire topic's passed by. I hate that. Yeah. That's why I try to make sure we don't fall too far behind, because I don't like that.
And Andy kind of said something earlier, and I hate giving you credit because it sickens me, but
you should. I'm awesome.
Do a really, really good job at keeping up with the comments. And on a busy night, we could have as many as 60 people, in the room, and the comments are going, and you do a very, very good job staying on top of that. And I think it's a talent. I don't think other shows, on the internet don't do it because they don't want to. I think they don't do it because they don't have that talent.
Yeah.
Do it.
Some people just aren't good at it.
It's difficult. I don't think I can do it.
Well, my original idea was to have Dustin take care of the chat for me. Unfortunately, he's still on episode 3. I felt bad. He hadn't quite caught up. We're still waiting. Bubbles. Back then, we were 4 people watching. He still hasn't caught up. He still hasn't gotten to episode 4. It's not looking good. It's not looking promising, my man. It's not looking good.
It's tough. So me and my friend Michael, we used to do this thing called Grown Men Talking Cards, and
which I enjoyed. I actually thought it was pretty good. I got a kick out of it.
We just had scheduling conflicts. We could just never get together at the same time every week. Yeah. So I would like to start doing that again, but yeah, it's very difficult to keep up with the chat, and especially when there's more and more people in there, and it gets tough, and especially if you're talking about something that is really resonating with people, and the chat's just flowing in, and it's difficult to keep up at times, but it makes it very entertaining because the chat is so important, because it really kind of just sparks the conversation, and it kind of just leads it to wherever it goes,
Oh, I agree. But one of the things, and that's the reason why I made sure that we wanted to be clear that there is going to be a distinction between the two, is that I consider the live stream, like I said a few minutes ago, I consider the live stream to be the flagship. It has actually been the consistent thing on the channel. 152 episodes of whatever the hell this is, but every week there's an episode. Every week. And it's been Fridays now for a while, so it's been actually very consistent. And there'll be an episode next Friday, and there'll be an episode next Friday, and that's how it's going to go. I've had the Christmas Eve episodes. I've had the New Year's Eve episodes. Don't even take the holidays off. So it's consistent. And you don't have to watch it live. You can watch it later if you want to. Some people go on a long drive. I've gotten the messages. Oh, we went on a long drive and I played your episode. It was really good to have it in the background. Perfect. Great. That sounds great. That's all I'd want.
And I think that if you guys do when you start doing the podcast, if you do it as consistently as you've done this, I think it's going to be great. I think you guys will do really well.
No, thank you. But that's the hope. I don't that's why I wanted to make sure that the Bubbles and I are on the same page. Well, no, Eric's his own deal. But the thing is, I don't like starting something. That's why I'm very careful about doing podcasts and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want this example is no, dude, once I'm committed to it, I will be here every week to the best of my ability, unless something weird happens. If it happens, it happens. We had the entire side of the country go out of the internet. That happened once. And I pushed it back a day, and I still did it that week.
Yeah.
And all it took was half the country having no internet. That's all it took.
That's tough to do, man. Like, I don't think a lot of people out there realize like how tough that is just to show up every week to do it. You know.
Once you get out of it, that's where it gets impossible. So, Eric, a question: do you want to touch on this? Is there an origin story to your specific issue?
There are 3 reasons: the smell, the sustenance, and the taste. All 3 are absolutely disgusting. I don't care what color it is. I don't care if it was blue, red, white, don't care. But the smell is absolutely vomitous. The fact that you can take it and splat it on a plate and then it kind of wiggles. And then the taste is just, again, I will use the term again, vomitous. It is just the most horrific thing.
I want to be clear. This is an actual thing. I
Yes.
sent this to Eric, and I'm like, guys, Bubbles, look
this.
at it.
I need
this. There are hats. There are shirts. There's a club. You can get a certificate and join the club. Eric.
I need to sign up
I
for
have
that.
found your people.
Yeah, because they're smart. It's disgusting.
I have a confession, guys. I'm a member.
You're a member of the Mayo Haters Club?
Yes. I hate
Do you have a
that.
shirt or a hat or anything?
I hate it as much as Eric does.
But apparently that's a thing. I found out that look, I don't give a shit one way or the other. Like you do you. I joke with folks when I used to go to work. It's like I can count on one hand the number of pizzas I've eaten in my lifetime. I just don't like them. But I don't, not at all. But it's one of those things where it's like I just find it funny when your reaction is to recoil. When the reaction is to recoil, the way that Eric did. Look, I'll eat the damn thing if I have to, but I don't like it. But it's like, no, Eric's recoil. Like he's straight up recoil.
I will vomit.
You really caught me off guard there. You don't like pizza? Is that what you
Not
said?
at all. Not at all. Not a fan.
Wow.
Never been. Never been.
No,
Wow.
Never been. Never been. Not once.
He's the only one I've ever met that doesn't like pizza. I mean, come on.
Oh, you should go to some workplaces. There are usually quite a number of people there. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. But at the same time, I'll eat it. Like if there's nothing else going on and like I'm starving, I'll eat the damn thing. But I'm just not excited about it and I don't like it.
If I was
So is this our
starving,
segment of
I
weird
would not
things we
eat
don't like?
mayonnaise. I would
Because
starve.
So, this is like a trial podcast here.
It could be. It could be. Hey, listen, I'm going to remind you, the chat on the live drives the conversation. So I'm going to get through the comments here. But if y'all don't deviate the conversation in a different direction, that's what we're going to be talking about.
Okay, I don't
mind. I don't care.
I just want to say I find that hysterically funny, but equally gross.
There you go. This is live, allegedly.
It is not.
Poopy Pony peeing mayonnaise for Eric? Wow.
I don't even want to picture what that would even be. Oh my god.
Hey, Wiggles, do you like Jell-O? Question mark. Or you like my 1894 mayo? Look at you making a football card reference. Dexter. I wonder if there's a correlation to collecting cards and hating mayo. Maybe. Good evening, 357. What about Miracle Whip? Salad dressing. Miracle Whip still jiggles. It is true.
Okay, so before the chat leads this into something relevant, I want to ask
So irrelevant.
so
Go ahead.
Carlos and Bobbles, what is your mayo?
Why?
Oh, like an aversion to it?
No, like what? Like for Eric, like his least favorite thing is mayo. So what is
least favorite
what is
thing.
your mayo?
does it have to be food? Because I do have a
Yeah,
weird
yeah,
thing
food.
that I can't stand. It has
Well,
to be
let's go
food.
with
Yeah,
food.
Eric's pretty revolting. I agree.
Food first.
Sorry,
but
so
then
is that
I
what
want to
you're
hear
talking
about whatever Bobbles thing is. Too.
All right, go ahead, Bubbles.
I think my weirdest thing with food is I do not like cooked fruit. I like raw fruit, but I don't like raw vegetables. I'll only eat cooked vegetables.
That is
So
very
I have
particular.
those two like opposite. Like I don't like apple pie or cherry pie or any of that stuff.
I love apple
But
pie.
I'll eat
Blasphemy.
raw vegetables or raw fruit. And then opposite of that, I can't stand raw vegetables, but I'll eat them cooked. That's the I don't have any food that I'm just like no, like that would make me throw up thinking about it. I don't
Yeah,
have
I was
that.
gonna say like so Andy, that's why I asked about the distinction. I go like I said, I don't like pizza, but I will eat it. Like it's one of those things. Like, and especially if I was a lot pickier eater when I was a kid. At this point, like if I'm just really hungry, whatever. Like,
what's the one thing though that you just won't eat? Like you hate it that much, you just won't eat it.
I haven't encountered that. I haven't encountered something that I cannot or will not. Again, assuming I'm hungry. If I'm not really that hungry, then I don't give a shit. I'll just wait and eat something else. But it's not like to that degree that I'm like, oh my god, I can't eat it. I haven't encountered that issue. There are things that are like weirder textures and stuff that I just wouldn't be excited about. Like I'd be like, but if it's like something like, all right, fine, I'll just eat it. I'm a lot more capable of just like powering through and just, all right, fine, I'll eat it. I don't even want this, but I need something. I need calories, so we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it however we're gonna get it.
Yeah, for me, it's always been onions. Like I cannot do onions. Like
just in general.
Yeah, like if I order a hamburger and I tell them no onions, if there's onions on them, like I can't even just take them off and still eat the hamburger.
I
My
can still
daughter's
taste
like
the onions
that.
I had for lunch. I put so many onions.
Well, so this reminds me of a thing. So quickly, I'll get a couple of the comments here. You never had good pizza? Must be a Canadian thing. I don't care if it's good or bad. I don't care for it. If you want to have bread, have bread. If you want to have friggin' melted cheese, get melted cheese. I don't need that shit together. Thank you. But the thing is that again, but in a pinch, whatever, I'll eat it. So it doesn't bother me to that degree. So that's not the issue for me. It's just a preference. It's like it doesn't jive for me. However, there's going to be I think a lot of folks that are going to cover a lot of different. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff in here for sure. And there's going to be some foods that maybe just smell really bad, and maybe that's what turns you off of the food. So I totally get that. Like I can and texture is a thing that is like, if you offer something to somebody and it gives you that texture that you just are not into, I totally get that. That totally makes sense to me.
I think if I had to go to that level of I would just refuse to eat it, I would probably say sushi, because I'm not a fish person. I'll eat salmon, but that's like the only fish I like. And then you turn on top of that sushi being raw, that would probably be like a hell nah, I'll starve type situation.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that I would say, and again, in an absolute pinch, I would still consume it. If the alternative is starvation, I'll eat it. I just don't need too much grease in something. Like there are situations where if you just crank up the grease too far, it's like it kind of it's like fine. Again, if starvation is the alternative, I'll eat it. Yeah. But this is not going to be a good time. Like I'm going to struggle. I'm going to have to fight through this one. So that's the kind of thing that just will not work for me if it's too much. Yeah. And you can get there. Like the reality is you can get there. You can just push it to that limit and just go past it.
The smell though, like air, like I don't know. Did you say smell with mayonnaise?
Oh, the smell, the just how it wiggles.
So what you're saying is that when I had like tuna and mayo earlier today, that would like you die.
I eat tuna right out of the can.
So do I. But I'll put the mayo in it.
The smell is what really does it for me with the onions, because I can't fathom like eating something that smells that horrible.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough.
Like, I can't stand to be around it. So how can I possibly consume it?
No.
All right.
Thank
you. Fair enough. Eric is a cat. I think it's reasonable. You should try bar pie pizza, thin and crispy, no grease. Fair enough. Okay. No, that's fair. I'll accept the recommendation. Again, I would have been more, if you had asked me as a kid, I would have been more averse to pizza. It would have been more like a reaction like that. Now as an adult, like I've had some slices the last couple of years. It's like, I still don't like it. To be honest, I just don't like it. However, can I eat it? Yeah. I'll sit there and eat it. Like, I could just push past that. So I'll be less picky now if I really need to eat. And I was going to say, though, to your point about the onions thing or whatever, I don't mind onions. I don't have an issue with it. But I whenever I do a burger or whatever, I do very minimal stuff on the burger, really minimal. Yeah. But one time when university, we were all hungover, and we went to Burger King. And the thing is, you can technically tell them what you want on it. Yeah. But I was like zoned out, and I didn't say anything. And they just decided to put everything in the burger, like everything, like in creation. And I'm just sitting there like, this is not a good combination of things. Like if you put everything in it, you're literally putting relish, mustard, ketchup, the onions, everything that you got, and pickles and all that. I'm like, Normally, I wouldn't eat 3/4 of this shit anyway. I just want I just want a cheeseburger with tomato. That's all I want. Like really simple, really basic. But you put all this stuff in it. But I just sat there and I'm like, I could walk over there, really hungover, and ask them to basically remake the burger, or I could just eat this abomination. All right, I'm starving. I'm just gonna eat the whole thing. But I had to fight through it. It was terrible. It was terrible.
I mean, when you're hungover, you got to make
Like at that, but if you need calories at that point, Eddie. You need whatever you can get. You just need something. So at that point, I just got over it and said, "Look, man, I need something. I'm not gonna go and have them remake it. I need some food. This will qualify, I guess, allegedly, and we'll just roll with it." The smell of papaya is not good. Okay, gotcha. Many ninjas here. I do think I can count the number of times I've seen him eat pizza in one hand. By that, I would not lift one finger. Yeah, that's my younger brother. He has never seen me eat a pizza.
wow,
That is true.
that's incredible. I mean, because that's just such a popular.
It is. Do you have any idea how weird it is whenever at the office they order pizza, and I'm sitting there like, fuck, and I'm like, I just want to go get, and you don't want to be the guy who's like, yeah, I'd rather just go get lunch. I'm just gonna go get some lunch.
Well, the
It's
irony
like,
is, like,
can I get a salad?
the irony of that is like whenever people at an office or something are like, "Oh, let's get pizza," they're thinking because that's easy. Everybody likes pizza,
Yeah,
and you don't like it at all.
yeah, no.
Pizza.
I've intentionally like strategically jetted out before like they'll bring in the pizzas because I'm like then I can go downstairs and get an actual bite to eat, and then when I come back it's like, oh, Carlos, you eat? Yeah, I totally did, and I just grab one of the pops and I'll just drink it because I already ate.
When they would bring pizzas into my office, when I had an office, my whole thing was how
You have an
can I-
office now. It's like a prison. It's got bars on the outside,
It is
but it's
like-
still like an office.
I agree. I used to try to figure out how can I get one of those entire pizzas into my office with just me, without anyone judging me on just doing it.
I can cure you of that. We can put mayonnaise on top,
I would
and
just
that will
walk,
fix it
grab
for you.
one, and then look as if I was gonna like try to help pass it out, and then I'd vanish and go sit in my office with the whole.
So what
thing.
you're saying is you want to walk backwards with it, so that like if anybody thinks you're doing, oh yeah, I'm totally walking it in. No, I'm actually walking it back.
I
Just
tried.
pick up
I tried anything I could to grab an entire pie and get out of there.
You just pick up the box and be like, "I'm gonna go throw this away, guys." Act like it's an
Yeah.
empty
Oh,
box.
this one's empty. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm gonna throw this away.
I like it. So there you go. There's a sneak preview to the podcast where we just talk about random shit. That's going to be the wild card segment where we talk about whatever. Andy, no, it's actually a wild card segment. We'll literally talk about whatever. It's whatever's on your mind, my man. It doesn't have to be anything in particular.
I have some strange things on my mind from time to time. So
Andy, then I'm going to extend you an invite. We're gonna bring you down.
okay,
All right. Bob Jackson says, Eric, you got to act like boxes empty. You're taking it throw away. Exactly. Yes.
Yep.
See, Andy knows. That's right.
Yeah.
Good timing, Bob Jackson. Good
If
timing.
I ever get into an office environment again, and they bring pizza, that is the first thing I'm trying.
that's the go-to.
I have to wait a little while though, right? So that there could actually be.
Yeah, you don't want to be the first one.
Because if I just grab the first one, I'm going to throw this away. They may be on to me.
They're gonna be like, "What? They just gave us an empty box?"
Yeah,
There you go. I like it. I like it.
I gotta wait
All right.
a little. Okay.
Let me include Will's question here. We're all caught up on comments for the most part, but I want to make sure I at least cover this one. All right, so we're going to talk about the legend Juan Garcia, aka Cardporn. All right, so the question was: is we going to talk about it or are we over it? All right, Bobbles already knows I don't give a shit. I don't care. However, in the spirit of this is the live stream, and we'll talk about what y'all want to talk about. We did the chasing cardboard discussion. We had a nice discussion on it, good discussion. And you can let me know, Andy, if Mike has any further objections as he updates you.
No,
I feel like, for the record, I feel like it was fair. I feel like it was just a fair discussion on the key pieces and stuck to the facts, or at least opinions that is like, you got a problem with my opinion, talk to me about my opinion. But what I was going to say, what it comes down to is this: when it comes to the cardboard thing, and I've had conversations with folks on Instagram about this, and folks that are more in the memorabilia space. So for them, it's a really big deal. So I want to give that context. For folks in the memorabilia space, I get why it's a big deal. Now, I want to say also this, and you guys can fact check me on this or check me on it. By all means, please feel free to push back on me on this. Up until a couple of weeks ago, and Eric, I don't remember exactly which episode it was. There was the episode where we talked about card porn, like pointing their finger. This is before this stuff, pointing their finger at folks and calling them misogynistic or whatever, blah blah blah. And if you remember, my answer to it was, I don't know how relevant card porn is. This is prior to any of this stuff. So I want to give you the timeline so we get this timing right. Because I haven't been following card porn in a long time. I know they've got a lot of followers. I understand that. But I just haven't gotten anything out of anything they've done in a long time. So I get that. So I'm prefacing it by explaining that so that then you understand the rest of my response to it. So because I don't give a shit what they're doing prior to a couple of weeks ago, then when we add this stuff into it, so, and this is the conversation I had on Instagram, and I'll leave them out of it because I haven't talked to them if they want to be part of the discussion indirectly. But in the discussion I just said, I get why the memorabilia guys are really into this because obviously you're talking about a Jordan jersey. You're talking about potentially $1 million fraud and all that. And in that situation, I get why it's a big deal for those guys. I'm a card guy. So the only connection I have is the fact that card porn was a big time in the card space. And I used a silly analogy just to give everybody. So imagine our good friend, Kenny G, Ken Golden. Imagine our friend Kenny G was involved in a theft ring of stamp collections. That's criminal activity. That's bad. So if you ask me the question, is that bad? Yeah, absolutely. Is Ken Golden involved in the card hobby? Yes. But the situation you're talking to me about, that's this big issue right now, is outside of my collecting sphere, so I don't care that much. It doesn't interest me. Or if it's going to interest me, and I used this analogy earlier tonight before we hit live, that Anthony Ferrer timepiece gentleman thing that I talked to you guys some weeks back, it was so ridiculous. It was a $5 million scam, a whole variety of things. I knew all the background about it, so I was obviously already interested anyway. Plus it involved hookers and blow. Andy, it involved hookers and drugs. Hookers and blow. And you want me to care about card porn? Andy, does card porn bring me with me hookers and blow and $5 million worth of fraud?
Well, they have porn in the name, so I mean,
Not good enough, Andy. Not good enough. Like, my answer's not good enough. You want me to care? I need 8 figures worth of fraud here. I'm sorry. I get. I'm not excusing. I'm not saying no. But it's like, guys, here's what I did. I read the articles from Darren Rovell. And I watched the Instagram Live with Darren Rovell and the P. Ryan collection. So Patrick Ryan, P. Ryan collection. They did an Instagram Live where they talked about this. If you're in the memorabilia space and you're concerned about Maigret and you're concerned about photo matching jerseys and stuff, I totally get it. And if y'all want to talk about it, happy to do it. No problem. I'm at least somewhat informed on it. But I haven't been keeping close tabs on it because card porn is not relevant for me. The last time I really discussed card porn at length, prior to a couple of weeks ago, was when they were doing the live stream with Kenny G and Drake, and we were making fun of it. And Eddie remembers that one because he and I were chatting back and forth when that was going on. But that was a while ago. That was some time back. Yeah. So like, I haven't given a shit about card porn in a while. I'm just being consistent.
Yeah. I guess.
Oh, real quick, Bobbles, by the way, if you have any issue with any connection or anything, no worries. Feel free to take off if you need to. I'm just making sure we covered you.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that I hear the wind and there's like alerts.
No worries. If you need to take off, feel free. I just want to make sure you're good.
Yeah, I didn't want to just dip out.
I just checked the weather. It is sunny and calm in Virginia right now. Okay, it is sunny and 70.
Sunny.
Sunny.
Okay, it is sunny and 70 in Virginia right now. He's full of shit. Don't believe anything he says.
Yeah, for sure. But so I wanted to give so I apologize for the long preamble, but I wanted to make sure you guys understood where I stand on this one. I'm happy to talk about it at any length you want. I've at least taken the time to at least educate myself a little bit on it, so I'm not completely ignorant of it, but I haven't been following it that closely. If you're going to do the salacious drama, then I need hookers and blow. I'm sorry. If it's outside of cars, I need hookers and blow to make it fun for me.
So here's what I'll say about Cardporn is I think they kind of had a moment. Was it maybe in like 2020, 2021?
I think during the boom, that channel exploded. That was like, and they did this. Now, I understand why some people care about it because they called themselves a watchdog. They made themselves self-proclaimed. So when you do that, if then things turn on you, then you're an even bigger like, hey, the comeuppance. And so I get it. I have no issue with that. I get it.
They had a moment where they got really popular really fast, and they were doing some interesting things.
Sure.
But I will say this has been at least 2 or 3 years ago. People have known who this was for a while. Not
Sure.
everyone, but there are a select number of people that have known. And I know some people that I'm pretty good friends with that have known who this person was for a while. And I did not know like who this guy was. Like, I mean, if somebody told me his name back then, like I didn't know who it was, right? But I will say that there were some legit concerns from people that I know that knew who this guy was back then. And so I'm not really that surprised that something like this has happened, just because, there was not good things said
Since I happen to have it right here.
Yeah. There's been some, there's been a lot of people that have questioned this account for a long time. So I'm not super shocked that it's kind of, the level that it's at right now may be a little bit surprising, but
Sure. I think the story. So let's quickly. I'm not going to recap the whole thing. Like I said, what I will do for folks. So this is one of those. So similar to the Timepiece Gentleman thing, I referenced it once, and I haven't harped on it every single week. I do keep an eye on it though myself because I'm interested. So I've gone down that rabbit hole. But all I said to folks when I mentioned it is I said, I will give you a couple of links. I will let you choose how far down that rabbit hole you want to go. And I think I linked to a very short synopsis. So when it comes to the Cardporn thing, the way I do this is I'll give you the high level. And I know that some people have been talking about it more length. I'm not that person because I haven't been that interested personally. That's just me. However, Darren Rovell's covered a lot of it. The P. Ryan Collection's covered a lot of it. I think Dan the Card Man and AIH, Eric's favorite. So they've talked about a whole bunch. So they're in deep in that ecosystem. So they're going to be more interested in it than I am. So if you want to go check out what they're doing, there you go. I will include a link to the P. Ryan Collection discussion with Darren Rovell, where they specifically talk about this on an Instagram Live. If you want to watch it, I'll include a link to that for you. And I'll find one of the articles of Darren Rovell on it, breaking it down, and I'll provide it for you. So that way you'll have it. And if you want to go deeper down the rabbit hole, go nuts. Because there's plenty if you want to. And I think there will be more. So it's just so we're all on the same page. The whole thing started. It sounds salacious enough, but again, it's in sports memorabilia. Since I'm not in it, I don't care as much. Bought a Jordan jersey, I think for $27,000. I believe I could be close on the number. I think that's right. Bought it for $27,000. We're trying to get a photo matched, which is kind of one of those murky authentication things where you take photos from sources. Hopefully the sources are good, and then that lets you potentially match it to a certain game, especially if it's a playoff game, which would enhance the value of the jersey. So in this case, I believe it was the Eastern Conference Final, a couple of games that they tried to associate it to. And if that was the case, you take a $27,000 jersey and you make it into potentially $1 million jersey. That's the big eye-popping number that people talk about, the potential value increase. But it turned out this photo allegedly came from a photographer who's been long dead, well over a decade, from a foundation that was fabricated, with a website that was fabricated, from the individual that has been identified as Cardporn. And to Andy's point, I've never tried to dig into who Cardporn is, not for 1 second. However, we know that people who have access to the account were there at the Drake thing. Since then, we found out that Ken Golden already acknowledged that Cardporn, Juan Garcia, helped arrange that Drake thing. So there's already a bunch of people that know who Cardporn is. So if you, and I talked about it a couple of weeks back, I could make a couple of phone calls and within a couple of phone calls get the answer of who Cardporn was 6 months or a year ago. I just don't care. Like, it was of no interest to me. To me, it wasn't any concern. But if you were involved at all in sports cards and the memorabilia space, you could find out who it was if you really wanted to know, badly enough.
I mean,
but most of us didn't care.
To me, it was just a name. Like, I didn't know who the person was. So
Correct. Exactly. Since we don't run in the same circles, I had no reason to dig into it any further. However,
And it's a group
as
of
we go forward, I'm going to predict very confidently we'll find out more connections. We'll find out more frauds. And once you start down the chain of fraudulent things, if you're going to make up a foundation of a dead photographer to do it for a photo match thing, is it a stretch that what is the other stuff that's been connected so far, allegedly? fake Jordan autograph, another thing with a Jordan card or an 86 Fleer box or something.
Oh, yeah.
So there will be more stuff.
There was
The
a
bottom line
star
is there will be
Jordan,
more stuff.
an 84 star Jordan that
Yes.
was in a BGS raw card review
Sure.
with the sticker on it and everything. Apparently, that was a fake card and a fake autograph on that. And this was on Blowout. I want to say maybe like a year or two ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And I
For
don't know. I don't know at that time if people had connected this guy to the Cardporn account yet. I don't know if that had been like known.
I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't believe so. I think right now, so now that the cat's out of the bag, and now that specifically people are that's why I laugh. Somebody can probably look up what it is called. There is a psychological thing, and it's a real thing, that what happens is, and the analogy that you give is, let's say you're thinking about buying a new car, and let's say you're thinking about buying an SUV in blue, and you've got that on your mind. That's why I'm describing it to you, but you can look up what the actual term is. And what's going to happen is you're thinking about it because right now you're thinking about making a purchase. Where you're going to go out on the street, you're driving around, all of a sudden you're going to start seeing a lot of blue SUVs in the same model. It's your brain starting to cue in on certain things. Now that you're thinking about it, you start making connections. And by the way, there are no more of those cars on the street than there were before. It's just your brain is now picking up on it.
They were listening to me on my phone if I said something, and then YouTube was showing me ads and everything.
Oh, that's just the voices.
brain.
That's the voices that are listening to everything you say, and they're reading your mind.
I've been blaming the
CIA.
damn microphone and the advertising schemes that were going.
Yes.
Well, it's,
Yes.
it's my own fault. I get it.
Bobbles, always.
One of the things that's interesting about this is, so, and this is just me, like, kind of like, this is just a little theory, I guess, but like, so what they were able to accomplish throughout this whole thing is like, even though he wasn't seen in the video with like Ken Golden, Drake, what that kind of did is that kind of gives you a little bit of credibility, right? People are going to be like, oh, this guy must be, a big time deal. He's hanging out with Drake and Golden, right? So this guy, he must be a big time person, right? So you have to always be careful about these people that kind of gravitate towards well-known / famous people, because a lot of times there is some kind of angle that they're playing. Yes,
That's a fair point. No, I agree with Andy, but Andy, and thank you for that.
It's authentic.
I'm just saying, but
Is it photo match?
What Andy? Now, hang tight for 1 second. I want to say something though. Andy just touched on a very good point that is also a big part of a conversation piece we've had before, and that is that in this hobby, in general, and in life too, but in this hobby in particular, you'll see a lot of it. There's a lot of credibility given by virtue of just proximity. This person is associated with this one. Like, so I'll put Penguin Chronicles comment back in here. Old Floating Head is one of my favorites, one of my personal favorites. It gives me great joy. But as a man of peace, I would never bring that up. That would be terrible. I wouldn't do it. As a man of peace, I would not. However, this would not surprise me. But regardless, though, that's a common occurrence. There's a lot of folks that will go in, and if they go to the National, they go to some of these big shows, they will go and take a picture with Geoff, and they'll go do and that doesn't mean that Geoff knows everybody and freaking. So what happens is somebody will find a photo of somebody with Geoff and be like, "Oh my God, Geoff!" And it could be literally, from his perspective, it could be like, they asked me if I would take a photo, and I'm taking like 50 photos in that day or in that hour. It's like, and I said, sure. And then they posted on social media, and all of a sudden it's like, we're best buds. So I can understand why it would be frustrating to certain folks in the hobby that all of a sudden have to answer for everything, because it's like, but we saw you guys, you're in a photo. It's like, dude, I probably took 100 of those photos that day with a bunch of folks. I don't know all of them personally. However, it does provide certain credibility, because if it looks like you're so-and-so, or let's take it a step further beyond just a simple photo op or whatever. Let's say you get invited onto their show, or you've got whatever. I am so careful, and I can speak to Andy, and I have talked about this before, and it's part of the running joke with what I talked about tonight. I poked fun at the whole being shadow banned from Hobbypalooza. I can do the chasing cardboard thing because I'm not worried about the chasing cardboard guys liking me or not liking me. My only goal is to make sure that I'm fair. As long as I feel like I've been fair in my coverage, then I will stand behind whatever consequences there are for it. If they don't like it, that's fine. They're more than welcome to take it up with me. They can find me. They've got my contact info. It's not that hard. But as long as I feel like I've been fair, I will stand behind everything I say. But I don't expect then others to also be like, well, because Carlos said, no. Carlos said what he said, and that's his position. I will not take Bobble's position because he says something. I will never take Eric's position because, frankly, I refuse to be associated with that kind of shady business at all, ever. I want to make clear on this. I have no association with anything that happens with someone that closely tied to Beckett. They're lies. But the point is that we can be friendly, we can be polite, we can be friends, or whatever the case may be. That doesn't mean I co-sign on everything you say and do. That isn't how that works. The problem is in this world, we've decided now that that's how that works. It's like, no. And sometimes I'll piss people off because they'll be like, why aren't you supporting me on this? It's like, because you said something really stupid that I would never co-sign on. Ever. And you didn't ask me if I would co-sign on that shit, so hell no.
Yeah.
I will be the first to denounce you, sir, if you say some bullshit.
You can get along with somebody and even
Of course.
be a friend, but
Of
you
course.
don't have to agree with every take they have.
No.
Or
And I'm also
everything
not
they
going to
do or
co-sign and
say.
back every take.
Yeah.
If you say something that's completely out of pocket and out of line, I have zero problem. Like, no, I don't agree with that at all. Not in the least.
That is
We
how I
didn't
feel
discuss it.
about
I'm not co-signing.
I mean, I like
I
mayonnaise.
will
I
not
don't
co-sign
mind it.
anything he says or does.
That's
Well, except everything I
that's
say
why-
it does is correct.
That's why, like, you know, when you're doing deals with people, whether it be on Instagram or just wherever in person, you have to be careful because a lot of shady people, they're going to want to go up to these well-known people and, like you said earlier, get a photograph with them, right? Because that provides, like, they think in their mind, you know, that's going to make them a little more valid with people, right? They're going to be like, oh yeah, this guy, he's fine. I saw him, you know, he was in a picture with this guy or this guy, you know. So that you have to be careful because there are people that are looking to play that angle of, you know, because whether or not people like Ken Golden or whether they like Drake, like, I mean, Ken Golden, he has a legit business in this hobby, right? Drake, super popular artist, whether you like his music or not, well known. So this guy being in that room with them, that, you know, that gave him a certain amount of validity with a lot of people.
Yeah, no, I agree
Certain
completely.
level of
And
confidence, you know.
that's always been the weird combination. In the hobby, we have this, and like I said, in life, we have this. But in the hobby, in this microcosm, in this small niche area, it is particularly prevalent that you're going to have a lot of folks where it's like all of a sudden you're stuck in this weird thing. And a conversation I've had with Big Scott 35, he's one of the ones that I've chatted with about this quite a bit. It's weird the amount of interconnections, and Andy knows this as well. So we talk about communities, right? We talk about all these different circles of communities.
Yeah.
Mike, Ty, and those guys have one. You, Andy, are great friends with Mike. I can be buddies with you. We can have great conversations in chat, and I can still poke Mike and have some fun with him. I'm not going to pretend Mike and I are best friends. We're not. I disagree with a lot of stuff he does. But I'll also call him out on it. But at least he'll respect me enough to come on and you know, face me and talk about whatever we need to talk about. So I respect that. So the key is I can respect what he's doing. We don't have to be best friends. That's not required.
Yeah.
I can be friendly terms with Dave. I don't agree with everything Dave does, but I can respect him for what he's doing. I can agree with him and Steve and be like, hey, you know, respect for that. I can do that, but I can do that because I'm not binding myself to one of these circles. I'm not sticking myself in there and being like, I'm Carlos. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Y'all figure out your own business, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyway.
Yeah. And you can, you know, in this hobby, like, this is one thing that I think a lot of people, I guess they just, I don't know if they just think it's too hard to do it or what, but like, you can be friends with like these people over here and these people over here, even if these people don't like each other, you know? Like, you know,
That's a feature. That's one of my favorite parts.
Dave
fight
Dave
each
and
other
Mike,
for
not
my amusement.
Dave and Mike, not super close, right? Like Dave Archer and Mike Moynihan. Not super
I always
close.
assumed they were best friends, but I had that illusion shattered for me.
I can be
It was
friends
very-
with both of them, right? It's, you don't have
That's
to
what I'm
like just choose a side. Like,
Unless choosing a side allows them to pit each other against each other at Thunderdome for my amusement. In which case, I am prepared to choose sides for the highest bidder. Bubbles, I am getting the site ready to go. I will allow them to bid. But but Andy's right though, because that's why I'm mentioning some of these folks, because I chat with them at length about this conversation. It's awkward, and I think Scott struggled with that for a bit, and there's a few folks that are learning how to navigate that. It's weird, because they'd be like, well, why don't you like this person? Well, actually, I've got a variety of reasons why I don't like that person. Generally, they have to earn it. You really have to work hard to piss me off. Like and if you've done it, that doesn't mean I'm going to denounce you at every turn. Well, Eric will denounce you at every turn, but doesn't mean I have to denounce you at every turn. But it also means I'm not going to be anything more than polite. That might be the best that I do, or I might just really not like you, and then you can be the purveyor of the coasters, and I will never ever miss an opportunity to take my shot. Not that I'm discussing anyone in particular.
I can't
Floating
really-
head bastard, you'll get yours.
I'm sure
But
there
that's a
are.
perfect example because you have a distaste for him, but you are cordial to a extent with Eric, and Eric is friends with him. So it's like
Well, I don't think Eric has friends with anybody.
No,
I don't think Eric has friends. That's what I'm confused about.
I don't have
Okay, he's
any
in a
friends,
clubhouse.
but I know, but I know a lot of people, but I have no friends. And I was
No,
talking to him yesterday actually, and he called me short, and then I told him that I'm 5'8" and that's average height, and he said, "Yeah, for a sixth grader." So he was very mean to me yesterday, and made me and hurt my feeling, and I cried myself to sleep last night.
Well, the problem is I don't think his height. The problem is I think he's trying to bank on his height, and I don't think his height is legitimate. I think your head has to be attached to your body so we can measure your height properly. So if I had a floating head, I could just move it like 5 feet higher. Like that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So I'm sorry, Bobbles. That to me is not legitimate. That to me is fake. That's fake news right there.
Whatever goes on between those two is between them, as Andy said, and somehow I tolerate both of them. So.
And when we get to the fall expo that Eric will be at, when we get to the fall expo, and some floating head bastard hashtag has the gathering, Eric will be over there and I'll make fun of him.
I told him yesterday I plan on being there Thursday night.
See, it all falls together. That's all I'm saying. Eric has one feeling. True.
That's it.
True.
That's
Sure.
all.
My feeling is sore hip.
True.
I can't think of anyone in the hobby like that I would say I dislike because one of my friends dislikes them. Like if I dislike you, it's just because I don't like you.
No,
And
I will agree with that.
You know
I'd
what I mean?
rather look if I'm going to have my disdain, I have to have disdain for my own reasons. I have to have my reasons for disdain. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing.
you got to earn it a little bit, But I think though, circling back around to the main point is that there are so many of these weird. If people truly understood how weird the interconnected nature of this niche hobby is, and the amount of so when you go to the national, you're going to see that. Go to that content creators gathering at the national, like the last one, and go to the next one. You're going to see I'm permanent banned from the national, like Hobbypalooza. So I'm permanent banned. So what happens is though, if you go to that content creator thing, then you're going to have all these little niche pockets, and you're going to have ones that are going to interact with each other well. By the way, I know this even without being there. You're going to have these pockets that are going to interact well. Some people are going to be very polite, and some people that are going to kind of like keep a respectful distance even inside of the same space. Like they will never directly connect because it's like, yeah, it's not comfortable. And then you'll have people that will bounce around from table to table and be able to kind of connect with everybody. Like any other aspect of social gathering in history.
That's true, but I will say you would probably be a little bit surprised at some of the people that do get along at this thing versus some of the people that try to avoid each other.
I think to a point, but I actually wouldn't, because there are a lot of folks that in person understand how to play the role. They know how to play the role a lot better. But part of the reason I like poking fun at it, and I do, is that I'm like, I don't really want to pretend to be. I will be polite with a lot of people, but I don't really want to pretend to be overly cordial if I have to in person, just to keep up appearances. I'm like, this is bullshit. I don't really like you. So like, why would I? Like, yeah, I could do it. I could 100% just be cordial and just be like, dude, I don't even want you in my space. Please stop consuming my air. Get out of here.
There's only one person at the Toronto show that I actively try to avoid, and that's
Everyone.
Brad. No, that's Brad. I've made it clear about my feelings about Brad for a long time. I don't like him. I don't respect him. And
Well, Marcel Dion feels the same way about you, and you won't leave him alone.
who feels that way about me?
Marcel Dion.
No, why would you say something so hurtful?
Restraining order, second restraining order, third restraining order, emphasizing the first restraining orders.
No, that was a misunderstanding because of a language barrier. We got that all worked out now. Okay. He wished me a Merry Christmas on the phone in December. Remember?
Was a Merry Christmas something like "fuck you, leave me alone"? I know it's tough in translation. Like,
Well,
there is a language barrier thing.
He does have a French accent, but I don't think that's what he said.
Okay, if you say so.
But I just want to finish with I hate bread. Okay, I'm good.
Fair enough. Yeah.
One of the things that surprised me, I guess, a little bit, whenever, what was it, like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago? I don't know. Whenever we first started doing this whole content creator get together.
Okay.
One of the things that really surprised me was like how much I liked some of the people that I don't like their content, but I liked them.
Okay.
Because there's been a lot of people over the years that I don't really like their content necessarily. Like some of them, I actually hate their content, but I really like them.
Andy, I would just like you want. Andy, could you name names? A couple of them. Give me like 2. Come on.
That I don't like their content.
Their content, yes, content.
Please start with us. Please say us.
This is awesome. Shut your pie hole, Eric.
Please.
All right, Eric, make your pitch. Why should you hate this content? Make your pitch.
Because you're dumb enough to put.
Okay, I can't hear you. Talk louder. Keep going. Maybe sign language, and I'm not hearing you. Keep going. Anyway, Andy, go ahead. You were saying.
So, I think my lawyer is telling me to.
Oh, come on, Bubbles! For God's sake, one time, just one
I want to
time.
say something. I do want to say something. So, as experiencing the National, there was 2 people that I do have to give credit to that were very neutral and accepting of people, even if they didn't really know you or never had met you. One of those was Andy. He came up to me. I didn't even know he knew who the hell I was. But he came up to me a few times throughout the show asking, to make any pickups, anything like that. And talk.
Well, he heard you were the VHS hookup. I think he wanted in on that.
Yeah, I was looking for some tapes.
That was way before. Like, that was before VHS was even a thing. No. And the other one is somebody that gets a lot of shit, but he's really cool. And I don't think that he really hates anybody, or at least he didn't seem like it. But that would be Bob Lewis. Like every time he seen me, he was, he'd stop and talk or whatever. He was just real cool, laid back. And again, it was somebody I never had spoke to, met, nothing. And like them too, and I'm not saying that just because you're sitting here, but I don't know if you remember, but you came up to me a few times at the show, and I didn't even know Andy knew who the hell I was. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great things about the National is, getting to meet new people every year. Like people that you kind of feel like you know them a little bit just through YouTube, but you never actually met them in person.
And by the way, Andy, if I'm one of the ones that you've met that you don't like the content, it's okay, because sometimes I question my own content.
No, I mean, I've got a few in mind, and you guys probably know who they are.
Andy, seriously, just give me one. Come on, Andy, entertain me. Give me. You do me how much joy this gives me. Do you know how much fun it is? Like, I just A little.
I know how
One.
much joy it would give you.
Who's expendable? Come on, Andy, give me one.
I know how much joy it would give you. Maybe we'll save it for a podcast.
Oh, fine. Be that way. Like, look, just to be clear, though, I think this is a perfect example of, like, and by the way, I don't blame Eddie. Like, it's fun for me to poke at it. But this is kind of a perfect example of the point that I've made in the past, is that I get it. It's very difficult and extremely uncomfortable to critique folks that you're friends with or folks that you're on friendly terms with. And it's very difficult and very awkward. This is also accurate. You should know.
I like Carlisle's comment.
That's what I'm saying. I always like living a little bit of doubt, a little bit of wonder. But like, for example, it's very, that's why I say it's very tricky. Like, this is a microcosm of what I've talked about. And I've talked about this with Scott, and I've talked about it with Bobbles and other folks. And I say it's this weird ecosystem we have. And I joke with Scott because Scott's talked about it in his videos sometimes, where we're talking about, oh, Carlos is part of the community. It's like, I'm like, sort of. I don't have the problem saying, like, so I'll give a perfect example. Our friends, Amish Dave Archer, Steve and Vinny and those guys, they do the Instant Revolution podcast. They do it on Tuesdays, 8:35-ish, whatever. And I've watched episodes in the past. I've been on episodes in the past, and I have no problem saying that the best episodes they've ever had are the ones I'm on. The rest of them are, average at best. But that's a personal opinion. That's my preference and not preference. So that's kind of the way it is. The ones I'm on, though, are great. Find those, and you're probably good.
You prefer the ones that you're on to listen
Oh,
to.
the ones that I'm on are like infinitely better. Like infinitely. Like at levels beyond. My God. But I'm okay saying that. I have no problem. But the thing is that, like, no, if you like or don't like somebody's content, that's fine. That's okay. It doesn't mean that you can't support what they're doing. It doesn't mean you can't say, well, check it out, and then decide for yourself if you like it or not.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think it'd be like, no, check it out, and then decide for yourself if you like it or not. That's why it's fun. Like, I'm not going to put Andy on the spot and force him to do it, but it would be funny. It'd be kind of fun.
At the end of the day, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if I like their content, there's a lot of people out there that like it. Some of the people that I'm talking about, way more people than, like mine. So it's like, who am I to say their content?
Like a perfect example, Bob Lewis. I like Bob. I've had him on here a bunch of times. Bob is very entertaining. And the best Bob Lewis content that's ever existed is when he shows up here. Because I've watched Bob Lewis's videos, because he actually only has one video that never ended. My theory remains that Bob Lewis only has one video. And whatever time you tune in, that's the video. That's it.
He's worse than me when it comes to putting out stuff.
That's
like,
Andy, this is what I'm trying. Andy, what I'm trying to say is I'm theorizing that the whole time and look, I'm not going to get into the whole time and space calculations, but I believe that Bob Lewis has only ever produced one video in history. I believe that no matter what time of the day or night you tune in, that's the only video.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all there is. You can convince yourself there's other videos. I think that's a lie. I think that's a lie presented by the government. Get the tinfoil, Eric. I think Bob Lewis's channel is a lie. It's only one video on loop forever. And whatever time you tune in, that's the only video there is. And somehow he's in the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame.
I also strongly believe that if you do not like Bob Lewis, that you're a communist and you need to be rooted out.
Well, I think you can disagree with Bob Lewis. I'm curious about Lob Lewis and some of the other incarnations. There's a lot of them.
If you don't
I'm
like
saying.
Bob, there's something wrong with you.
I really miss the Cardboard podcast.
Again, there's only one.
I think they had maybe like 3 or 4 episodes. It seemed
I like Paul's theory. I like Paul's theory. I know what you're saying, Andy. I know what you're saying.
Could I be?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
I assume.
I'd respect you more if you said it. I'd respect you more if you said it.
Well, I did say people I had met in person at the National, so that automatically disqualified.
That does qualify me. I am banned from the National forever. Zach says, I'm so disappointed in Andy's lack of transparency. That's right. Andy's making a floating head move currently.
Oh, wow. Oh, God.
Dang. Harsh, Bob Jackson. Heavy on the ish, that's right. It's funny to think why people don't get along. The only thing I have in common is collecting pictures of men. Other than that, we have no reasons to even know each other. Fair. Yeah. Collecting pictures of sweaty men. There you go, Paul. Live the dream. Tell the episode is unique because of the brand of cereal changes. That's true. Trust me, it's only one episode in loop. Trust me. I did it with muscles too. That's right. Come on, Andy, spill the mayo. Man, not even spill the tea. Spill the mayo, bro.
So is this moment right now, the moment that we're in right now, is this like the beginning of me like going heel?
Andy, the dream has always been, Andy, all I do is offer the platform and the opportunity. This is the chance to be like, Andy, you know that it's like, look, I live in heeldom. This is where I live.
Is this like the moment where like I rip this shirt off and I have like a sports card investor shirt on underneath?
That'd be amazing. That'd be like, I would clip the hell out of that shit.
And I'm like, I've been on their team this whole time. No one knew.
Listen, I think GF gets a bad rap, and I am willing to continue to say that if the check clears. That's all I'm saying. No, like I said, for me, it's like I've always found it very funny. Gonna drive through the window like that coward Martin. I know. That's right. Good reference, Bob. Look, I get it. That's what I said. That's why I said we've got a very strange ecosystem. Like I've literally had this conversation with Scott. I go, we got such a weird ecosystem. So many people are like, well, I don't want to say anything, and I'm sitting there like, they won't even do it offline. And I'm sitting there like, really? Like, hey, you don't have to like everybody. You don't have to get along with everybody. That is life. That's the way that works. Sometimes people will do weird and dumb shit, and again, they can be friends with people that I'm friendly with. And I'm like, well, I'm friendly with these people. Oh, but I'm friends with this person. Like, that's great, but I don't like what they're doing. I don't like how they're approaching it. I don't like the I don't like their tone. I don't like their face. It happens. What are you going to do?
Of their jib.
Yep, not at all. No jib liking. None. And it's like, but when it comes to content, though, that's the reason why I use the IRP thing. And if the guys have any issue with it, they can take it up with me. But no, I'm just being honest. I like the concept of it. But I've told the guys directly that I said, it's like, you got to do you, whatever that is. And that's the way they want to do. That's the way they want to do it. And I will still support it to the best of my ability. And I will never turn anybody away from it. I just struggle to watch some of the episodes because it's not my cup of tea. But I'll try to support the episodes where I can here and there. But it's one of those things. When I have had the chance to go on there, I try to do it a little differently. I interrupt more just to move the thing along a little bit. That's the reason why I joked about is like my favorite episodes of the IRP are the ones I'm on because then I can push the action a little bit. I force people to actually say stuff because they'll just go on monologues for stretches of time. And that's an opinion.
Yeah.
But I'm allowed to have that and also think that Dave's a good guy. I also think that I've had a million conversations with Dave and Steve and those guys. And I think they're good people.
I watch it. I watch pretty much all of them. And they had Brad on this last Tuesday, and he was having like internet problems, and it took him like 4 or 5 times to try to get on there. It's always something with those guys. It's always pretty funny. And they just what I like about those guys is like they just don't care about what anybody thinks.
No, I agree. I agree with that part.
They're just there to have a good time, and it's almost like they're just like, like sometimes when you do one of these live streams and then like afterwards, you'll kind of chat a little bit afterwards.
Yeah.
It's like that's their show.
Oh, I agree. So I could not agree with that statement more. But I guess maybe here's my question though. Can I ask a question? Let me steer the conversation to a broader topic.
Yeah.
But I'll use this as the push off from it because I actually think it's a good point. Quickly, I'll read these last two. And he's right on the edge of giving you a preview. We'll get him. We'll get him to heel turn one of these days. I'll teach him how to use the chair properly and whack him.
Yeah.
The time will be right. Have a long, hard beef. You can do what you got to do, Happy Champs. Do what you got to do. It's okay. I'm always a heel, so I like it. No, so let me ask you this question.
I like it when the IRP shows hockey cards.
Yeah, that by the way, Andy, actually that's the reason I'm pissed off with the IRP. They give in to Eric asking for hockey cards, and I if I was them, I would tell him to fuck off.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do.
Cards.
They should be like, screw you, you get nothing.
One of my favorite parts of the show is like somebody will mention like some random card or something. Dave will go grab a box somewhere.
Yeah, he's got like 5 of them. Yeah,
and pull out like everything that's even remotely related to that card that you could possibly own, and he has all of it.
Oh yeah, But that's why I'm making a distinction. Like I said, but this is why I wanted to ask the question. This is why I wanted to pose a question. And I want to pose the question in the chat too.
Yeah.
I have zero issue. So I want to make a distinction here. Anybody that makes videos, live streams, whatever, I will respect because it's not easy to do this.
Sure.
And it's not easy to do it consistently. I know. Believe me, I know. But I always wonder sometimes what the idea is because you're trying to balance two things. What you just said is 100% true. I agree that the IRP at times, and I'm just using them as an example since we talked about them here a little bit. It's like if you recorded just a conversation with some friends hanging out and chatting.
Yeah.
And that can work. That can totally work. I literally just pitched a podcast that I'm planning on doing with Bobbles and Eric where that's going to be a chunk of it. However, part of the thought process is I'm not going to put out something that as a viewer would irritate me. So I have to watch it. So what's going to happen is pre-recorded, the concept that I'm talking about. Yeah. So it means I'm going to be watching every single one of those episodes. And if I'm sitting there struggling to stay awake on an episode, it might be good in the moment while you're having the conversation. But the question is, does it work for the viewer? So I have to kind of be like, you can say like, oh, we don't care about the viewer. We're just having, well, then you could just do a video call in your own time. Nobody said you have to come on and do a live. Nobody said you have to come on and record it. So this is just a question I'm posing. Yes, you can do whatever the hell you want. It's your channel. It's your video. It's your whatever. But then in the back of your mind, you can't also question why more people don't watch it. Because I'm like, well, then you have to at least somewhat cater to the audience. The reason why I said this is different is that like I'm interacting with the chat because it does matter what they have to say in this. They're at least helping to drive the conversation a little bit.
Yeah.
Or at least we're interacting with what they're saying. If it didn't matter, then we could just record this. It doesn't have to be 3 or 4 hours, and we could just be done in an hour and a half and be done.
Right. I mean, I think my favorite thing about theirs is it's just so damn raw. Like it's just raw. It's as raw as you could possibly be, and that's what I like about it. Now, I wouldn't want every channel or every video I watch to be like that, but just having theirs is enough of that rawness for me, you know, as far as like that type of show goes. It's different in that way, just because they don't give a damn about, you know, if people are going to watch it, they watch it. If not, they're just going to do it their way and have a good time. And, you know, I just kind of like that. It's just kind of refreshing because they, you know, I just don't feel like they don't really care as far as like catering to what people are clamoring for, you know?
I agree with not catering, but I do wonder sometimes about the caring if people watch or not.
Oh, I don't
because
know.
because there will be, because like I said, I do watch. I'm having some fun with it, but I do watch the episodes. I'll watch them back on replay and go through them.
Yeah,
you know, and I'll pick and choose. I won't watch every episode, but I'll watch at least a good chunk of them. But there'll be times where there'll be references to, like, you know, even though not as many people watch this, it's like, well, do you want more people to watch it or do you not want more people to watch it? That's the question that I pose. Because I said, if you don't care that anybody watches or doesn't watch it, then fine, no problem. Then fair enough, then do whatever the hell you want. Then it doesn't matter. It makes no difference. Yeah. But if you kind of do care, then you do have to at least consider what it is you're producing. That's the point that I'm making. That's all I'm trying to say here with this.
That's like a fine line for everybody that makes videos, I think, because we all want to make the type of video that we want to make.
Yes.
But we also want people to watch it.
Yeah.
And sometimes those things don't mesh well together at all.
That's 100%. But that's why I say you have to be honest with yourself. And right. I'm never going to discourage anybody from making what they want to make. Bobbles, I knew was going to have some connection things, and so if he's off, so good night, Bobbles. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate you. But the key though is, like I said, it's not meant to be a criticism. It's a point and it's a critique where I just say, like, sometimes I wonder what the objective is.
Yeah,
that's it. I want to understand, is the goal, we would have had this conversation anyway, but we're going to have it on this night at this time and record it, and people can watch it on their own time, which is fine. Or was the objective, well, we want to share some information. We want to share some stories. We want to do this. But if you're going to do that, then you better make damn sure that you've developed the format in terms of the way you present it, that people are going to hear what you have to say. Because there are times they've had, what's his name? His name escapes me. The guy who was at Pinnacle and who was at Pacific. Eric, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, his name's escaping me, but he's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I love listening to him.
Yeah, so he's been on a couple different times, and that dude has great knowledge, great information, and literally worked at these card companies and has some great stories. So those episodes, I think, already right there, you got something. But then it becomes really important that you take advantage. Now, the good news is on those episodes, he does most of the talking. So the good news is like he can share those stories. So already you're getting this great piece of info. But that's already different than the normal format.
Yeah.
Jeff Morris. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Jeff Morris. But that's the thing is that, so you've got this guy who has all this industry experience and a million stories. Yeah, you let him go talk. Just tee him up and let him go off.
Yeah.
But those episodes almost aren't IRP episodes because in reality, with the other guys just staring through it off for the majority of it and just letting Jeff go off, which is fine, 100% fine. But you understand that that's different than the normal episode.
And I mean, I think one of the reasons I like their type of stuff is because, in a way, like I feel like I can relate to the way that they are doing it, in the sense that, do I want more people to watch my videos? That would be yes. But do I want it enough for me to change the way that I do it? And I'm not really making the type of video that I want. Not really. I would rather make the type of video that I want and have less people watch.
I hear that.
That's just a decision you have to make, I guess, you know?
Are you doing this for your enjoyment or for others? And I think you have to start doing this for your enjoyment first. And then if you're having a good time and there's an audience that sees that you're having a good time, they themselves are now able to have a good time. So I think, people who are doing this and aren't fully into it and aren't doing it to have fun and to get some enjoyment out of it, you can see that because they're just going through the motions. They have no energy, and their audience feeds off whatever energy you put out.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not talking about the IRP. I'm talking about content creators.
Yeah.
So, the audience is going to feed off the energy of the show. If the people aren't interested in really putting out stuff and they're doing it for the wrong reasons, that's going to affect everything.
Yeah.
I enjoy coming out here on Fridays. I try to be funny. I try to be, knowledgeable and just talk about certain things and then screw around. And I've had a great time interacting with the people who are watching and the jokes and the back and forths and the giving everyone a hard time. I look forward to doing that on Fridays. That's great.
Yeah. What did you say when you were trying to be funny? Sorry.
No, trying to be funny.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny when you set yourself up and let us make you funny.
Yeah.
I think that's worked out really great.
But the point, I suck. I know. And I say that every week. I say that anyone who's watching this is an idiot because I suck. And what the hell are you doing with your time?
But you know what you're good for. But you know what you're really good at.
You going to tell me?
Paying for the like button.
Yeah.
Well,
You're really good at that. Like,
No,
I mean top tier, exceptional.
Nope.
Exceptional.
Nope. Pretty much just eating soup now.
That's
so
okay.
I know that I've heard Carlos talk about this before, and I'm sure we've probably talked about it with each other, but like the videos that get the least amount of views that you put out are the ones where you're showing your cards, right?
Generally speaking, yes. Yes.
That's the kind of videos that I want to make, though. So that's what I put out. And, there's like a small number of people. Most of the people that watch my videos are people that I know.
No, I
And-
agree. Can I ask you a question though, Andy? Like, I just want to make a distinction here. I don't disagree with your point. I just want to make a distinction. That's the reason why, like I said, I'm using the example. And like I said, if any of the RP guys are concerned with it, they're more than welcome to take it up with me. I'm not meaning to insult anything. I'm just using it as an example of talking about this point, this type of decision, how you balance out your content. And I agree with you. If you want to make videos highlighting the cards, highlighting that, and it's going to get less views, but that's what you want to make and that's what you enjoy, yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Do that. But I'm going to make a distinction, though. I won't speak for you or anybody else. Time has value. Your time has value. It means if you're making a video talking about cars for 15, 20 minutes and uploading it, hey, knock yourself out. That's 15, 20 minutes. Not a big deal. When you're doing something like this, like on a Friday night, I'm generally committing 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Number one, I better enjoy doing it. But if literally nobody was watching, nobody was interacting, you think I'm doing this for 3 or 4 hours? And it's not money. Like, the money's shit. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's AdSense is turned on, but it's not a joke. It's like $1 an hour.
No, like,
So it's not money. But but people are in the chat interacting. We're able to have these conversations. So there is still, so we're able to have, I'll grab my beers from my mini fridge over here. I'll pull them out. I'll sit down. I'll ridicule, our coaster makers du jour and all the rest of that stuff and have my fun with it. The only reason I do that, even doing it every Friday, there is no chance in hell that I would do it for more than an hour or 90 minutes if the chat wasn't interacting, all this stuff. Sure. So we understand, and I'm not revealing anything crazy that y'all haven't figured out. We understand there's an audience, so we're playing to that too. That's the reason why the podcast is going to be different, only because of formatting, because since you're not worrying about the audience, you're having to engage in the conversation and you're doing it. It could be the same conversation, but it's actually going to be more streamlined because you're not also adding in the chat piece. We can interact with the chat. I can do this. I can do this. Like at the same time that we're having the conversation, but the fact that people are watching and interacting with it is extremely important. So I am playing to the audience, even though I'm not necessarily playing a full-fledged character.
No,
I'm still playing to the audience.
I agree that this format is different than just putting out like a pre-recorded video.
Correct. So, but I'm just making the distinction because if you make a video here, a video there, you're highlighting your collection, doing all that, that's great. But when you're doing something that is hours at a time,
but you're not
in the back of your mind, you're committing a certain amount of time.
You're not going to make a pre-recorded video that's like 3 or 4 hours long either.
No, I agree. But if you're making a live that few people are watching while it's actually happening live, is it that different?
Well, no, you're not gonna go that long if it's just you.
Yeah, but that's my point though. That's why I say there is a difference. Like we have to make a separation. If you want to make 100 videos a week if you want, talking about the card of the day or card of the hour or whatever the hell you want to do. Knock yourself out. Do it. And if you're passionate about that, that's what you want to do. I am not discouraging you. I'm also not discouraging if you want to make multi-hour live streams and you want to do it that way. But I'm saying you can't have it both ways. If you're doing the multi-hour live streams and they're live and you're doing that, you are playing to an audience. Otherwise, you could just pre-record you guys having a conversation. It might even be quicker and then just upload it. And then whoever sees it, whoever doesn't. But you are doing it live on purpose.
Yeah.
So in theory, you want somebody to see it, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I can't speak for those guys, but just for me personally, like, if I put out a video of me showing some new cards that I got in, it's like 10 minutes long or whatever. If there's like, if there's 100 people that watch that, and like, let's say that 60 of them are like people I know, I care way more about what those 60 people think than the 40 that I don't know. Sure. Maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but I just do. Like, like if it's people that I don't really know them and they don't really know me, like, if they're just like stopping in to watch it or something, I care what they think, but not as much as like the people that I know that watch all of them, like.
And that's also, I think, because we're older, though. In all seriousness, I think it's because we're older, more mature, more self-confident. When you have these younger content creators, I think they're very concerned about what people think of them and the thumbs ups and the subscription numbers and a positive interactions.
I care about the thumbs up.
Yeah, so because we're older, we have more self-confidence, self-esteem, self-awareness, self-importance, and we realized that
Self-importance, especially.
Yes, because you heard him say earlier about how the IRP had their best shows when he was on it.
Obviously.
So that would be the self-importance part. So
No,
and
we're
because
good
the
shows.
show is called Because I'm Carlos, not like Friday Night Cards or anything like that.
I have never shied away from my ridiculously unjustifiable ego, sir.
So
Not-
He owns
My
it.
face is on a fucking mug.
He owns it. See?
his face is on a mug. So it's really, I think because we're a little bit older, you know, we aren't falling into that trap. You know, we have enough self-confidence and self-esteem that, you know, we're doing it for us, and, you know, and the people that we care about, their opinions are a smaller number. And, you know, like you were saying, those people's opinions matter to you somewhat, obviously. And then others, whatever, take it or leave it. We don't really care.
Right. I mean,
Where
I'm
everything.
not trying to like discount like people that I don't know their opinion, but I'm just saying like if you know, if one of your friends like watches your video and they're like, man, that really sucked, you know, that kind of means more than like somebody you've never met, you know?
Sure. No, I don't disagree with. The reason why I like having this conversation is because it is more of a general topic. It is more of an open-ended one. And I go back to what I said earlier. It is not my place to figure out why you want to do something. If you want to do it, you want to do it this way, and this is the way that makes you happy, I'm not going to say no, because it's not my place to tell you no. But I can also ask. I can question. I can be like, you're telling me you like this, you want this result, but then your actions are for this result.
Yeah.
If this is the result you want and this is the action you're taking, then it's aligned. Then it makes sense. Then you're getting exactly what you're asking for. But if you actually tell me you want this in the back of your mind, but you're doing this, then we're not in alignment. There's a separation between these two things.
Yeah.
So when we're doing it, again, time is valuable. And as you get older, if you have kids, time is valuable. If you've got your job, you've got hobbies, you've got other things going on, time is valuable. We all have X amount of time in our days and in our lives. You could be doing anything else. So if this makes sense and this is what you want to be doing, number one, you better be having fun doing it. Number two, hopefully then there's a reason why you're doing it. Maybe it's just the satisfaction of doing it. And if that's the answer, then forget everything I said. Don't even worry about it. Because if it's just the satisfaction of doing it, then it doesn't matter if 0 people watch. It literally doesn't matter. But if in the back of your mind you're trying to share information, that's why I'm making a distinction here. If part of your mandate and what you wish to do, accomplish, is to share information, then you need to have an audience, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you're not sharing information. You're just talking into a void.
Yeah. Well, I think all of us, well, I'm not going to say all of us, but I think there's a lot of people out there that if they wanted to have a bigger audience and a bigger channel, they could do that. But it's just like some people do not want to do what you would have to do in order to gain that audience. And I mean, like you, for example, I think you could have a much bigger audience if you.
Oh yeah,
wanted
just
to
ditch
do-
Eric. Just ditch Eric millions.
No, I'm saying if you wanted to do certain things that some of these other people do in order to get that audience.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, you're like, you know, you can only. It's like how many sacrifices are you willing to make? And it's not just time, and it's not just effort. Some of it, I feel like you're sacrificing like a small piece of you. In other words, like you're selling out so much as far as like, you know, people that make the goofy faces for the thumbnails. Like you're willing to look just like an asshole sometimes, just a complete fool.
I was going to say, it's important to make the distinction. I am an asshole. I don't need to
No,
look like one.
And I am a complete fool.
But
Yeah,
some
like
people-
I have a fool. Like I contracted one.
Yes.
But you know what I mean? Like some
Regardless.
people, they don't seem to mind like how foolish they look in
Yeah.
order to get that result.
Yeah, I will say, like,
Whereas
so
other
again,
people don't want to look like a fool.
Sure. All right. So taking Andy's point, because it is a good point and a good conversation piece here as well. See, this is the part that I have fun, because I love talking about the philosophy of content and the way we do this thing. I enjoy it because I think there's a lot of angles you can take. By the way, folks in the chat, if you got opinions, throw them at us, because I'd be happy to get your take on it too. But there is the palette point. So here Paul says, if Carlos did Dustin style picks for the thumbnails, then viewership probably.
Probably so. I mean, seriously.
So that's part of it. But the other piece of it is the low-hanging fruit element of it. Because there are certain topics that are just easy.
Yep.
Some of them we know work. So the reason I can tell you that collector content, pickup videos, and chatting about this set or that set or whatever gets less views is that on my channel, I've been able, if I'm interested in the news topic, I'll cover it. And I've done the just talking about these cards and whatever, and I can do an A and B comparison. I can do it within the same week, the same month, and like at same kind of subscription level to be able to tell you, actually, here's the difference between one and the other. And it's substantial oftentimes. If something happens with PSA right now, and I go and make a breaking news video, PSA did this, boom. That's hundreds more views than any card related content I can make right now.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Just putting PSA in the title, putting PSA in the thumbnail, and talking about breaking news PSA thing, done. Immediately, automatically more views. The chasing cardboard thing. Like I said, I teased Mike when I had him on here. Because Ty made such a hash of it from the PR perspective, we took a nothing story, and I'm going to repeat, it's a nothing story at the beginning of it. It was nothing. That video has over 2,100 views. And all it was me reviewing a 7-minute video that he made and then, making fun of it. That's all I did. But it did very well. And it did. And again, I didn't have to change anything after the fact because I stuck to A, opinions, or B, what he actually said. So I was able to keep an editorial journalistic perspective from what I was trying to do. But I was still able to have an extremely successful video because it was the topic that hit. It resonated with folks at that moment. If you do that consistently and ride that wave constantly, you can get more subscribers. You will get more views, but then you also get to invite the other side of it. You get to invite the folks that will come into every single one of your comment sections and complain about this or complain about that and argue with you about this and argue with you about that. So once you get to a certain level, you're going to get more of it. You just expand it. And it becomes more of a pain in the ass as you go. And that's fine. I always joke about selling out. I would have no problem selling out. But it would have to financially be worth my while to make up the difference. Because I could 10x my views and it's not worth it. It's not enough to make it worth the additional hassle of 10xing my problems. 10xing the value of this channel is not that much.
If you notice, a lot of those channels that do get a lot of criticism, some of them will respond to the criticism, but most of them either don't answer any of the comments or questions, or they just answer the ones that they like. If somebody says something negative in the comments, they just don't respond to it. They don't even, it's like they just ignore it.
Yeah, sure. So make sure I get Michael's Ham's question on here. We'll see if we can touch on it in a minute, but I want to make sure I also include some of the answers. Carla answered and Bob answered. So thank you guys for answering to that. I'm happy when you guys chat amongst yourselves as well and answer some of those questions. Please, by all means, please do. But no, I agree with you. But that's the only reason I'm saying that, okay. And I'm being very transparent about it. Like, this channel, when it does like really well, it'll get like 50 or 60 bucks a month. I've had some months that are like 70, 80 bucks. That's it. Like, does that sound like a lot or a little? Like, I don't know. I can't answer that for you. It's not crazy. It doesn't change my life. It doesn't do anything. But let's say I 10x'd it.
Yeah.
700 or 800 bucks. What does that do for me? Does that change my life? Not really.
But
it's nice. Like, I wouldn't cry about it. Like, but is it a big deal? No.
Would you agree with this statement? Like, and this probably goes for just YouTube in general, but definitely the sports card hobbies. Because that's kind of what we're talking about. The people that have the larger channels that probably make the most money as far as like just the AdSense and stuff like that, they're way better marketers than they are at actually making any content.
I think there's an element of that, yeah. But I think what happens is you reach a certain level of formula. You will do a formula. And what that comes down to is, okay, so the silly thumbnails with the stupid faces, obviously, that's one. but it's also the certain topic, because what happens is, and again, it's timing. Anybody who has built a channel, that's why I never begrudge anybody who built a channel that way. I don't begrudge them, because it's like, well, that the algorithm will let you do that. YouTube encourages that. You rode the wave. So I have no issue with that. But I also look at them weird and side eye when they act like they did something special. It's like, no, it was right time, right place. You hit on the right note at the correct moment where it works. Because then you'll just produce a video that's no different than somebody else's video with a fraction of the audience. In fact, you'll say less, and it'll get 10 times the views. You didn't do anything special. You already built a higher baseline, so you're at a higher floor. So your ceiling can be higher, but your floor is also higher. So it means you can make a generic video that's like 8 minutes and you didn't say a damn thing, and you get 2,000 views.
And I do feel like a lot of the people that came into the content space, like in the last 3 or 4 years, they really target kids.
Fair. Yeah. Good evening, Big Scott. Sounds like Canadian dollars. Actually, that's American. YouTube does it in US dollars and then converts it over when they make the payment. So that is American dollars.
And then this is something that I don't know if people have, maybe somebody else has thought this before, but people always criticize Gary Vee for what he did, like the influence that he had in sports cards, right?
Sure.
I would argue that he had way more influence in sports card content, the way that content is done. Because one of the things that Gary Vee, he's always preached, you just got to pound out the content. So what you saw during that time period, you saw more people that were putting out videos every day. You saw more people that were doing the thumbnails like that. I mean, I think he changed the sports card content space more than sports cards itself.
Oh, 100%. And the thing with sports cards is, I think a lot of people try to attribute. Okay, so I'll use an example because I'll name names, unlike Andy, who doesn't want to anger people.
That's right.
John Mangini. Yeah. So he did the video, I want to say today or yesterday or whatever it was. He did the thing where he literally did a screen share, and he typed in sports cards and went through, and he complained about a bunch of other. I did appreciate that on his thumbnail he put "Get Off My Lawn," so it set the tone correctly the first time.
Yeah,
he went through it. Yeah, he owns it. But he went through it, and he was looking at the videos, and my thought the whole time I was kind of sitting back listening to him as I'm sitting there like, okay, I get that you're complaining about this, but just to be clear. And he tried to kind of do the little commentary piece where he goes, who would want to see cards? I go, most people don't. And most people don't, Mangini. Most people don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Sorry. Yeah. If they did, they would watch more. The proof is in the pudding. I'm sorry. Like, the numbers are the numbers. Roth cards holding a card in the front of it and going like, it gets more views. I'm sorry you don't like it, but people are clicking on that. They're not clicking on your shit. They don't care. You want to see some baseball cards? That's awesome for you. They don't care. And here's the thing, even though less of them care, he still does all right. Like views-wise, comparatively to a lot of folks with a similar subscriber base and everything, he actually does very well.
Yeah.
So he has no reason to complain. Like when he decides to do a showcase video of some cards, he'll get a couple 100 or 1,000 views, as opposed to somebody else who do the same video and get 100, 80.
Yeah.
And it's not that they're less passionate about it. It's just he's gotten a lot more attention with the stuff he's done in the past. It's worked out. So there is a translation with the view. So more of his subscribers will watch every video. So that's good. That works. But yeah, for most people, it's pretty casual. They'll subscribe and maybe they'll watch every third video.
And there probably is like a balance that you have to keep. If that's what you're legit going for, is like trying to build up an audience and viewership and all that stuff. There probably is, because I feel like there's people that, they don't make regular content. So that's a problem if you're trying to build up an audience. But then there's also people, I feel like, that make too much. They don't give like their videos like enough time to breathe. Mm-hmm. It's like they're just one right on top of the other. So if somebody didn't watch it today, they're not going to watch it tomorrow because you got a new one out every day. It's like bang, bang, bang.
No, I agree. I think you're forcing your audience to make a decision. I think what's happening is that you're telling your audience that you have to sit back and figure out what you want to watch. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I did like Bob Jackson's comment here. My favorite thing is that I don't know who 95% of these people named are. No, that's fair. That's fine. But I like to reference, because if you're gonna use an example, I don't like the idea of consistently referencing somebody and just never using the example. Just say the name or whatever. And if they have an issue with it, it's like, dude, it is my opinion. like it literally is just my opinion. I'm just looking at it what it is, and then you're welcome to feel however you want to feel about it. And if you don't like what I'm doing, that's fine too. I probably don't care, because I'm not looking into it. Just reality, like, I'm probably not checking, so somebody else will have to let me know that you didn't like it. That's how it's going to work.
Yeah.
So I'll use the example just so we're in the same place. Now your elegant elephant, that's a new one. Look at you.
That's the Eric B friend.
That's right. Okay, so let me show the two examples here side by side, just so we can see them. All right, Mangini collection. So we got these last couple, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we got box of rare cards, product review, and new card added. Great. VR with Mr. Fisher bike. Awesome. You can see here. Where's the hot? So let me use an example here. So this is on John Mangini's channel.
Yeah.
And this is the last 4 days. So you got 8 videos in 4 days. Okay. Yeah. The top 2 rows are the last 4 days. Okay, fine. So you got some card stuff. Out of this, 658 views, 522 views. I'm going to skip this one for a second. 698 views. That's surfing YouTube card videos. Mm-hmm. Super rare box cards, 675 views. When I had hair, 705 views. So there you go. You get to check out Young Mangini. 575 views. Has YouTube gone to shit? Question mark. A scarce card, 250 views 4 hours ago. Fine. Okay. What's the video of these 8 that has the most views specifically? Where's the hobby heading? The truth! Exclamation point.
Yeah.
Every now and then, John likes to make a video where he'll complain about something, which is fine. That's what he wants to do. But just to be clear, that video 2 days ago has twice as many views as any of the other ones in the other 7 in the last 4 days. That's not an accident. That's reality. He's made over 1,200 videos. He's got plenty of volume, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Now he's got 1,200 videos.
Yeah, volume.
Now let's look at our favorite. Let's look at our boy over here, Dustin. Let's look at our boy.
Yeah.
He's got 1,300 videos. He's got 100 more than Mangini. It's not as big a gap. Now it will get bigger because Dustin is making more videos constantly. But right now the gap between the two is tight. It's actually almost neck and neck between the two in videos. Believe it or not.
What is the? Can you check their start date though?
Oh no! I'm going to repeat. Mangini's been doing it longer, but I want to say right now they produce almost an equivalent amount of videos as it stands. Dustin's going to keep making videos, and the gap will grow. I'm not saying no, but now we're looking at comparison. So now let's look at the last 8 videos. I'm going to do the same thing I just did for Mangini.
Yeah.
Last 8 videos. So Cardporn, 1.2K views, 1,200. Collector series with DPC. That's where the other guy that he brought in the Sports Card Dad Network. So it's not even Dustin's not even in it. 556 views. Are we looking at serial number sports cards all wrong? 3.9K views. It's not really interesting topic, but almost 4,000 people watched it. 95% of numbered sports cards are going to 0. 6,200 views. Ask a silly question. Are we all this dumb? Question mark. Yes, the answer. Eric, what's the rule number 1?
We're all this dumb.
Yeah, I answered the question. I don't even need you. We're done. Thanks. Next one, breaking, $15 SGC grading. He is an SGC sponsored guy. Thank you for shilling it. 2,000 views on that. Chasing Cardboard missed the point. I agree with that. 3,000 views on that one. My sports card eBay buys this week. Football card season is just under 1,000 views now. It's about to hit 1,000 views. That was 14 hours ago. That is 8 videos in 7 days. Mangini has 8 videos in 4 days.
Yeah.
But regardless, though, you can see there's certain topics and certain formats, even with the silly faces, there's certain topics that hit harder. The 95% of numbered sports cards are probably going to 0, 6,200 views. His next best one is half of that. There's a big gap. Now we're talking 3,000 views versus 6,000 views versus 2,000 views. But with Mangini, his best one there did 1,200 views. That's pretty good.
I think what that kind of shows me is, like you said, there are certain topics that will hit. And there's a lot of people that they could do that. They could talk about those topics every day if they wanted to, but they just don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if the people that put those videos out, if they really want to either, or they just put it out because it hits.
No, for sure. But look, Dustin gets a lot of criticism, deservedly so, because he's so sponsored up that all the videos are sponsored, all of them. So, like, you understand why he's producing a ton of videos.
Yeah, of
But
course.
Mangini made 8 videos in 4 days. He actually was making it at a higher rate than Dustin in that same 8 video spread.
Yeah.
And Mangini's not sponsored. And 2 of the videos are complaining about the exact same thing inside of that 4 days.
I don't understand how people can take that amount of time out of their day unless they're doing this full time. And I don't see how making 8 videos in 4 days about baseball cards is going to support your family. So it's like I'm trying to figure out, like, I go what my day consists of. I can't make content videos, 8 videos in 4 days. I just no effing way I have that kind of time. So
I think you should just record for 3 straight hours praising crumble cookies and cursing mayonnaise jars and just cut that up, and that's like 50 videos.
I could do that.
Zach's comment up there is funny, and
I'm talking about this one here.
yeah, that's funny. And then Michael Ham's comment, like, I totally disagree with that.
This one here. Daily content and growth going hand in hand. We all want sponsorship. Andy, I do want sponsorship. I want shameless sponsorship.
Most of the people that I watch and most of the people that I watch have been making content for, like, 5, 6, even longer years. Most of them 100% do not want sponsorships. They would not take them if offered them. I'm one of those people. I don't want any. If somebody offered me one, I wouldn't take it.
So I can actually answer part of the question you asked me. I can tell you when the channel for Dustin was created, and I can tell you when his first video that's still public was.
Yeah.
So which one do you want? The channel is actually older. Just to be clear, the channel may have already been around for a while. He may have just had a channel for a long time. I can tell you his oldest video on here, the intro to Personal Finance, Your Journey, was 3 years and change ago. I can be more specific. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. And I don't think Mangini's channel is as old as what a lot of people would think.
Yeah,
Honestly.
so March 2020 is Dustin.
Uh-huh.
And for Mangini's channel, I can tell you that he originally created the YouTube channel in 2011. That's why I say the year you make the channel is different from the videos.
You had a lot of videos that were not sports related, not card related.
Exactly. So I'm going to skim past that and ignore those.
Yeah.
The earliest video that I can see that looks like it actually addresses his collection was 1966 Topps Rub-Offs Uncut Sheet. And that was a 16-second video in 2018.
Yeah.
So that is the answer for the first sports card video. So that's maybe months before I did my first sports card video.
I remember when Mangini first started on YouTube, and like the first couple of weeks that he was on, he was putting out probably like 6 to 10 videos a day that were all little short clips like that,
Exactly. Yeah.
He was kind of doing it like you would put out like little clips on Facebook or something, because that's what he did before. Is like he was in Facebook groups where he would just show pictures of his collection and had like collages, because that's where I knew him from before he was on YouTube.
Sure. And I want to make the distinction here. I'm comparing these two because right now they're at a similar number of videos. That's why I'm looking at the two here side by side. But I'm also using the example here. The Get Off My Lawn video that I showed there, that was him it was literally him doing a screen capture and typing in sports cards and just flipping through videos and complaining about videos, which is your prerogative. Do whatever you want to do. But one of the other videos, only 1 day earlier, was surfing YouTube card video. It's the same video. You did the same video twice inside of 24 hours, complaining about the exact same thing twice.
Yeah.
There is an audience for it. To be clear, there is an audience for this.
There's always an audience for complaining about anything.
Of course. but I'm just trying to say, like, you can't both be, like I said, one of the objections that I've had with a lot of Mangini's content is that he spends an inordinate amount of time complaining about this. And I'm like, oh, then just make the content you want. Just make the content you want then. Stop bitching and moaning about the rest of it, because you are not changing it. And all you're doing in your video is proving the point that I've said all along. More people want to watch that shit. You're not going to force people to watch what you want them to watch.
That's true. And, the complaining, oftentimes, well, not often, almost every time, does no good. And
It doesn't.
I talked with John and Rick, Vintage Oddball Cards, quite a bit at the National about that, because you know how it is. You get around these guys and we all dislike the same types of videos, so we had a good little rant session about it.
Sure. And look, I'm in favor. If you're sitting down, having a pint or whatever, bitching and moaning is half the joy of life. Like, that's fun. That can be a fun decompression thing where you'll share some stories back. Eric's entire life is bitching and moaning.
And I think, I know I've heard you talk about this before, but just because somebody's videos get a lot of views, like a lot of people kind of equate that to people like it. That is not true.
Correct.
A lot of people dislike these videos, and the reason they watch them is so they can complain about it.
Correct. But the only point that I'm making is that then you cannot sit there and be like, I don't understand why so many people watch. Exactly. We're done. This conversation is over. You have just proven my point. I don't care if you understand. It's not for you to understand. The metric is the metric. The problem is the thing the views won't tell me is why.
Yeah.
I can look at the metric. I can see the rating. Keeping Up with the Kardashians is not high quality television. But millions of people watch that shit for years. So, like, it's not high quality TV. They weren't watching it because, oh man, this is a masterpiece of television. No.
I think it was Yogi Berra that had the quote where he said, "Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded."
Correct. That's right. But that's all. That's all I'm saying. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of the conversation I just had about one type. If you're going to do this, I agree. Do what makes you happy. Do what you want to do. But then don't, in the same breath, complain to me that not enough people are appreciating what you're bringing to the table, or that not enough people are watching. Because if I hear you at any time complain to me that not enough people are watching it, I'm going to then question you. And I'm going to be like, okay, let's watch what you're producing. Because you might think it's awesome. You might think it's the height of entertainment or knowledge or all of this stuff. But if I'm watching it as an audience member, do I agree with that assessment? Maybe the answer is no. Maybe I think, hey, you might think you're super entertaining, but there's a reason no one's watching. And it has nothing to do with someone holding you down. No one stopped. Somebody could watch Dustin's video and Mangini's video and yours. Nobody stopped them from being. They have that option. They could watch all three of you for different reasons.
I think most people that make videos probably either think that their videos are way better than they are or way worse than they are. It's hard to judge your own stuff. Like,
I agree with that.
Accurately.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably better or worse than what you think it is.
I think that's fair. I think if you're going to choose, I'd rather be overly critical, because then at least you feel motivated to try to improve. I always like to. That's why I say I like to offer a lot of these things as critiques. But I'm also not going to put a gun to your head. No, man. If this is the way you want to do it, but the only thing I say is if you're getting a certain result and you're not happy with the result, but you say you're perfectly happy with the content, but you say you're not happy with the result, I go, well, then unfortunately there's no option. You either have, something has to change. If you're not getting the result you're looking for, and you feel like the content is as good as it's going to be, and this is what you want it to be, well, then you either have to accept that this is the audience you have, or that maybe they're looking for something else than what you're providing.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. That's all. Or you could just go with Carlos's suggestion. I think all content creators should be focused on pleasing me.
That's
Get at least one viewer.
That's how I look at it.
Stupid.
That seems real. That could be, that might be the secret sauce.
And like sometimes, like, I mean, I know I'm overly critical of people that make videos at times because, we do kind of get laser focused on like thinking, I don't understand why this person doesn't make the video I want them to make.
Sure. Yeah. I agree. But like I said, that's the only reason one of my great joys in life is to consistently push back on it and go, look, if you don't feel like you're getting the result you want, one of two things is happening. Either somehow the great conspiracy is kicked in and the fates are conspiring against you. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah.
Or people got a chance to see what you had to offer and they rejected it for whatever reason. And then you should ask yourself, like, am I doing the best version of whatever it is that I'm doing that I could do? Or is there something I can do? What I found over time is that I could put more production value into certain videos, and I would love to. I got a vision in my head that would be amazing. But then I'm like, oh, well, how many more views would I get out of it if I spent another 10 hours working on this video? How much more would I get out of it? If the answer is not much, then does it make sense for me to consume my 10 hours on that?
Right.
Now, if it's on somebody else's dime, different conversation. That's why I said the sponsorship thing, I'd have no issue with it. Y'all want to pay for it, then I'll put in some time for you.
I mean, I see Michael Ham's comments about the sponsorship stuff, and like, my thing is like, I have no problem with people trying to make money on sponsorships, but I would not. I'll just say this: like, most of the companies that are giving out these sponsorships, I would not want my name attached to them in any way, shape, or form. I would not want to be attached to them. And I mean, you know, money's money, but at a certain point, like, there's some of these companies that, yeah, there's just, I don't know if there's enough money they could throw at me to like make me want to fake promote them.
And I totally agree with Andy. However, I will be willing to listen to Fanatics Overlords, and we will sell out to Big Cookie. We've already agreed that we will sell out to Big Cookie under the right circumstances. Just saying. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
So,
Make no mistake about it. Most of these people that are being sponsored by these companies, they don't use any of this shit.
no. No.
I mean, are you kidding me? Like, some of these people that try to act like they're using some of these products, there's no freaking way.
Yeah.
Oh, I use Crumble Cookie.
Oh, he does. Let me read a couple of these real quick. I'll get caught up. Rip and Liz says his life. No. Maz hate watching would explain.
He's doing a break live right now, so I just went on his and asked him if this is live.
He should support it.
So see how he likes it.
Yep. Brendan Ryan says Mass hate watching would explain Geoff Wilson's number. You'd be surprised. Probably a lot of people hate watch it. Michael Ham says I love Fanatics, as you should. Our Fanatics Overlords, much is love. I love that Eric has a box beside him. Does he have a box of props? Props, you say.
I'm like Carrot Top.
Bob Jackson got you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dang. I would sell out to Beckett. Ooh, look at you. You're speaking to Eric's heart. How can I If I enjoy a creator, I won't click, and ergo I won't write a comment. It's that simple. You hate watching feeds the algorithm. It does. A lot of people will hate watch, though, thinking somehow they're punishing the person. It's like, no. Or they'll write a comment. It's like, you understand you're helping them, right? You literally are helping them. Just so you know.
We've had this conversation before, and Howard Stern made $1 billion off hate watchers.
It's true. Let me put this comment on there. I'm going to get a quick refill, but do you guys have a favorite late night snack? A favorite? I'll be right back.
Oh, it's cookies.
Probably Cheez-Its. Big fan of the Cheez-It.
Yeah, I've never got into those. Yeah, the Cheez-Its aren't for me. But yeah. I do love the cookies. So,
how do you feel about the sponsorship deals?
To be honest, I don't care.
But I mean, like, if let's say if you had a big channel and there was some of these companies that you either don't like or don't trust, would you take their money to promote their product?
Right now in my life, no. If I'm morally against it, or I really just don't like their product, morally, no. But I can understand if somebody is struggling, really struggling, because trust me, I am not a wealthy man. But if someone's really struggling and someone's offering to give you a couple of $1,000s a year to say that you like product X, I can understand why somebody would do that. But I don't, but if I don't believe in something, I can't back it up.
Yeah. And I mean, like, one of the things that I hear people talk about, people that are either monetized, their content is either monetized or they have sponsorship deals, they always try to discount it. They always try to be like, oh, they don't give us very much money, or I hardly make any money off of this. And I mean, that's all relative, right? Like what's
yeah, absolutely. And if you don't like the deal, why did you sign it?
what's not a lot to one person may seem like a lot to others.
Well,
I
absolutely.
think one important factor, and I was listening to you guys. I had the wireless, so I was able to hear you. But one point that I make that I agree with you guys is, and the chat is talking about it as well. I think Andy's point about do you use the thing? I think it's very important. I think it's a lot easier to get around the idea of cooperating with it is if it's something you use, if it's something that makes sense. And I've given a couple of scenarios, a couple of examples. I always joke about the Fanatics overlords, but the thing is, I would, if it's not some random, crypto company, because here's the thing, I received emails. Even in my channel, sports card channel, in like a space of relatively, it wasn't a big channel. I got those emails. Oh, we got this cryptocurrency, whatever. Would you do a sponsorship with blah, 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 and we'll pay you X, Y, Z? And I'm sitting there like, yeah, there's no good is going to come from this. None.
How did that work out for Tom Brady?
Yeah. So it's like no good will come from, and I know enough about crypto and those things. Like I'm a technology guy. I know enough about it. I'm like, I have no idea what this is. And the money they were offering for a small channel was like 100 times what AdSense is. So it's like, and it wouldn't take much. You wouldn't have to put much in there. Now, if you're willing to just take money at anything, but at the same time, the qualifier I make is this. If you're already using the product, whatever, and you use the product anyway, I think it's an easier sell. That's one. Number two, if you're going to use something that maybe you're more borderline on, or something you would use, but maybe it's not your first choice, then the question is, okay, well, how much are we talking about? Because I'm not talking about something illegal. I'm not talking about something I would never use under any circumstance. For example, I joke with Dustin and his 47, sponsorships. He's sponsored by SGC, but there's other third-party graders. If one of the other ones came by and said whatever, it's like, well, I have to see, because I joke about it. If Beckett came by and said, hey, would you do some stuff for us? And I go, talk to me about what you want to do. Are you going to fix some of the stuff you're going to do? We can at least talk about it. I never have any qualms about sponsorship, but I also haven't taken on any sponsors. That's what's funny is that I don't actively seek that out. But it's not something I'd be morally opposed to. But at the same time, it's like, it's got to make sense. Because guess what? The odds are you're not going to get offered enough to make it interesting for you to move the needle anyway. So it better be something you're comfortable doing in the first place. That's the key.
And the Beckett thing, just as an example, all right? Let's pretend that like I really matter here. If Beckett came to us and said, we want to sponsor the channel, and let's just say, just again, for conversation's sake, Carlos and I were equal partners on this. Obviously, that's not true. This is all his. But we're equal partners. We discuss it, and we go, yep, all right, we're going to take your money. There's 43 people at last count that is watching this that would ditch us in a heartbeat because they've been with us for the last couple of years, listening to us destroy this company and give real reasons, factual, backed up, authentic reasons of why that company should not be respected.
Yeah.
And they would all go, listen, we're done with you. You have lost all credibility, and we have no interest in what you have to say moving forward. If we got a sponsorship tomorrow from Crumble Cookie, not only would they be like, that is awesome, they'd laugh their asses off.
Yeah, of course.
But we can't have Beckett sponsor us if we want to continue having fun and doing this and interacting with the people in the chat, which we've already talked about is the most important thing for us, and enjoying this and enjoying them and the interactions and the jokes and all that. It's like we're hanging out with a bunch of friends on a Friday night. We'd be betraying them if we pick something like Beckett up.
Yeah.
If Tag came by and said, hey, Carlos, we will pay you to stop making fun of us. And
there are enough zeros to make that happen. I'm letting you know, old man Tag. There are enough zeros. If the it's not even a sponsorship, it's like a non-disparagement agreement. it's like how much are you offering for me to just stop slagging you at every turn?
With cash.
I just love how the poor guy doesn't even have a name anymore. He just gets referred to as Old Man Tag.
Old man tag.
It's like he might not remember what his name is anymore. That's like, what do you want from me?
Oh my God.
I can't be bothered to. He doesn't matter. The only entity we know outside of Old Man Tag is Floating Head anyway. So like, I've decided to just dehumanize them both until you actually demonstrate you can actually do any of the things you claim. You are nothing. You're Old Man Tag and Floating Head. That's all you are.
I just think it's funny, like some of the channels that have a lot of these sponsors, you know, some of them are like so conflicting with each other. It's like you can't even. I mean, I don't even know how you could even claim that you like both of these things when they're just like they're almost like just totally against each other even.
No, I agree. I think it's funny to me that grading companies are always one of the trickiest ones. If we talk about something in the sports car space, grading companies are tricky ones because they're like basically the third rail. It's like politics and religion. Like in the grading space, it's like how dare you have, and I've talked about the grading companies and I've said they're tool for the toolbox. Oftentimes there is a use for various ones. There's some things that certain ones do better than others. If it's just resale value, then PSA makes the most sense. But if it's a thick card, you're probably better off using SGC or CGC or even Beckett, because in the past they've done well with the holders. I don't like Beckett's holder. I don't like SGC's holder. But that doesn't mean that there aren't good cards in those holders. So my point is there is a tool for various jobs depending on what you're trying to do. But to stick yourself into the corner with just one because they sponsored you, that's problematic. That's why when, and I've talked about this in the past, when I did the thing with PSA Canada on their channel, and there'll be an update for that forthcoming. Just a quick spoiler for folks who have been sticking around. There'll be something coming to that soon. Not for me to schedule it yet, but I'm working on it. But we're going to get you an update on that. But when I was doing that, I was working with a third-party submitter, not with collectors. Because if it's collectors, it's one thing. And when we did it, I never did it as a sponsor to the channel. If you guys ever paid attention, Brad's been on here. He's a good friend of the channel. He's a good friend of mine. But it has never been, well, except for Eric. But this channel has never been powered by PSA Canada. It's never been sponsored by, because if I did that, I have to disclose that, and I have to include it in the description. I have to include it in the little thing that's going to be here on the replay. I have to include all that because that's part of the deal. But I was on their channel doing a live and doing stuff for them and with them, and we talked about that. But what happened after that is I did all the work on that channel, and if anybody ever asked, on my Instagram handle, it says host of Hobby Talk with PSA Canada. If you have any questions about that, you could ask me, and I would give you the same answer over and over again. Oh, Carlos, were you compensated for that? Yes, I was. But does that mean I have to only do PSA stuff? No. Now, if you're under collectors and you're operating in that different conversation, or if you're with SGC, all of a sudden you're having to promote. Oh my God, $15 grading in an app. Oh my God, revolutionary. No, come on, settle down. It's nice. And again, we talked about the app earlier tonight. And I gave you a good review early on with the app. Again, this isn't a company that I do business with. I don't like SGC Slap. But Bobbles has done stuff with SGC in the past, and I have no issue with that, and we talk about it. And I give him credit. The app is decent so far. I want to see more, but it's a good start. And I want to give them credit for that. They're doing a good job. And there's some things they do really well. Beckett, we got nothing nice to say to them because they just haven't done anything well. That's a different problem. The problem is, if you do something well, I will give you something. Well,
big announcement's eventually going to be no more paper forms.
Yeah, but a good example, Andy. I don't know if you remember back in the day, and I've talked about this before, is that I destroyed Comsey. There was a stretch of time during the pandemic I was killing them. I literally made a standalone video where I destroyed them for like 40 minutes, just tore it to shreds. I have friends who work at Comsey.
Yeah.
And by the way, they agreed with a lot of my critiques that I gave at the time. And here's the funny thing. When they started doing better, I said, good, they're starting to do better. It is improving. It is better. And when they finally started doing a better job, a decent job, I've talked about, oh, I bought this on Comsey. I did this. I did that. Great. You did a better job, so you deserve to get credit for doing a better job. But it took some time.
Yeah.
They made a lot of mistakes along the way, so we have to acknowledge the mistakes too. We can't just be like all sunshine and rainbows. That's not fair.
One of the other things that they did to start getting people to overlook some of their mistakes is they start handing out checks.
Yeah. I like this one. Eric, this is not completely wrong.
No, it is not, and I hate to admit it, but
That's
a good
really
one.
close to bang on, Andy.
Yeah,
That's real close. That's digging real close to the truth.
I hate to compliment Bob, but that's a good one.
That was very astute, very observant. But to Andy's point, yes, I would accept money from Old Attack. I need enough zeros on that check, old man. And that check better clear. I know you're spending money like it's going out of style. I've heard things.
Well, it's
I'm gonna
like-
need that in advance. In advance.
It's like people. So like, I wonder if I don't know if people look at it this way or not. Like when somebody approaches them for a potential sponsorship.
Sure.
So if, like, let's just say this isn't your full-time job, right?
Mhm.
So if somebody approached you and they were just like, hey, I know you're off work today. Would you be willing to come down to my office here and do like a quick infomercial for my shitty product? Would you be willing to do that? Because that's essentially what a lot of these people do when they take these sponsorships from people. Is they end up doing like shitty infomercials for like a shitty product.
Yeah. Or heaven forbid, they do auction watch-alongs. Like the
I think
bottom dregs of content.
I think a lot of people, like, it's just become so accepted in YouTube content space to accept sponsorships. It's like people are just so happy that anyone will give them money. They're just like, I'll take it. I don't care who it's from.
Well,
Right.
isn't it also kind of a compliment if someone, good company, bad company, whatever, notices you and wants to do business with you and give you money, they must see something in you, and a person's psyche is saying, I like this.
Mhm.
So some of it is definitely psychological of people, it's like the old Sally Field accepting her Oscar. You like me, you really like me.
Wow, he's bringing in Sally Fields. Jesus. Okay.
So that's, I think that's a part of it. It's that that ego getting boosted. That this company X has come to me and said, hey, I want to work with you. It doesn't matter if they're selling poison baby formula or they're selling PSA slabs. It's oh my god.
I think it probably makes them feel good that someone is, wanting to do it. And
but
like I said, it's whatever. Like,
step back and go.
I'm sure that some of these people actually believe in the stuff they're sponsored by, but there's a lot of it. There's just no freaking way.
And I'm not, and I don't care how much you want to pay me. And I used this obviously jokingly a second ago. I am not hawking poison baby formula. I'm not doing it.
Yet.
So I don't care if you want to. You can pay me whatever you want. I do not want to do business with you. Lose my phone number. Get away from me. But if Collectors gives us a call and says, hey, we want to talk and have a conversation with you. Go ahead, talk with. I don't think Carlos would have a problem listening to a conversation from Collectible.
No, and I think it would be a great negotiation because on the one line, I've got Collectors trying to pitch me on doing something with them. And on the other line, I've got Tag trying to pitch me on a non-disparagement agreement. And I'm going to say, well, Collectors is offering me double to keep disparaging you. What are you thinking? What are you offering?
Exactly.
Collectors is not even a sponsorship. They're like, Carlos, keep doing what you're doing. Keep talking about the coasters and Old Man Tag. And it's like, well, they're kind of paying me a lot to keep disparaging you.
Well, over the last couple of years, there's been channels that were sponsoring certain products, certain themes that like just completely just went out of business. People that bought into this stuff lost a lot of money. And then when the company will go out of business, it's like they just act like it never existed. Like they had nothing to do with it,
Interesting.
There's a lot of cases of that.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think about that, Eric? Is that a thing?
What, Kurt's Card Care or what? Andy
No,
said.
when Andy's talking about it, I included the comment, but I'm just saying, that thing is there people that would like, advocate for companies like that in the space, and then at the first sign of trouble when they disappear, suddenly stop talking about it. Is that a thing?
I'm sure that has been done by people in the hobby.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
If I can find the goddamn meme, I will show it. If I gotta find it, see what folder it's in.
that people have moved on from other businesses for whatever reason and have picked up new sponsorship, I guess. Some
Mhm.
people may have done that, and that's their business.
Well, it's just funny how like you can kind of see the change in their tone when they're not on the payroll anymore. Like you can see what they really think about it,
Sure.
as opposed to like what they were selling before.
And especially after the contract runs out or there's some kind of release and it's under bad terms, then you really get to hear what they really felt about it. And it's like, well, if you really never liked it, why did you lower yourself to do it? And then you start realizing the person may not have the moral character that you hoped.
Well, and this is such a niche thing where a lot of the people that you're actually pitching these things to are friends of yours.
Mm.
Indirectly, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. That would be terrible. That would be awful. Could you imagine if you associated yourself with Star Stock and then Trade Safe and named them and then dealing with Collectible, and it's just a procession of like troubling times? Andy, that would be awful. If such a thing was to occur, that would be a terrible track record for someone to have in their background. It'd be awful. Moving on.
I remember a lot of people talking about those companies right there. And then I remember a lot of people not talking about them really quick.
Mm-hmm. By the way, that is not my meme. I know y'all may be asking. I did not make that meme, although I did add the coaster maker at the end. That was, but the rest of the meme, totally not mine. Somebody else
A
made
lot
it.
of times, like you're actually pitching these things to either friends of yours or people that think you know what you're talking about, and they actually believe you. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess if you want that on your mind after they go out of business.
So I think, but I think one thing that you're kind of alluding to, in all seriousness, one thing you're alluding to, is that it's one thing if you have a small following, nobody's really following you. You're just getting some attention from a company just to get something out there, as opposed to building some kind of a following or having a lot of connections in the industry, in the space, and then leveraging that to get those connections, those sponsorships and all that. And then what happens next? Because if things go south and all of a sudden you stop talking about it, and it's like, wait, but you who have presumably credibility in the space, you told us that they were good. And then we followed that, and then now the company's going out of business, and now you won't speak about them again.
Yeah.
Or you're suddenly nothing to do with them. Look, the reason the meme was so much fun for me is because Trade Safe was one of them. Trade Safe was my personal favorite. Trade Safe. I may have made fun of that in the past, allegedly, possibly. But today, the same individual who named that company, was a partner in that company, had equity in that company, is now sponsored by Veriswap. Y'all go look at what Veriswap is. Isn't that kind of similar to what Trade Safe was? Just asking a question. Anybody?
The answer is yes.
Yeah. So we were good with the first idea, and we even had equity in the idea. And now today we're no longer with them and a sponsor of Veriswap, sponsored by Veriswap. So why should I believe any of your backing of anything, since clearly nothing matters?
No, I mean that's the thing with most of these sponsorships. Like I don't really think most of it matters.
I agree, but at a certain point, you are peddling on your credibility, and here's the way I'll put it: you're peddling on your credibility, and it's like a bank account. And every time you do that, you're taking a withdrawal. And eventually you run, if you've done nothing to put any more goodwill or equity back in, eventually you withdrawing and you reach zero. There's nothing more to withdraw. You've already withdrawn all the equity and goodwill you had on it, and now your word means nothing. And then what? Then what are we going to talk about?
Well,
that's it.
That's a perfect example there. Like if you if you're willing to be sponsored by every freaking company that's out there, then it really, what does it mean when you promote them? It doesn't really mean anything. You promote everyone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You say nice things about everyone. So,
Yeah, and you're more than welcome. Like I said, there are individuals who I enjoy making fun of more than most. But at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want. But if you keep stacking up enough of them, eventually it's going to come back and bite you if something happens with that. Because then all of a sudden it's like, well, what did your promotion mean? Because as soon as the contract ran out, now you're on to their competitor, or their other competitor, or their other competitor. It's like, well, then why should I listen to any of the stuff you're talking about? What difference does that make?
Yeah,
So
I mean, if you spent a great deal of time saying that, PSA is the best, absolute the best slab you can have, and it's the best, and then your contract with them runs out, and you pick up Beckett, and now last week when you still had the contract, it was, PSA is the best. This week you have a new contract, you announce it, and you say, I've moved on because Beckett is the best, and there's nothing better than Beckett. And you go, wait a minute, 7 days ago you told me PSA was the absolute best. Now you're telling me Beckett's the absolute best. That is when you say, this doesn't make any sense.
well, and then another thing is like, are you telling me that this company is the best, but then you're buying this other one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, so you're telling me it's good enough for me, but it's not good enough for you.
Exactly. I agree. No, 100%. So real quick here. So Ham says, I understand what Eddie's saying and agree with bad products or companies. I don't think I could ever pitch something I don't like. True. I'm of the belief that literally every content creator is selling something. The only difference is what they're selling for how much. Everything done in this space is for something in return. Bob Jackson says, what is Carlos selling? Mayonnaise.
No, we're not selling that. I don't even want to say the word. No.
And mayonnaise. If you could have 3 companies sponsor you, what would they be? Ooh. I think I'm going to leave our Fanatics Overlords out of it. That is one. Crumble cookies, no doubt. That's number 1. Number 2 would actually be an easy one. That would actually be a good idea. If somebody didn't do, I don't understand why people don't do this in the space, Andy, because it makes total sense to me. Ultra Pro BCW, one of these holders is like, who cares? Like, somebody's going to bitch and moan about everything, but if you do Ultra Pro or BCW, what, you don't like their top loaders? Who gives a crap? Like, that's a really dumb thing to whine and bitch and moan about.
I was going to say the exact same thing, so that kind of worries me and scares me a little bit. And
finally, you're learning.
And one thing you may or may not know is that Timmy Two Hats has, I don't think he sold it outright, but he is in business now with BCW and is working for them and getting a regular paycheck from them, and BCW is now selling and making Slab Strongs.
There you go.
And they are the Slab Strong people now. So, it's funny that you said that, because that's exactly what I was thinking, that you get that is something we all use, we all need is those products. And that would be a great one to have as a sponsor. And it really doesn't matter which one, because they're really all the same.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, so Michael Ham's question is, if you got 3 companies sponsor you, what would they be? Yeah. One of them would be something off the board. Crumble would be like perfect because it's outside of the genre, but it's something you could have some fun with because most people like cookies. So who cares? Number 2 would be something more agnostic, like a BCW or an Ultra Pro, because most collectors need the pages, they need the top loaders, they need the semi-rigids, whatever. Like, it's very general. Okay, fine, you don't like them, great. Who cares? Then use them or don't use them. It's not the third rail issue that a third party grader is, or one of those other things is, or even a platform. Now, I would be okay with a third company being something like a platform. So probably something, like I said, under the circumstances, I forget if somebody referenced or asked, at this stage in the game where they're sitting now, I would be more comfortable with a ComC. Like something like where they sit now, I think they're in a better place. eBay is so big and everything, it's ubiquitous, but at the same time, they're weird in the way they do their stuff. ComC is what it is. I like a lot of what they've done. I like that now they have their own app and stuff like that. I think that's great. And I think there is a use for them if you're a collector. I think you can get some nice stuff there and collect it and be able to ship it out consolidated. They're not perfect, but they've made leaps and bounds. They're great. Whenever I go to the expo, I'll drop off a bunch of cards that I'll sell for a couple of bucks a piece, and they'll just sell over time. That allows me to get rid of some cards I have no use for. So there is a use for them for me as a buyer. There's a use for them for me as a seller. So that makes sense to me. A platform like that makes sense. A third off the rail, something like a crumble cookie, that'd be fun. Or a BCW or an Ultra Pro, like a hobby product we all use, would be fine. Now, somebody's going to bitch and moan no matter what, but those would be pretty solid choices, I think.
Yeah, I wish I could disagree or come up with something, else to move the conversation along. But that's exactly what I was thinking. You do something completely different off the rails, like crumble cookies, that has nothing to do with this. And then a supply company, and then a platform. I think that's absolutely the way to do it. Those would be the three.
Yeah, and a platform that's actually been around for a while. Not like a brand new platform that just came out of nowhere. And like, again, StarStock in concept was a fine enough idea, but the problem is they were trying to do something that had already been done by others better. And they promised more things. And it's like, well, like I said, ComC's model was really boring for a very long time. They were very slow to move. Now that hurt them in the pandemic, they were slow to move. But the fact that they were stable means they're still here. And they're still able to keep chugging along, which is good for them. Because nobody else is going to try to replicate their model. It would, all those SKUs, it'd be ridiculous. It'd be stupid to even try to replicate that model.
Yeah.
So those would be my choices. All right, so let's wind her down. It's been a really good conversation. Been having a lot of fun with it. Some really good discussion, though. We had some good ones with that. I'll see who gets mad at me this week. That'll be fun.
It's always good.
Andy, if I haven't at least pissed somebody off, I feel like I failed. I got. Yeah, but you don't count. You're not a person. Someone other than Eric, I got to piss somebody off. Like, I feel bad if I fail to do that, Yeah. But thank you to Bobbles for joining us earlier tonight. Thank you to the Burrell joining us from the Garage of Knowledge, as always. Appreciate that. Any last comments or thoughts, feel free to throw them in, and we'll do that, and then we'll log off for the evening. But thank you all, and thank you, Andy, for joining in. Fun conversation, as always.
Absolutely.
And it was almost a month since the last time, so the timing was perfect. It was beautiful. So for those of you who caught on earlier tonight, Bobbles and I are finalizing the details. We're going to do a little podcast deal, and we'll invite some of the folks you're familiar with here. We'll get some of that done, but it's going to be more conversational thing. It's going to be elements of what you expect here, but it's not going to be just a carryover of the live stream. I don't want to just do that. That wouldn't be any fun. But it will be a little bit more open-ended, and I'll try to have something weekly on the channel. That'll be fun. And as an aside, I mentioned it already, I'm going to try to do something else that'll be on a different channel, but those details are still being worked out. So that'll be coming later, and I'll talk about it when we actually have a chance to. Good to meet Hobby Champs. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Bob. Sounds good. All right, folks. Those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Go do your thing. Have a good one. And for those of you on the East Coast, you still got a little time. So enjoy that, and we will catch you next Friday. Same bad time, same bad channel, and Eric will be slathering himself in mayonnaise until then. Facts. He loves what he hates. He's a very sick, self-loathing man. He's got issues. Good night. See you next week.